Lu Zhou's expression remained unchanged, but he felt pleased inwardly. His disciple, Duan Mushang, was not as calculative as Ming Shiyin even though he was opinionated. Ever since the siege by the 10 great elites, Duan Mushang's loyalty remained stable and unwavering. Compared to rascals like Ming Shiyin and Zhao Yu, he preferred Duan Mushang more. If Duan Mushang and Ming Shiyin were in the same realm, Duan Mushang could easily win in a fight against Ming Shiyin. However, Ming Shiyin had benefited from the battle on Golden Court Mountain previously. Ming Shiyin had a breakthrough in his Bluewood Heart technique. Although Duan Mushang's progress was slower, it was no surprise that he had a breakthrough in his realm. That's great! Little Yuaner clapped her hands excitedly. Lu Zhou looked at little Yuaner and reprimanded her in a low voice. You're the laziest and most carefree one here. You should work hard to catch up to your senior brother. Little Yuaner stuck her tongue out and said, I know. In truth, Lu Zhou was not worried about little Yuaner. She might be the last to join him, but her cultivation base had improved the quickest. Even Zhou Jifeng, the great disciple of Heavenly Sword Sect, admitted that he could not compare to her. After a short while, Duan Mushang walked into the hall, looking very spirited. The chains that were still on his body clinked as he walked in. Zhou Jifeng trailed behind Duan Mushang. His expression was one of admiration and envy. Pan Zhong wore a similar expression on his face as well. Ever since the two of them entered Golden Court Mountain, apart from being picked on by some disciples, they were generally pleased with their current states. At the very least, they could focus on cultivating and were not involved in the affairs of the world. After all, the reason they walked on the path of cultivation was to get stronger. As soon as Duan Mushang entered the Evil Sky Pavilion's Great Hall, he kneeled on the ground and said respectfully, I had a stroke of luck and managed to break through to the nascent divinity tribulation realm. I've successfully formed the 100 Tribulation Insight Avatar. Lu Zhou had a pleased expression on his face as he stroked his beard. He nodded and said, It's good that you had a breakthrough. The path of cultivation is long, so remember not to be too proud or impatient. Keep up the good work. He spoke with the air of a teacher and elder. Lu Zhou's behavior contradicted the impression that Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng had of the greatest villain under the heavens. Thank you for your teachings, master. I'll remember them. Duan Mushang kowtowed sincerely. His loyalty had gone up by 1%. It was obvious that the higher the percentage, the harder it would be to increase. Lu Zhou suddenly remembered the Overlord's spear. It seemed like the spear's designated owner was Duan Mushang. He found it logical. After all, Duan Mushang cultivated the Divine One technique that included sword and spear play. Duan Mushang's character was frank and fierce, which made a spear more suitable for him compared to a sword. The spear and the sword were two different weapons, but they would lead to the same result. It would be beneficial for him as well if Duan Mushang grew stronger. After thinking about this, he rose to his feet before he said, Wait here. I'll be back soon. Understood. Lu Zhou returned to the hidden chamber. He raised his arm, and the Overlord's spear flew into his hand. The dragon that was twined around the Overlord's spear's shaft gave it a majestic air. After Lu Zhou obtained the Overlord's spear, he returned to the Great Hall. As soon as he arrived, he tossed the Overlord's spear over to Duan Mushang. Whoosh! The others were shocked. They thought that Lu Zhou was going to punish his disciple, so they did not try to stop the spear. Duan Mushang was startled and instinctively lifted his hands and crossed the chains before him to defend himself. Clang! Sparks flew when the Overlord's spear collided with Duan Mushang's chains before it shot up. Upon seeing this, he quickly grabbed the Overlord's spear's shaft. With just a glance, he was already impressed by the spear. This is a good weapon. I'm giving the Overlord's spear to you. Use it well, and don't let me down, Lu Zhou said. Duan Mushang was overjoyed when he heard Lu Zhou's words. He quickly put the Overlord's spear aside before he kowtowed reverently at Lu Zhou. Thank you for the weapon, master. At this moment, little Yuaner, Zhou Jifeng, and Pan Zhong finally regained their senses and realized Lu Zhou's intention. They felt jealous and envious. Ding! Overlord's spear has successfully gained an owner. Activated grade, heaven grade. Reward, 1,000 merit points. Lu Zhou managed to figure some things out. It seemed like the grades of the weapons would only be completely activated when they were given to the most suitable owners. If it were casually given to someone else who was not suited to it, it would not be able to unleash its full potential. If he was not mistaken, Duan Mushang would be able to break the cold iron chains with a heaven-grade weapon. What a handsome reward! He wondered how many weapons were left behind after Ji Tiandao's death. After all, Ji Tiandao had slighted too many disciples, so Lu Zhou had to be fair to everyone now. When Duan Mushang obtained his weapon, his loyalty increased by 1% again. "Master, I want one as well," little Yuan said as she ran up to Lu Zhou. Fortunately, Lu Zhou had already thought about what to say. "Your cultivation base is still too low. You shouldn't be messing around." As the saying went, a common man's only crime is to carry a jade. How could a divine court realm cultivator protect his or her weapon? Although it was extremely difficult to cultivate a heaven-grade weapon, powerful cultivators with bad intentions would still covet it. This was a very common occurrence. "Very well." Little Yuaner nodded unwillingly. Duan Mushang would not let go of his newly obtained weapon. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. He looked around, wanting to look for someone to spar with. Obviously, his master was out of the question. This meant only Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng were left. "Both of you, Mr. Third, do you have orders for us? Spar with me." Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng were stunned by Duan Mushang's words. Duan Mushang did not wait for them to reply as he said, "I'll be waiting behind the mountain." Before he left, he cupped his hands at Lu Zhou and respectfully said, "Master, I'm going to train with my weapon. I'll take my leave." "Go ahead." Lu Zhou waved his hand. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng wore bitter expressions on their faces. They shuffled out of the Evil Sky Pavilion reluctantly. After the three people left, a messenger bird flew in. Little Yuaner, who knew her job very well, quickly received the letter from the messenger bird. "Master, it's a letter from fourth senior brother." "I'll read it out for you." She quickly unfolded the letter and read out loud. "Master, I've conveyed your message to the Black Knights. They'll be arriving in Evil Sky Pavilion in a few days' time. I'll be keeping an eye on them along the way." After little Yuaner read the letter, she exclaimed in shock, "Fan Xiuan is really bold. To think he easily agreed to come here. Master, don't show him any mercy. Kill him with a single slap." "If I kill him, who's going to unravel the truth behind the fish-dragon village's annihilation?" The expression on Lu Zhou's wizened face remained calm. However, inwardly, he could not help but feel suspicious. Fan Xiuan, or Lung Luo, had always been cunning and valued his life very much. He was similar to Jiang Aijin in this regard. However, Jiang Aijin was a lively character, but Fan Xiuan was a man filled with schemes. There's no way that such a person would be easily provoked to come to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Fan Xiuan should have heard the news of me defeating the 10 great elites. Since he's unafraid, I wonder where his confidence comes from. Even when Lu Zhou attained his 9-leaf avatar by means of the peak form card, nobody believed the rumor when it spread. "Yuaner." "Yes, master." "How's Yi Tianxin doing these few days?" "Only, apart from her shocking complexion, she's doing fine," little Yuaner replied. Lu Zhou nodded. He stood up slowly before entering the hidden chamber again. "Have a safe trip, master." Lu Zhou knew he needed to prepare for Fan Xiuan's arrival. He needed to find ways to suppress Fan Xiuan. Moreover, it seems like Fan Xiuan was related to the truth behind the destruction of Fish Dragon Village that had something to do with his lost memories. Lu Zhou opened the system dashboard once he entered the hidden chamber. He had 1,310 merit points. He had lost interest in reversal cards. His current condition was undoubtedly more suitable for him to cultivate. This meant his only option was to select the lucky draw. Ding! Your disciple Mingshi Yin killed 2 Black Knights on his way back. Earned 200 merit points. Ding! Killed 2 Black Knights. Earned 200 merit points. Lu Zhou's heart stirred slightly. This Mingshi Yin, he won't stop making me worry. Since you've already conveyed the message, you can just peacefully return. You just had to get in conflict with Fan Shouen's men. If you provoked Fan Shouen and get yourself killed, you'll only have yourself to blame. Ming-Shi was still quite a distance away from the Evil Sky Pavilion. Although Lu Zhou could rescue him with a peak form card, it would still take some time for Lu Zhou to reach him even if he unleashed all his techniques to rush over. If Ming-Shi managed to escape unscathed from the Black Knights, he was certain Ming-Shi would be able to protect himself better in Great Yen in the future. The path of cultivation was fraught with dangers. Lu Zhou did not wish for anything to happen to Ming-Shi. Although this disciple of his was unruly, he was certain Ming-Shi had the potential to be someone great with the right education. Moreover, he also hoped to earn merit points through Ming-Shi. Currently, the system dashboard showed he had 1,710 merit points. Lu Zhou thought to himself, I have 2 deadly strike cards left. They should be enough. Binding Cage's hit rate is too low. I should buy 2 more. When he opened the Item Cards tab, he saw Binding Cage had been unlocked. It cost 200 merit points each and he bought 3 in a go. I have 6 Binding Cage cards now, this should be enough, right? I'll go for the lucky draw next time. It'll be worth it if I manage to get an avatar. I'll only make 2 draws. 2 days later, Lu Zhou finally decided to stop comprehending the heavenly writing for now. After continuously studying it, he discovered he had made some headway. The more he comprehended it, the more his mental state improved. The improvement seemed to show itself when something unexpected happened. A good example of this was when he encountered the Buddhist Brahmin lullaby and when his 4th disciple, Ming-Shi, approached the hidden chamber. He managed to remain unaffected by the Brahmin lullaby and repel Ming-Shi. He muttered to himself, could it be that the process of comprehension allows me to gain extraordinary power? This seemed to be the only logical explanation for now. Lu Zhou closed Heavenly Writing's interface. He felt that he had been a little too immersed in comprehending and studying it during the past 2 days. At this moment, little Yuaner voice rang from outside. Master, 4th senior brother is back. All right. Lu Zhou left the hidden chamber and walked toward the pavilion. He saw Ming-Shi kneeling in the hall. Ming-Shi's face was covered in grime, and he looked extremely battered. To Lu Zhou's relief, Ming-Shi's loyalty did not decrease. In fact, it seemed to be much better than before. Ming-Shi said, intentionally speaking loudly, Greetings, Master. Lu Zhou walked over with his hands on his back. Stand up and talk. Where are the Black Knights now? The Black Knights departed earlier. They're less than 10 miles away from Golden Court Mountain. They should arrive at any minute, Ming-Shi replied. Little Yuaner exclaimed in surprise, so soon? At this moment, an unnatural smile appeared on Ming-Shi's face. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and walked over. He stood before Ming-Shi and looked at him appraisingly before saying, Daredevil, impudent. Upon hearing this, Ming-Shi instinctively fell to his knees. I'm dead. Master is going to lose his temper. We're not clear about Fan Shouen's strength. You've just entered the nascent divinity tribulation realm, and yet you're bold enough to provoke him? I think you're sick of living, is that right? Lu Zhou's tone contained a hint of rebuke when he spoke. I dare not. I was worried he wouldn't come, so I harassed some of his men. I didn't plan on killing them, but they didn't want to let me go. I had no choice but to hide in the forest and took care of them there, Ming-Shi explained. Fool. Lu Zhou evaluated Ming-Shi's actions calmly. If Fan Shouen really meant you harm, he would be able to easily deal with you. There's no need for him to give you a chance. Ming-Shi was frightened when he heard this. He asked in a small voice, Fan Shouen is so strong? At this moment, little Yuaner chimed in. His real name is Lang Luo. Didn't you read the letter Master sent you? Ming-Shi sat on the floor with a dumbfounded expression on his face. He had never heard of Fan Shouen, but he was not unfamiliar with the name, Lang Luo. Back then, Lang Luo's reputation was unrivaled. If his master did not amaze the world by raising 9 disciples, Lang Luo's reputation would linger even longer. Lang Luo was a scheming expert with a profound cultivation base. How could Mingshi not feel frightened after killing the Black Knights under such an expert's nose? All of them wondered why Fan Shouwen did not make a move. At this moment, a female cultivator from Derived Moon Palace entered the hall. After bowing, she said, "Pavilion Master, Fan Shouwen requests an audience with you. He's outside." "Here he comes." Lu Zhou looked outside the Evil Sky Pavilion. Mingshi rose to his feet, looking very obedient now. He asked tentatively, "Master, should I drive him away for now? You can meet him another time." His master was old, after all. Even if his master could suppress Fan Shouwen easily with his cultivation base and strength, he might not wish to fight such an elite. Lu Zhou waved his hand dismissively and said calmly, "Bring him in. I'll fetch him." Mingshi did not even have time to clean himself before he walked out of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Little Yuaner giggled and said, "Master, I'm going as well." Lu Zhou did not stop her. After all, Fan Shouwen was already at the foot of the mountain. Fan Shouwen was an intelligent man. He would not be so rash as to attack his disciples. Beyond the barrier Golden Court Mountain, more than 10 Black Knights waited in a row, looking imposing. Only one knight stood at the lead, and he was none other than Fan Shouwen. His most trusted subordinates, the 4 Dark Knights, stood in the middle. Fan Shouwen looked at Golden Court Mountain's barrier that shone with a gold brilliance as he said in a hoarse voice, "I didn't expect Golden Court Mountain to have a formation in such a perfect place." A Black Knight standing behind Fan Shouwen said, "Rumor has it that even the 10 great nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm elites could not break Golden Court Mountain's barrier after they joined forces. Such a formation is truly amazing." Fan Shouwen nodded lightly and said indifferently, "4 of you will accompany me up the mountain while the rest will stay here and wait." "Understood." At this moment, a figure shot toward them from the top of the stairs at lightning speed. It was none other than Mingshi. He came to halt a short distance away from the barrier. He looked at the people beyond the barrier to confirm they were the Black Knights he had seen in the forest. The person standing in the lead, who wore black armor and a black tiger mask with a tall and muscular body, had to be the infamous Lung Luo. He felt chills running up his spine when he looked at him. He did not dare to act recklessly. He cupped his hands together and said, "The master invites you up the mountain." Fan Shouwen glanced at Mingshi and said in a deceptively soft voice, "The Evil Sky Pavilion's 4th disciple, Mingshi, you killed 4 of my knights. However, on account of your master, I won't hold it against you. Senior, you're truly magnanimous. However, I was only defending myself since they persisted on hunting me down," Mingshi said. A Black Knight standing behind Fan Shouwen retorted coldly, "Weren't you the one who infiltrated the Black Knight's headquarters first? I was just worried you won't convey the message to your leader. I won't be able to bear the consequences if I fail my task. All of you know what kind of person my master is, right?" Mingshi effectively stopped the Black Knights from retorting by bringing his master up. Fan Shouwen raised a hand to signal his subordinates to not interrupt. Then, he said indifferently, "I will never decline an invitation from your master. Lead the way." Based on his words, he was clearly confident in his strength. Compared to Fan Shouwen, Mingshi preferred Xuexinchan better. At the very least, Xuexinchan had addressed him as Mr. Fourth. He liked the sound of that. Alas, it was unfortunate that Xuexinchan was dead. Mingshi walked up to the barrier before waving his arm, and an opening appeared in the barrier. "Master asks you to go up on your own." "Interesting." Fan Shouwen nodded. He walked up as the 4 Dark Knights trailed after him. The last Dark Knight to cross the barrier paused for a moment to look at Mingshi before he said, "4th disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion. If we have the opportunity in the future, let's exchange some moves." Without batting an eyelid, Mingshi calmly said, "Master has said that I'm not to fight without a reason." The Dark Knight did not reply and caught up to the others. Since 5 of them were wearing masks, none of their expressions could be seen. They left the remaining Black Knights at the foot of the mountain as they walked up the stairs that led to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Halfway up the stairs, Fan Shouwen suddenly came to a stop and asked nonchalantly, "Who's hiding in the shadows?" A flash of black clothes flitted between the trees on the right before it leaped from one tree to another. Little Yuaner stood on a branch. She frowned and said, "Ugly." She had described them as ugly, not terrifying. One of the dark knights spoke up irritably. "My lord, the evil sky pavilion doesn't seem to be showing us much respect." Fan Shouwen raised a hand to cut him short. Then they continued up the mountain. If he could accept Mingshi in killing 4 of his knights but could not tolerate this insult, how would he be able to command respect as the leader of the Black Knights? When he was at the top of the blacklist, there was no shortage of insults being thrown at him. Regardless of how terrible the insults were, he did not take them to heart. His long years of training made it easy for him to disregard such matters. Little Yuaner pulled a face at Mingshi before she flew back up the mountain. Perhaps she was the only one who could go up and down the mountain freely since she was loved by her master. Mingshi shook his head helplessly and said, "My little junior sister has always been this way. Please don't take her seriously." Fan Shouwen said nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter." A moment later, they arrived at the Evil Sky Pavilion and slowly walked into the Great Hall. Mingshi swept his gaze across the hall. He discovered Zhao Yu and Yi Tianxin were present as well. They were sitting on chairs, looking exhausted. Meanwhile, Duanmushang, Zhou Jifeng, Pan Zhong stood on the left. Fan Shouwen placed one hand on his back that was as straight as a rod. His 4 subordinates stood in pairs behind him. The great hall was deathly silent at this moment. Everyone's eyes were trained on the 5 visitors. Fan Shouwen looked at Lu Zhou, the old man who sat at the highest place in the hall. He was stunned when their eyes met. Rumor had it that Ji Tiandao's days were numbered. Ji Tiandao's 1,000 years of cultivation would return to nature once his time was up. Fan Shouwen had always had a talent for gauging a person's life aura. Indeed, this old man only had about 15 years left in him. However, he could not gauge the old man's cultivation base. If he had forcefully tried to probe the old man's cultivation base, it would be equivalent to a blatant provocation. This would not be the most rational course of action, naturally. After a while, he said in a neither servile nor domineering manner, "Fan Shouwen pays respect to old Senior Ji." At the same time, Fan Shouwen's 4 subordinates cupped their hands together in greeting as well. Lu Zhou could not see their faces. His expression was calm. One would find it difficult to read his mind based on his expressions. He said condescendingly, "Sit down." His tone was similar to the tone one with a higher status would use when speaking to those with a lower status. Fan Shouwen cupped his hands together before taking a seat. "I heard you wanted to see me, old Senior Ji. I did not dare to delay, so I led the Black Knights here without making any stops. I wonder what matters you wanted to discuss with me, old Senior Ji." Lu Zhou stroked his beard. He pointed at Yi Tianxin and casually said, "I'm sure you recognize this person." Fan Shouwen shifted his gaze from under his mask. He saw Yi Tianxin sitting on the chair opposite him. She was unusually pale. He shook his head and said, "I'm afraid I don't." He sounded honest. Little Yuaner suddenly giggled and said, "This is my master's 6th disciple. She's my senior sister, Yi Tianxin." She made a spitting sound before saying, "Traitor! So, she's the Evil Sky Pavilion's 6th disciple. I apologize for my rudeness," Fan Shouwen said softly. Lu Zhou nodded and calmly said, "Do you know about the Fish Dragon Village?" Fan Shouwen's body stilled immediately. However, his thick and heavy armor and mask hid his expression. Nobody knew what he was thinking about. After a while, he shook his head, indicating he did not know about the Fish Dragon Village. After all, the village was too insignificant. As the leader of the Black Knights, why would he remember a minor village? He asked, "Why do you ask about the Fish Dragon Village, old senior?" "Yi Tianxin," Lu Zhou said imposingly. Yi Tianxin shuddered slightly. She supported herself and spoke with no inflection in her tone. "The Fish Dragon Village has a population of about 354 villagers. About 150 years ago, it was completely destroyed." She did not continue to speak after that. Yi Tianxin had investigated this incident after she left Golden Court Mountain. She went through many troubles only to discover all the signs pointed to her master, Ji Tiandao, whose name alone would shock the lands. Fan Shouwen nodded and said, I see. I'm truly sorry to hear the fish dragon village has been destroyed. However, he turned to Lu Zhou and asked, Is this the reason you summoned me here, old senior? That's right, Lu Zhou said nonchalantly. What does this have to do with me? The records of the palace and local archives stated that I was the one who destroyed the fish dragon village. Although Lu Zhou could not see Fan Shouwen's expression, it did not escape his eyes that Fan Shouwen's body had moved slightly as soon as he finished speaking. He wondered if this indicated Fan Shouwen's surprise or nervousness. Is that so? Fan Shouwen asked. A hint of shock could be heard in his voice. When Lu Zhou spoke about himself being the alleged culprit, everyone could see the unnatural expression on Yi Tianxin's face. The Black Knights is the special force of Great Yan's imperial family. They only operate in the shadows. It's only natural the palace archives won't mention the force, Lu Zhou calmly said. Fan Shouwen cupped his hands and said, Every cultivator knows that the Black Knights is the special force of the imperial family. The Black Knights has never been to Measure Heaven River? Lu Zhou asked. When Fan Shouwen heard the question, he acted as though he had expected it. He was an intelligent person after all. As soon as Lu Zhou pointed at Yi Tianxin, he had known Lu Zhou would ask about this matter. Fan Shouwen laughed hoarsely. His laughter resounded in the pavilion. Well, let's put the incident at the Fish Dragon Village aside for now. In fact, I came here today to discuss a certain matter with you, old senior. Speak, Lu Zhou said curtly. The palace has a message for you. Fan Shouwen's attitude suddenly turned respectful. The palace will not hold the Evil Sky Pavilion accountable for its various deeds in the past. This includes Mingshi Yin's killing of 4 Black Knights. The palace is willing to let bygones be bygones, but there's one condition. He paused for a moment before he continued to say, The Evil Sky Pavilion must not interfere with the business of the Great Yan's imperial family for the next 10 years. Silence descended on the Great Hall. A few disciples exchanged looks among themselves. Even Fan Shouwen's 4 trusted subordinates did not know about this. However, they were relieved that the mission from the palace was just this. This request was simple. There were many cultivators in Great Yan. Some of the experts were wary about the forces within the palace and would not meddle in the palace's various affairs. Some of them were offered amnesty by enlistment and became a part of some influential person's faction. Only, after a slight pause, Fan Shouwen added, The Black Knights do not wish to be enemies with the Evil Sky Pavilion, nor do we have the right or strength. I'm saying this on the Black Knights' behalf. I hope you can grant us this wish, old senior. After that, he no longer spoke. After all, he had already stated his reason for being here. Everyone looked at Lu Zhou, waiting for his reply. However, Mingshi Yin broke the silence first with a chuckle. He said, The last person in this hall who rambled on in such a self-righteous manner had flown on a crane to the Western Paradise. Are you trying to follow in his footsteps? Fan Shouwen cupped his hands together. I dare not. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and finally said, Lang Luo. Fan Shouwen's heart skipped a bit when he heard this. His body involuntarily stiffened for a moment. Lu Zhou looked at Fan Shouwen with a piercing gaze and said, Are you trying to threaten me? Regardless of how humble Fan Shouwen's tone was or how respectful his manner was, anyone with half a brain would be able to hear the underlying threat hidden in his words. The Evil Sky Pavilions might struck fear into people's hearts. Whether it was due to Lu Zhou or his 9 disciples, even if they discounted Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong, no forces would dare to take the Evil Sky Pavilion lightly. What gave Fan Shouwen the confidence to speak such words or stop the Evil Sky Pavilion from meddling in the imperial family's affairs if they so wished? What was that supposed to mean? Fan Shouwen rose to his feet and cupped his hands together again. Since you're privy to my identity, old senior, why would you put me in a difficult position? Lung Luo has disappeared 300 years ago along with the grace and grudges of the past. You're older than me, so I should address you as older brother. To be honest, being on the blacklist is not something I'm proud of. In fact, It has become an unremovable stain in my life. He spoke passionately with such self-righteousness that it made people cringe when they heard his words. This person who was once on the top of the blacklist and had committed every evil act imaginable and unimaginable under the heavens said that he was ashamed of his past and had turned to the path of righteousness? Was that not funny? Fan Shouwen continued to say, "As for threatening you, the Black Knights won't dare to do such a thing. We're merely conveying the palace's message. There's nothing I can do even if you choose to reject this request." Silence descended on the great hall again. Mingxirin snorted, breaking the silence again, and said, "If you know your request will be rejected, aren't you just wasting your breath by saying it in the first place?" Duanmu Shang spoke frankly. "You're asking the Evil Sky Pavilion to not meddle in the palace's affairs. According to your logic, if we agree to your request, even if a person from the palace were to cut me open, I'd have to bear with it and endure it." Fifth junior sister Zhao Yu's cultivation base was sealed by someone from the palace before she was sent to the holy altar for a marriage alliance. Who's going to answer for that? Who's going to answer for the destruction of the fish dragon village? Duanmu Shang asked. Everyone was surprised by Duanmu Shang's eloquence. After all, he was a man of few words. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "Leng Luo, did you hear that?" It seemed like he agreed with Duanmu Shang's words. This gave Lu Zhou's disciples a burst of confidence. After all, such a situation was unlikely to happen in the past. If they had spoken out of turn, they would bring disaster upon themselves. Fan Shouwen cupped his hands and said, "I can't defy the palace's orders. Old senior, there's no need for you to lower yourself to the palace's level." "No, you don't understand." Lu Zhou rose to his feet and began to descend the stairs with his hands on his back. This simple action caused Fan Shouwen to stand up as well, clearly wary. At this moment, Fan Shouwen's 4 subordinates felt slightly worried as well. Ji Tiandao was a villain known for his fiery temper and unpredictable mood swings. It would not surprise anyone if Ji Tiandao lost his temper at the slightest disagreement. Lu Zhou asked again, "Is the Black Knights responsible for the destruction of Fish Dragon Village?" His knowing eyes were trained on Fan Shouwen. He held a deadly strike card in his hand as he waited silently for the answer. His question resounded across the hall. When the weak and dazed Yi Tianxin heard this question, her eyes widened. She looked at her master incredulously before looking at Fan Shouwen, who was standing opposite her master. She felt her heart racing as she thought to herself, "Is there really another side to the Fish Dragon Village's story?" The atmosphere turned tense and heavy. Fan Shouwen did not answer Lu Zhou's question directly. Instead, he said, "Other tribes will never be allowed to exist in Great Yan's lands. There were too many of them at Measure Heaven River." As he spoke, he casually glanced at Yi Tianxin. This was as good as a direct admission. Fan Shouwen was intelligent. He knew that arguing about the matter or denying the truth were meaningless in this situation. The Evil Sky Pavilion would not have summoned him here if they did not have sufficient reason and proof. Upon hearing Fan Shouwen's words, everyone exchanged a look. "Did you tamper with the records in the palace and local archives?" "I did." Fan Shouwen did not deny the allegation. Instead, he said, "There aren't many who have access to the palace's archives. Old senior, do you have an informant in the palace?" Lu Zhou turned around suddenly, ignoring Fan Shouwen's question. "So, you were the one who slandered me?" Ji Tiandao had done many bad things. However, even the evil deeds of his 9 disciples would be placed on him by the people in the cultivation world. As time passed, he became more and more infamous, and many people would push their crimes on him. After all, he had already committed so many wicked deeds, what was a few more? When his crimes, whether he committed them or not, grew, he did not explain himself. After all, it would take too much of his time to clear his name. However, Lu Zhou could not tolerate something like this. Fan Shouwen quickly said, "The Black Knights were only following orders. We aren't the mastermind behind this. Moreover, from what I know, the 6th disciple of Evil Sky Pavilion is a traitor. Why would you pit yourself against the palace for a mere traitor, old senior?" Upon hearing this, Yi Tianxin forced herself to stand. With her mortal body, she grabbed the sword that one of the female cultivators from derived Moon Palace carried. Zing! The blade gleamed coldly as Yi Tianxin thrust the sword toward Fan Shouwen. Bang! Fan Shouwen did not move. His hands remained on his back. He was like a statue made from rock. The sword cracked and shattered when it landed on him. Everyone was shocked. Yi Tianxin's eyes were red. She said belligerently, "Who's the mastermind? Who is it?" Whoosh! Fan Shouwen released a wave of energy that pushed Yi Tianxin away. Old Senior Ji, the Black Knights do not wish to become enemies with the Evil Sky Pavilion. I've answered all your questions. As for the mastermind, forgive me for not being able to answer you. Since I've already conveyed the palace's message to you, it's up to you what you decide to do, Old Senior. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and strode toward the door. Upon seeing this, Fan Shouwen's 4 subordinates stood up and cupped their hands together before leaving with their leader. Fan Shouwen took 2 steps forward before suddenly coming to a halt. However, as a junior, I have 2 pieces of advice for you, Old Senior. First, it's best not to go against the palace. After all, 10 years will pass in just a blink of an eye. Second, although the Black Knights can't compare with the Evil Sky Pavilion, we aren't pushovers as well. We'll take our leave now. Since they had arrived at the Evil Sky Pavilion until now, they had been constantly disregarded and disrespected. They had never been treated in this manner before. They had to forfeit their pride and dignity here. Even Fan Shouwen had acted humbly. However, after listening to Fan Shouwen's parting words, they felt extremely refreshed. The knots in their hearts seemed to have vanished with his words. They found his statement appropriate. After all, it was true that the Black Knights was no pushover. Before the 5 visitors could leave the pavilion, Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said in a deceptively calm voice, "Did I allow you to leave?" Fan Shouwen stopped in his tracks. His heart skipped a beat. "When I summoned you here, I had no intention of letting you leave." Lu Zhou waved his hand. Duan Mushang and Ming Shiyin had been itching for action. They thought their master would avoid conflict. After all, the Black Knights was sent by the palace. Duan Mushang and Ming Shiyin were not individuals who did not know the immensity of the heavens like Zuoxinchan. They really did not expect the old man to be so unyielding. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ming Shiyin and Duan Mushang shot out immediately. Fan Shouwen turned around slowly and said, "Do you really want to do this for the sake of a traitor?" Lu Zhou replied flippantly, "I'll punish the traitor in due time. This is no place for you to order me around. Tell me the mastermind behind the incident, and I'll leave your corpse intact." Realization dawned on Fan Shouwen. He returned to his seat. He cupped his hands and called out, "For Dark Knights!" "Yes, my lord." The 4 Dark Knights answered in unison. "Since the Evil Sky Pavilion wants to witness the strength of the Black Knights, we'll grant them their wish." BZZT, 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 BZZT. 4 buzzes rang in the air before 2 3-leaf and 2 2-leaf golden lotus avatars appeared. The avatars, each 30 to 40 feet tall, towered above the others, shrouded in an intimidating aura. The others looked at the 4 avatars in shock. However, Lu Zhou was not surprised. The great leader of the Black Knights, who was once on the top of the blacklist, naturally had some tricks up his sleeves. Since he was bold enough to come, it meant he was confident of his and his men's strength. The 4 Dark Knights were all nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm experts. Fan Shouwen placed his hands on his back as he said, "I stand by my words. I don't wish to become enemies with the Evil Sky Pavilion." His words grated on the ears of the listeners. This was a great example of moving forward by taking a step backward. He kept on saying he did not want to oppose the Evil Sky Pavilion, but his actions were contrary to his words. Even the Evil Sky Pavilion's traitor Yi Tianxin was angered when she heard Fan Shouwen's words. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou was considering his options. Little Yuaner could do nothing against the 4 nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm experts. Ming Shiyin and Duan Mushang could handle a knight each. That left him with 2 knights and Fan Shouwen, the leader of the Black Knights, whose cultivation base was profound. Naturally, he could use a deadly strike card and get rid of Fan Shouwen immediately. but he had yet to discover the true mastermind Fish Dragon Village incident. Moreover, if he killed Fan Shouwen, his remaining item cards were not enough to deal with the remaining 4 knights. Although he had merit points to spare to get more deadly strike cards, he wanted to save as many merit points as he could. After all, merit points were hard to come by. While Lu Zhou was deep in thoughts, one of the 4 black knights began to provoke Ming-Shirin. "Since you killed our men, I've been itching to spar with you." Ming-Shirin had just recently broken through to the nascent divinity tribulation realm after all. He was slightly flustered by this and took several steps backward. He tapped the ground with the tips of his feet before he leaped backward at an angle. This black knight was extremely confident. He intended on defeating Ming-Shirin on his own. "Stand back. We, black knights, do not have to resort to strength in numbers." The dark knights were pleased with this development. And thus, the duo fought fiercely, leaving the hall and carrying the fight to the distance. Lu Zhou thought it was just as well. Although Ming-Shirin's avatar had no leaves yet, he had been suppressed for an extended period of time before he broke through to the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Similar to Duanmushang, Ming-Shirin could be considered as being prepared. Moreover, battles like this would help with their growth. With Ming-Shirin's craftiness, he would definitely flee if he could not defeat his opponent. There was no need for him to worry about Ming-Shirin's safety. On the other hand, Duanmushang reacted differently. He said in a deep voice, "One isn't enough. 2 of you can come at me at once." He brandished his overlord spear, his chains clanking loudly in the process. Fan Shouwen turned slightly to look at Duanmushang. "A heaven-grade weapon?" The heaven-grade weapon, the overlord spear, seemed exceptionally majestic in Duanmushang's hands. The dragon coiled itself from the end of the spear's shaft to its tip. Duanmushang grabbed the dragon's tail and head simultaneously and shook the spear. Powerful and terrifying primal chi surged out of the overlord spear immediately. He did not give his opponents time to think as he charged, without warning, toward one of the Dark Knights. The Dark Knight moved his avatar and parried Duanmushang's blows. However, the gap between someone who possessed a heaven-grade weapon and someone who did not possess a heaven-grade weapon was quite wide. This was common knowledge in the cultivation world. The energy from the heaven-grade weapon increased Duanmushang's strength greatly. A skilled weapon user could also achieve a breakthrough in his avatar with a heaven-grade weapon. However, without the avatar, the advantage from the nascent divinity tribulation realm would be gone. Bang! 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 Duanmushang thrust the overlord spear out mercilessly. At this moment, the spear looked like a dragon. It seemed like he was overwhelming his opponent. He fought more valiantly as the battle dragged on. It did not take long before he and his opponent brought their fight out of the Great Hall as well. "I'll go." The third Dark Knight felt something was amiss, so he quickly decided to join in the fray, making the fight 2 against 1. With a heaven-grade weapon, Duanmushang could face off against a 2-leaf avatar and a 3-leaf avatar at once. He had been fiercely suppressing his opponent earlier. However, when another opponent joined in, the pressure on him naturally increased. The 2 Dark Knights worked together and sent powerful waves of energy at Duanmushang. Duanmushang raised the overlord spear before himself and wrapped it in his chains. Bang! Duanmushang retreated swiftly and slid across the ground on his feet. Shrouded by his energy, he created 2 long and narrow ditches as he slid across the ground. The others watched with their mouths agape. After all, Duanmushang did not seem like someone who had just recently broken through to the nascent divinity tribulation realm. He seemed more like someone who had been in this realm for a long time. He wielded his spear skillfully as well. Every time he unleashed the scorching field 100 strikes and 1,000 layers of waves, he would leave 100 afterimages of his spear in his wake. One could see how terrifying a heaven-grade weapon was. This was the reason why many cultivators coveted heaven-grade weapons. Fan Shouwen could not help but clap before he praised. "If I didn't witness this with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed a disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion who did not have any leaves could hold his own against 2 opponents." At this moment, the remaining Dark Knight at his side said softly, "Leader, I wish to join the battle as well." Fan Shouwen raised a hand but did not reply. Instead, he turned and looked at Lu Zhou, who was standing with a calm expression on his face. The 4 Dark Knights are in the nascent divinity tribulation realm. They rarely display their strength. The one who's sparring with Mingshi Yin is Old First, Cheng Zhonghe. The ones sparring with Duanmushang are Old Second, Yu Zhong, and Old Fourth, Duan Yanhong. This remaining knight is Old Third, Li Qing. He's an archer with great precision. Fan Shouwen had deliberately mentioned Li Qing's precision with the arrows. In other words, Li Qing was not a melee combatant. He could join the battle at any given moment. Fan Shouwen continued to say, "It's extremely rare to encounter a heaven-grade weapon. Li Qing isn't as fortunate. All he has is the Earth-grade Master Bow. However, with this bow, he can hit everything in his range of vision with 100% precision." At this moment, Li Qing's Master Bow resonated with his avatar and flew into his hand. Fan Shouwen cupped his hands at Lu Zhou again and said, "I'll say it again." However, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a loud buzz outside the Great Hall. Everyone turned to look at the source of the sound as well. Zhou Jifeng exclaimed in surprise, "An avatar is sprouting leaves." When an avatar sprouted leaves, it would immediately grow. Its height, the distance it covered, the radiation coverage, aura, and primal chi intake would increase as well. Mr. Third is truly talented. He sprouted a leaf in the midst of a battle. Sprouting a leaf meant his cultivation base would improve dramatically. At the same moment, they heard Duanmushang's cry. The Overlord's spear was thrust upward. Duanmushang's clothes were torn to shreds, revealing his tall, sturdy, and muscular body. He extended his arm, his chains were pulled taut. His energy surged out to the surroundings. This was the power of a cultivator who had sprouted a leaf. The Dark Knights, Old Second and Old Fourth, had to move back slightly. The Overlord's spear moved down at lightning speed, its tip slicing through the chains. Clang! Clang! The chains were broken. At this moment, Duanmushang seemed like an extremely dangerous beast as he held the Overlord's spear with his big hands. "Have a taste of my power." The trio was once again locked in battle. The battle was more ferocious than before. Lu Zhou did not expect Duanmushang to have a breakthrough at this moment. He nodded in satisfaction. Fan Shouwen waved his hand. His meaning was clear. Roger, the skilled archer, Li Qing, raised his hand and wielded the Master Bow. His primal chi and energy surged. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said coldly, "I really despise those who sneak up on others the most." He raised his right hand before aiming it forward. Fragments of a miniature card seemed to form a cyclone in his palm. Whoosh! The primal chi in the surroundings was instantly absorbed by the cyclone. Lu Zhou tossed the thing in his hand out gently. Target: skilled archer, Li Qing. Upon seeing this, Fan Shouwen panicked. He cried out, "Dodge it!" He did not expect Lu Zhou to make a move at this moment. He assumed Lu Zhou would only continue to observe the battles. At this moment, a massive hand seal appeared in the air. Great Seal of Fearlessness. The Great Seal of Fearlessness made everyone from the Evil Sky Pavilion feel safe and fearless. Fan Shouwen could sense the danger from this seal. He quickly sent Li Qing flying away with a palm strike. Li Qing tightened his grip on his bow as he flew out of the Great Hall. Only, the Great Seal of Fearlessness continued to shoot forward, picking up speed. Fan Shouwen attempted to forcefully block it with his vast energy. Bang! It's futile. Lu Zhou shook his head. Everyone was tongue-tied. They watched as the Great Seal of Fearlessness sailed toward Li Qing. This was somewhat similar to when Kong Xian was killed with a single strike on the Holy Altar. The difference was Kong Xian was killed by the Great Vajra Will Hand Seal. The Great Seal of Fearlessness was not only big, but it was fast as well. Li Qing froze in midair. He held the Master Bow in his left hand as he pulled on the bowstring with his right hand before he formed an arrow with his energy. His actions showed how skilled he was. His movements were natural and precise. It was unfortunate that there was no way to stop the Great Seal of Fearlessness. Li Qing's arrow only left minor ripples on the seal before it disappeared. His arrow seemed to have been absorbed by the seal. How's that possible? Li Qing's eyes widened. His eyes that were initially filled with confidence had been replaced with fear and despair. The powerful energy of the seal that was dense and scorching like magma landed on Li Qing's body. Nobody could clearly see how Li Qing was defeated. The Great Seal of Fearlessness had blocked their sights. They only saw the Great Seal of Fearlessness appearing before it shot out and disappeared. The spot in the air where Li Qing once stood was currently empty. He was nowhere to be seen. The air seemed to have stilled at this moment. Fan Shouwen did not even have time to activate his avatar to rescue his subordinate. Li Qing was one of his most loyal and helpful subordinates. How did he lose his subordinate just like this? His attempt to block and stop the seal with his energy had no effect at all. He could only watch helplessly as the seal flew toward his subordinate. He was greatly shaken by this feeling of powerlessness and helplessness. It seemed like the master of Evil Sky Pavilion, Ji Tiandao, his former opponent, had gotten stronger. He was stunned and found this difficult to accept. At this moment, the sounds from Duanmushang and the two Dark Knights' battle reached everyone's ears. Is this the true strength of the Evil Sky Pavilion? However, the approaching limit of his lifespan, the deterioration of his cultivation base. Fan Shouwen was perplexed. He killed Li Qing, a skilled archer in the nascent divinity tribulation realm, with just a strike. It seems like Ji Tiandao's strength is still at its peak. Master, your strength is peerless and amazing, Little Yuaner exclaimed in surprise as she clapped her hands, shattering the silence in the great hall. She pointed at Fan Shouwen and said, Master, there's someone else you missed. Zhou Jifeng and Pan Zhong were awestruck. They were not as shocked as Fan Shouwen since they had witnessed even more unbelievable scenes before this. Whether it was the nine-leaf avatar, Ji Tiandao's seemingly endless ultimate techniques that could kill his opponent with just a strike, or his strength that seemed to be still at its peak, they were more terrifying and shocking compared to the Great Seal of Fearlessness. Yi Tianxin, on the other hand, took one step back. Her frail body made it difficult for her to stand, so she took a seat on the chair. If her subordinates did not support her, nobody else would have helped her since they did not want to go near her. Fan Shouwen's expression was indiscernible under his black mask. However, his silence and straight back seemed to show he was furious and unresigned. After a while, he said through gritted teeth, I won't hold you accountable for killing the other Black Knights. However, anyone who touches the 4 Dark Knights is my enemy. Everyone could clearly see the 180 degrees change in Fan Shouwen's mannerism. He was no longer respectful when he spoke. He did not address Lu Zhou with a respectful term like he did before, and began to call Lu Zhou you. This clearly showed how angry he was. Lu Zhou continued to look at the battles taking place outside the Great Hall. Duanmu Sheng fought valiantly as the battle dragged on. Moreover, his affinity with the Overlord Spear had increased as well. A moment ago, the 2 Dark Knights had the upper hand, but they were gradually being beaten back. At this moment, it seemed like they were evenly matched. It was clear that Duanmushang would emerge victorious in the end. As for Mingshi, Lu Zhou was not worried in the least. Among the 4 Dark Knights, the one who had gotten the shorter end of the stick had to be Chun Zhonghe, or Old First. Golden Court Mountain was the Evil Sky Pavilion's territory, after all. The barrier was usually up. With their master restricting them, the disciples dared not wander out of its bound. Hence, they spent their days exploring the mountain and knew every nook and cranny like the back of their hands. Lu Zhou knew Mingshi intended to toy with his opponent by using his familiarity with the terrain to his advantage. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and looked at Fan Shouwen. Leng Luo, in the end, you've overestimated yourself. Fan Shouwen balled his hands together. His primal chi had grown agitated at this moment. The others took a step back. They knew Fan Shouwen was going to make a move soon. If the Evil Sky Pavilion doesn't take responsibility for Li Qing's death and give us an explanation, my brothers in the Black Knights and the palace will never let this matter go. Fan Shouwen's energy spiked with every word he spoke. His energy continued to grow stronger and denser. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou remained calm as usual. He did not attack Fan Shouwen immediately. He wanted to see what his former opponent, who was once on the top of the blacklist, had up his sleeves. He wanted to know why Fan Shouwen was so confident about coming here. At this moment, Fan Shouwen's primal chi surged out in all directions before a colossal avatar appeared. If the Evil Sky Pavilion structure was not stable or was not protected with special formations, the appearance of the avatar would have made the pavilion collapse. 8 Leaf! Zhou Jifeng frowned slightly. He was slightly appalled by this. If they had not personally seen Lu Zhou's 9-leaf avatar, they would have been more afraid. Even among 8-leaf avatars, there was a difference in their strength. Ji Tiandao had already possessed an 8-leaf avatar 300 years ago when he was at the top of the blacklist. Currently, he had a 9-leaf avatar. Lu Zhou continued stroking his beard. He did not think Fan Shouwen was a threat at all. He said flippantly, "Leng Luo, is this all you've got?" Fan Shouwen spoke in a deep voice. "A few centuries ago, we were evenly matched. I don't think I'll be able to defeat you now, but it'll still end in a draw." As soon as he finished speaking, he began to move, filling up the room with his afterimages. Everyone stumbled backward. Fan Shouwen's target, Lu Zhou, the master of Evil Sky Pavilion, stood in his spot. He flicked his sleeve. A great net weaved from energy seals shot out from his sleeves, shielding him. He thought to himself as he stroked his beard, "Dao invisibility technique?" He thought he would have to waste an impeccable card, but it seemed the binding cage card would suffice. The success rate is 30%. Will it hit him? Well, even if it doesn't hit him, it's still enough to distract and repel him, right? The net glittered with golden radiance and increased in size. What's this technique? Everyone was shocked by this never-seen-before sight. There was no technique in Great Yen that was similar to this. Fan Shouwen shouted, "Aren't you overestimating yourself? You think this is enough to stop an 8-leaf avatar's Dao invisibility technique?" Whoosh! 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 Fan Shouwen moved at lightning speed toward the net. 10 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Clang! Before Fan Shouwen reached Lu Zhou, the net suddenly moved to the floor, and a large cage that was also shining with gold brilliance suddenly appeared, occupying most of the space in the Great Hall. Bam! Fan Shouwen, who was using the Dao invisibility technique, charged into the cage, unable to stop his momentum. Ding! Captured an 8-leaf nascent divinity tribulation realm expert. Rewarded with 200 merit points. The binding cage had landed. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. Well, there's the word cage in its name after all. It can't possibly only be a net. This item is more useful than I had expected. He wondered how many merit points would he be rewarded with if he killed an 8-leaf target. Capturing the target had earned him fewer points compared to capturing a disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion. If the binding cage card did not capture Fan Shouwen, he would have incurred a loss. Fan Shouwen rammed against the thin bars of the cage that was formed by special energy, trying to free himself. Lu Zhou stood with his hands on his back as he asked, "Leng Luo, I'll ask you again. Who's the mastermind behind the Fish Dragon Village's incident?" At the same time, the cage began shrinking. Before this, it had taken up almost the entire space of the Great Hall. It began shrinking toward the center. Fan Shouwen retreated, but he did not answer Lu Zhou's question. He looked around the cage before saying in a deep voice, "You think you can keep me here? You think you can keep me here?" Fan Shouwen's words were filled with confidence. After all 8-leaf nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivators were confident of their own strength. The four-walled cage formed a square matrix and continued to shrink. Fan Shouwen took 3 steps back. He raised his arms before himself and began making hand seals. Lu Zhou nodded lightly and praised him. The Dao invisibility grand technique? This was a good opportunity for him to test binding cage's ability. Would the cage be able to withstand the grand technique? In just a blink of an eye, Fan Shouwen completed the hand seals. As soon as he was done, a wave of energy surged out from him again. Bang! The cage continued to shrink. Bang! 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 Countless afterimages ricocheted off the cage's inner wall. It was as though a frenzied beast was rampaging the cage at this moment. The eyes of the average person would not be able to catch the movements of Fan Shouwen's afterimages. His speed was too fast after all. However, cultivators would still be able to catch glimpses of his movements even if it was not very clear. This showed that Fan Shouen's strength was extraordinary. The banging noise continued to resonate in the Great Hall. However, even with the grand technique, Fan Shouen failed to free himself from the binding cage. Lu Zhou shook his head. You can only blame yourself for being unlucky. The capture rate is only 30% and yet you still got caught. After a while, he found that the banging noise grated on his ears. He called out, "Shrink!" With the simple command, the binding cage shrank at an amazing speed. Crack! Fan Shouen's armor and mask were shattered, revealing his face. The cage had now shrunk itself to the point where it was binding his body. Lu Zhou only glanced at Fan Shouen indifferently before he averted his eyes into the distance. Fan Shouen's face was disfigured, making him look terrifying. Well, as the saying went, it would be difficult to keep one's shoes dry if one were to frequently travel along the river. Fan Shouen had committed all sorts of evil deeds 300 years ago. It was not surprising that he would bear the scars for that. After that, he had taken a completely different path from Ji Tiandao. It was ironic to see him in this state. Lu Zhou said, "From the very beginning until the end, you're the one who had overestimated yourself." At this point, Fan Shouen had given up on struggling. He could sense that the cage was not only locking him in place, but it was also affecting his cultivation base. He tried to circulate the primal qi in his Dantian sea of qi, but to no avail. He did not even entertain the thought of breaking free using his physical strength. He looked at Lu Zhou, clearly unwilling to accept his defeat. Lu Zhou seemed unbothered by the events as though everything had gone according to his plan, which it did. "Old senior, what is it that you want?" Fan Shouen was puzzled. The Evil Sky Pavilion's strength had truly exceeded his expectations. Everything that happened today was out of his expectations. Lu Zhou asked coldly, "Who's the mastermind behind the Fish Dragon Village incident?" Fan Shouen could not believe that this all-powerful old villain would offend the Black Knights and the important people in the palace for a traitor. He coughed and turned away. Lu Zhou did not mind. He said, "I have time on my hands." "Time?" Fan Shouen chuckled. 15 years. I'll give you 15 years at most. After that, who will remember you?" Little Yuana raised her hand and retorted, "I will." Fan Shouen looked at the girl speechlessly. Lu Zhou only said, "That's not important. Old senior, it's pointless to kill me. All those who join the Black Knights are prepared to lose their lives. Even if you kill all of us, you won't get anything out of us." Obstinate. Lu Zhou shook his head lightly. After that, he no longer bothered with Fan Shouen. After all, Fan Shouen had spent 300 years in the Black Knights. It was more than enough time for him to grow resilient and keep his mouth shut. Someone like Fan Shouen could not be threatened with death. In any case, Lu Zhou was not in a hurry. Since the people in this land thought he only had another decade or so to live, he would do his best to live a good and long life despite them. Outside the Great Hall, Duanmushang seemed to have transformed into another person after sprouting a leaf. His primal qi was overbearing and his movements were violent and harsh. Despite that, his mind was keen. He always managed to evade the two Dark Knights' attacks before they landed on him. The trio's battle was truly intense. Even the limestone flooring of the plaza outside the Great Hall was completely ruined. However, this was not the time to be concerned about such things. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and calmly observed the battle. The trio was firmly locked in battle. After a while, he said in a deep voice, "Too slow." His voice that had been suffused with primal qi traveled to Duanmushang's ears. Duanmushang understood his master's meaning. As he moved, his speed greatly increased suddenly. At this moment, the Overlord spear he was wielding could no longer be seen. After images could be seen everywhere. The two Dark Knights were slightly taken aback. After the drawn-out battle, it would be difficult for them to maintain their speed and strength. However, not only did Duanmushang maintain his speed and strength, but it seemed as though they had increased as well. "What a monster!" Lu Zhou pointed at the ongoing fight and said, "Lang Luo, Not only did you overestimate yourself, but you truly underestimated the Evil Sky Pavilion as well. It was obvious that Duanmushang was fast gaining the upper hand. The two Dark Knights suddenly felt the pressure on them increasing dramatically as thousands of afterimages from the spear shot toward them. The attacks seemed to be unaffected by their energies and the protection from their avatars. If the Overlord Spear's full potential was unleashed, it could even break avatars. The two Dark Knights began to buckle under the pressure as they retreated with their avatars. Impossible! How could a nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm cultivator, who had just sprouted a leaf pressure, a 2-leaf and 3-leaf nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm cultivator at the same time? When Duanmushang leaped up, Lu Zhou said to him, "When are you going to use your strongest technique if not now?" The strongest technique of a cultivation method was called a grand technique. A grand technique would drain much of one's primal qi. Therefore, cultivators would not recklessly cast their grand techniques. However, Duanmushang seemed like a machine that was filled with unlimited primal qi. He did not show any signs of slowing down at all. After listening to his master's words, he was filled with confidence. He brandished his Overlord Spear as he remembered Lu Zhou's demonstration of a grand technique. The spear and the sword were just a means to the same end. He cried out, "Imperfect divine intervention!" In just an instant, countless spear shadows appeared and descended. Retreat! The two Dark Knights fell back swiftly. Unfortunately, it was too late. Bang! 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 The two Dark Knights' protective energies were breached by the Overlord Spear. At the same time, the spear's shadows thrust at them from left and right. With two quick jabs, they were sent flying. Crash! The two Dark Knights landed on the damaged limestone floor with a crash. Blood flowed out of the wounds on their shoulders. As they pressed their hands to their shoulders to staunch the bleeding, they looked at Duanmushang in fear. They had been overwhelmingly defeated. There was no backhanded scheme or sneak attack. Duanmushang had defeated them fairly. Lu Zhou's expression was calm. He stroked his beard and nodded. With the victory, Duanmushang's confidence rose to the sky. He was ecstatic. He fell to one knee and cupped his hands together before he said, "Thank you for the instructions, Master. I'm glad I didn't fail you and managed to defeat these two." He pointed at Yuchong and Duan Yanhong with his Overlord Spear, worried they would escape under his nose. Fan Shouwen gripped the bars of the cage. His eyes were filled with incredulity. "Only, there's one more," Lu Zhou said coldly. Fan Shouwen gulped. His initial confidence and bravado had been whittled away by the continuous blows. "This subordinate is useless. This subordinate is useless." Yu Zhong and Duan Yanhong cried out in unison, looking ashamed. Upon hearing this, little Yuaner spoke up. "There's no need to call yourself useless. Since you're defeated by my master, you can brag about it in the future." Duanmushang scratched his head. "Wasn't I the one who defeated them?" Little Yuaner giggled and moved to Lu Zhou's side. She said, "Third senior brother, you should thank Master for giving you the Overlord Spear, since it helped your avatar to sprout a leaf." When little Yuaner mentioned the Overlord Spear, the others were filled with envy. The highlight of the battle was the Overlord Spear after all. The two Dark Knights, Yuchong and Duan Yanhong, accepted their defeat gracefully. After all, they had been beaten up by a monster like Duanmushang. Moreover, he was armed with a heaven-grade weapon. Duanmushang nodded. "You're right, little junior sister. My imperfect divine intervention is a far cry from Master's strength. If it weren't for the Overlord Spear, I wouldn't have been able to defeat those two." Yuchong and Duan Yanhong looked up with great difficulty. When they saw the bound Fan Shouwen, they looked frightened. Why was the leader of the Black Knights, a person with an 8-leaf avatar, powerless to fight back? At the very least, they had fought fiercely with their 2- and 3-leaf avatars even though they were defeated in the end. With their leader's cultivation base, he should have been able to fight with Ji Tiandao for 3 days and 3 nights before the results were clear. They could not be blamed for being unaware of what had happened in the Hall of Evil Sky Pavilion since they were engrossed in their battle. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou was still standing inside the Great Hall as though it was just another normal day. He looked at Yuchong and Duan Yanhong before he said coldly, Seal their cultivation bases. Understood. Duanmushang cupped his hands together. At this moment, Pan Zhong stepped forward and said, "Leave this to me. I'm an expert in this." A cultivator's cultivation base essentially circulates primal qi from their Dantian sea of qi through their 8 extraordinary meridians. The conventional method of sealing the 8 meridians isn't as easy as it looks. Many cunning characters like to tweak their dantians so they can unblock their sealed meridians. Lu Zhou stood with his hands on his back as he nodded and said, "Indeed, the Clarity Sex Meridian sealing technique has its unique strong points." Pan Zhong felt even more motivated when he heard Lu Zhou's praise. Yuchong glared at Pan Zhong and said, "The Clarity Sect is a prestigious sect of the Noble Path. How can the sect have a traitor like you?" These words pricked Pan Zhong's sore point. "Shut up, loser." He moved quickly and cast his meridian sealing technique. Duanmushang stood at the side as he held the Overlord spear upside down. He kept a close eye on the 2 dark knights. If they made any sudden movements, he would instantly turn them into 2 dead souls. It did not take long before Pan Zhong sealed Yuchong and Duan Yanhong's cultivation bases. He was only a Divine Court Realm cultivator, so he nearly spent all his energy sealing 2 nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm elites' cultivation bases. He did not have any primal qi left at this moment. After he wiped the sweat off his forehead, he cupped his hands together and said, "Pavilion Master, I've sealed their 8 meridians. Nobody can unblock them except for me." Lu Zhou merely waved his hand, and Pan Zhong returned to his spot. Then Lu Zhou said, "Lock them up. Keep them under constant supervision." Even with their cultivation bases sealed, he wanted someone to keep an eye on them at all times. It was good for Pan Zhong to feel confident, but being overconfident could lead to being conceited. Understood. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng stepped forward to bring the 2 away. Without their cultivation bases, they were like a piece of meat on a chopping board. Lu Zhou returned to his throne in the Great Hall. He sat down slowly and called out, "Yi Tianxin." Yi Tianxin shuddered. Perhaps it was due to her weakened state, but she seemed to be in great pain. When Lu Zhou called her name, she got off the chair and fell on her knees. She said emotionally, "My master." Lu Zhou shook his head with an indifferent expression on his face, ignoring Yi Tianxin. Instead, he looked at Fan Shuan. He said, "Leng Luo, I've given you many chances. Since you don't cherish them, don't blame me for being cruel." Fan Shuan forced himself to stand up. The binding cage kept him restrained like a band-tightening spell. He said, "Old senior, there's no need to waste your breath. Since I've been defeated, I deserve to die." Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "A person with an 8-leaf avatar is willing to keep a secret for someone in the palace. Is this person worth throwing your life away?" At this point, he did not think he would be able to discover the mastermind's identity. It must be one hell of a secret for an elite with an 8-leaf avatar to guard this secret with his life. He would have to find another way to investigate this matter. Fan Shuan said, "At this point, it's meaningless to exchange any words." Lu Zhou shook his head. His manner was as cold as ever. At this moment, a system notification suddenly popped up. Ding! Mingshi has killed a target in the nascent Divinity Tribulation realm. Rewarded 1,000 merit points. Lu Zhou did not show any emotion when he heard this. He only shook his head as he said, "The Dark Knight, Chen Zhanghe, do you think he's still alive?" Fan Shuan thought Lu Zhou was trying to attack him psychologically. He turned away with a scoff. Chen Zhanghe is highly skilled. Although Mingshi is very powerful, he shouldn't have left the Great Hall. The wider the space, the more advantageous it is for Chen Zhanghe. You've killed Li Qing, and Chen Zhanghe will kill Mingshi. I guess we're even now. Little Yuaner could not stand to hear these words and cursed instantly. Bullshit! Anyone can brag. Brag! Fan Shuan chuckled before he said with his hoarse voice, "Little girl, the evil sky pavilion is indeed very powerful, but it has turned you into a frog in the well. When I traveled under the heavens unfettered many years ago, even your master couldn't stop me. Why are you glaring at me?" Little Yuaner turned away huffily and suddenly looked outside the Great Hall. Although Fan Shouwen was restrained by the binding cage, it did not stop him from turning his head when he discovered Duan Mushang, Yi Tianxin, and the female cultivators from the derived Moon Palace were looking outside the Great Hall as well. Mingshi Yin had appeared at the entrance, and the light shone on him as he slowly walked in. It was clear that he was in a battered state. His robes were stained red with blood. He held a short knife in his right hand that was still dripping with blood. Upon seeing this, Fan Shouwen frowned, and his heart began to race. He wanted to make a move, but the Overlord Spear's tip suddenly appeared in his line of sight. If you want to die, one thrust from the spear is all it takes to kill you, Duan Mushang said threateningly. At this moment, Mingshi Yin had walked into the Great Hall, looking slightly exhausted. However, a hint of glee could be seen on his face. He was clearly pleased by his victory. He placed the knife on the floor and said, "I didn't kill Chun Zhonghe on purpose. He was hiding a top Earth-grade weapon. I had no choice but to kill him out of self-defense." Fan Shouwen's eye twitched uncontrollably. He had thought Chun Yonghe's victory was certain. After all, Mingshi Yin had no weapon, and he had not sprouted any leaves on his avatar yet. On the other hand, Chun Zhonghe was the Dark Knight with the most profound cultivation base. Chun Zhonghe had a peak 3-leaf avatar, and he possessed an Earth-grade weapon. He began to cough violently, unable to accept this outcome. His surging qi and blood brought him unbearable pain. The female cultivators from the derived Moon Palace were greatly shocked. They did not know the Evil Sky Pavilion was this powerful. The derived Moon Palace was too insignificant in comparison. After listening to Mingshi Yin's report, Lu Zhou merely offered a small praise. Not bad. Mingshi Yin was delighted to hear this. His expression brightened as he said, "Master, this Earth-grade weapon is extremely precious. I'd like to refine it." Fan Shouwen roared, "You dare!" Little Yuaner quickly retorted, "Really? You're trying to intimidate us at this stage." Chun Zhonghe, who had died, would turn in his grave if he knew his weapon was going to be refined. However, Mingshi Yin could not have cared less about these things. "I ask for your permission, Master." How could Fan Shouwen not feel furious? These people wanted to refine his dead subordinate's weapon after all. However, as the loser, he had no say in this. If he had been defeated by those from the noble path, he could still mock them. However, this was the Evil Sky Pavilion. Even if Mingshi Yin ripped out Chun Zhonghe's tendons and bones, there was nothing he could say about it. He could only glare at these people helplessly. He tried to circulate his primal qi again, but he discovered his dantian was still empty. Fan Shouwen was a knowledgeable man. He had traveled far and wide and had seen all kinds of cultivation methods and techniques from different sections. However, this was his first time encountering the binding cage technique. The more unfamiliar he was with something, the more difficult it would be for him to defend against it. Lu Zhou sat with his back straight on his throne as he looked at the knife. Finally, he said emotionlessly, "Bring it to me." "Yes, Master." Mingshi Yin was inwardly delighted. He picked up the precious knife with both his hands and presented it to Lu Zhou reverently before obediently retreating to the side. Heaven-grade weapons were extremely rare. Many cultivators would not even encounter one in their entire lives. Moreover, even if they possessed a heaven-grade weapon, if their cultivation bases were not, at least in the nascent divinity tribulation realm, they would not dare to simply disclose it. After all, it would be difficult for them to guard against stronger cultivators who coveted the heaven-grade weapons. Therefore, many cultivators were content with possessing a top Earth-grade weapon. It could be tempered and refined into a heaven-grade weapon in the future. However, it was extremely difficult to refine a weapon. It was impossible to refine weapons without spending several decades on the process. Even then, many cultivators were willing to try it since the lure of a heaven-grade weapon was too strong. Lu Zhou picked up the knife and appraised it. The knife's design was not the best. In fact, it was slightly on the uglier side. He raised his right hand and Unnamed appeared out of thin air in his hand. He used Unnamed to slash across the knife. Everyone else was stunned and baffled by Lu Zhou's action. From their perspective, It only seemed like Lu Zhou had drawn his finger across the knife. The knife was a top Earth-grade weapon after all. They thought it was preposterous that Lu Zhou was trying to break the knife with his bare hands. Although all of them shared the same thought naturally, none of them dared to verbalize their thoughts. Fan Xiuwen said in his deep voice, "As expected of a villain, coveting the possession of a dead man, how do you sleep at night?" Ming Shiyin rolled his eyes and said, "If we live by your standards, those who fight over weapons in the cultivation world won't be able to sleep at night." Fan Xiuwen could not retort. It was indeed common for people to fight over weapons. Lu Zhou shook his head after inspecting the weapon. Previously, when he had used Unnamed against the male and female twin swords, the twin swords were unscathed. Currently, this peak Earth-grade weapon was also unaffected by Unnamed. Did this mean Unnamed was not even at the Earth-grade level? Lu Zhou tossed the knife away, and Ming Shiyin caught it immediately. Ming Shiyin was positively delighted. However, as soon as he caught the knife, he heard a soft crack before he saw a fine crack appearing on the knife. It did not take long before it snapped into two and fell to the ground. Ming Shiyin was as motionless as a wooden chicken as he stared at the broken knife with a stunned expression. The knife was cleanly cut like tofu. Fan Xiuwen frowned. Although Lu Zhou's expression was calm, he was inwardly shocked. It seemed like Unnamed was stronger than a peak Earth-grade weapon. It was highly like that Unnamed was a heaven-grade weapon. A heaven-grade weapon that could transform into different forms was definitely a priceless treasure. Ming Shiyin's stunned expression quickly turned bitter. He had gone through great pains to obtain this weapon, but his master had broken it with his bare hands. He lamented inwardly, "Master, didn't I work hard enough?" Finally, Lu Zhou said, "A mere Earth-grade weapon isn't fit to enter my evil sky pavilion." Ming Shiyin was stunned, speechless. A mere Earth-grade weapon. Then, did this mean there were better weapons in the evil sky pavilion? Little Yuan giggled and said, "Fourth senior brother. Look at the weapon in third senior brother's hands. That's the Overlord spear. Isn't it cool?" Third senior brother fought against two opponents with that weapon. Ming Shiyin turned to look at the Overlord spear in Duanmushang's hands. The Overlord spear's length and the dragon carving that was wrapped around the shaft gave it a sophisticated air. He recalled when the 10 elites laid siege to Golden Court Mountain. He had urged Duanmushang to leave, but Duanmushang would not leave because the Overlord spear was here. He did not expect his master to give such a precious weapon to Duanmushang. His heart felt heavy as he thought about how unfair it was. Compared to a heaven-grade weapon, a peak Earth-grade weapon was truly similar to trash. "Master, your majestic power knows no bounds. This garbage can't even take one hit from you. It's clearly a crude weapon," Ming Shiyin finally said before he kicked the broken knife away. After kicking the knife away, he smiled ingratiatingly before he asked, "Master, when will I be able to possess a weapon suitable for me?" Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "Carry out your duties well." Ming Shiyin was greatly delighted by these words. They were equivalent to a promise that he would be given a heaven-grade weapon. Although his master did not specify when he would be given the weapon, his master was a man of his word. He did not hesitate as he fell to his knees and kowtowed sincerely. "Thank you, master. I'll continue to work hard, and I won't let you down." Loyalty plus 2%. Lu Zhou nodded lightly. This was much better compared to when he had just transmigrated here. Ming Shiyin's loyalty was much more stable compared to before. As expected, it was difficult to just rely on intimidation and brute strength to obtain someone's loyalty. At this moment, two female cultivators from Derived Moon Palace cried out in unison. Palace Master, are you all right?" Two female cultivators from the Derived Moon Palace helped Yi Tianxin, who had fainted, up. Little Yuan quickly ran over and briefly examined Yi Tianxin. She said, "She's fine. You'll scare my master by making a fuss like this." Ming Shiyin was speechless. Little junior sister mentions master at every opportunity. "I certainly can't compare to her." Lu Zhou waved his arm and said, "Lock her in the South Pavilion, so she can continue reflecting on her actions." "Yes, master." Little Yuaner brought Yi Tianxin and the two female cultivators from derived Moon Palace out of the Evil Sky Pavilion's Great Hall. At the same time, Lu Zhou discovered that Yi Tianxin's hatred was decreasing rapidly. It seemed like her hatred that stemmed from the incident in Fish Dragon Village was disappearing. Initially, he only wanted Fan Xiuwen to explain the reason behind the incident. However, Fang Xiuwen's stubborn manner of concealing the incident only piqued his interest. Moreover, this matter was also highly likely to be related to his missing memories. After mulling over it for a moment, he said indifferently, "Seal his cultivation base and lock him up." "Yes, master." Duanmu Shang grabbed Fan Xiuwen's shoulder. Fan Xiuwen was like a chick after being bound by the binding cage technique. He was carried out of the Great Hall by Duanmu Shang with a single arm. Since Lu Zhou was not certain the binding cage card would last, he quickly ordered his disciple to seal Fan Xiuwen's cultivation base. He had time on his hands, so he'll use the various tricks in his arsenal to make Fan Xiuwen talk. Lu Zhou was still lost in his thoughts when a female cultivator walked into the Great Hall. "Pavilion Master, the Black Knights at the foot of the mountain are making a ruckus, refusing to leave." It was only natural that the Black Knights refused to leave since Fan Xiuwen, their leader, had been captured. When Lu Zhou considered the palace's connection to them, he said nonchalantly, "Fan Xiuwen is staying in the Evil Sky Pavilion. Tell those who have no business here to leave." He had used the word, "staying," to tell those people that Fan Xiuwen was still alive. The female cultivator looked at Lu Zhou timidly as she asked, But what if they still refuse to leave?" "Only leave it to Mingshi." "Understood. I'll inform Mr. Forth about this." At the foot of Golden Court Mountain, several hundred meters beyond the barrier, dozens of Black Knights were looking up at the Evil Sky Pavilion. Due to the barrier, they could only stomp their feet helplessly in frustration. Meanwhile, hidden nearby in the forest, an elegant man dressed in green robes was silently observing this. A person dressed in all black stood behind the green-clad man. The black-clad man asked respectfully, "Senior, are we going to attack these people?" The green-clad swordsman did not look at the black-clad man who stood behind him. A smile bloomed on his face before he said, "Tell your sect master that I have no intention of taking lives today. Tell him that I'm sorry." For some reason, when the black-clad man heard the word, "sorry," he took a step back in spite of himself. He said awkwardly, "Senior, you killed the sword freak, Chan Wenjia, previously. Who's your next target?" The green-clad swordsman gave the black-clad man a sideways glance, causing the black-clad man to retreat further. He was quite frightened, worried that the green-clad swordsman would say he was the next target. "Don't worry. I've always been a gentle and polite person. Your sect master knows that well," the green-clad swordsman said indifferently. I'm just feeling pressured from your powerful aura. Senior, I hope you're not offended by this." The black-clad man's knees were knocking against each other at this moment. "It's fine," the green-clad swordsman said gently. "Thank you for passing on information for me these days." The black-clad man wiped the sweat off his face as he sighed in relief. The green-clad swordsman continued to say, "If I ever plan to kill you, I'll let you know beforehand, my friend." He had clearly paused for a moment before he added the words, "my friend." The black-clad man felt like crying. "You plan to tell your target you're going to kill them before you kill them?" He no longer dared to say anything. He only stood silently at the back. The green-clad swordsman continued observing the Black Knights. He shook his head and sighed before he said, "Fan Xiuwen, the leader of the Black Knights, has been in there for half a day. I doubt he'll be coming back out. Senior, won't you wait a little longer? It's boring." The green-clad swordsman turned around and left. After walking about 100 meters away into the forest, he disappeared into thin air. The black-clad man stumbled, nearly losing his footing. He heaved a long sigh. "This mission will be the end of me." After he calmed down, he continued to observe the Black Knights. At this moment, he saw a person flying out of the barrier. The person circled above the Black Knights before he came to a halt. Evil Sky Pavilion's Mingshi? No matter how well-trained the Black Knights were, They could not help but take several steps back under Mingshi Yin's intimidating aura. In the end, they could only helplessly leave the Golden Court Mountain. The black-clad man nodded to himself as he muttered under his breath. No wonder Senior Sword Devil left. Even Fan Shouwen, who has an 8-leaf avatar, is helpless against the evil Sky Pavilion. The old villain is truly impressive. It did not take long before he left the forest as well. Evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhou looked at his merit points on the system dashboard. He had 2,210 merit points left. The reward for capturing Fan Shouwen was much less compared to killing a nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm elite. I have 5 luck points. I did 2 draws previously, and all I got was a thank you and too bad message. Lu Zhou considered it for a moment. Perhaps I should try again. After all, 3rd time's the charm. Lucky draw. Ding. Spent 50 merit points on a lucky draw. Thank you for participating. Luck +1. Lu Zhou shook his head. He resisted the urge to make another draw. This is the same as refining a weapon. I have to be patient and wait for an opportunity. I can't let it get to my head. Name Lu Zhou. Race human. Cultivation base. Brahmin C8 meridians. Merit points. 2,160. Avatar Mighty 4 quadrants. Remaining life. 5,801 days. Item. Deadly Strike card X1. Impeccable card X2. Critical Block card X7. Passive. Cagebind X5. Wizard. Buy-in. Weapon. Unnamed. Amorous Hoop. Owner. Yi Tianxin. Requires re-refining before use. Cultivation method. These Scrolls of Heavenly Writing. 5 Energy Universe costs 8,000 merit points. Lu Zhou muttered to himself with a frown. He did not think he would have enough points even if he killed Fan Shouwen and the others. He sighed. And this is only the 5 Energy Universe. I'm certain the 6 recombinant trigram lines, 7 Star Soul, and 8 methods connected aren't any cheaper than the 5 Energy Universe. Lu Zhou waved his arm, and the dashboard disappeared. There was no need to feel embarrassed about this. He was just starting out compared to Ji Tiandao, who had lived to almost a millennium. Hasty men don't get to eat hot tofu. At this moment, Mingshi Yin ran into the Great Hall and said, Master, I've locked our captives up. There won't be any problem, Master. When he saw Lu Zhou was deep in thought, he quickly bowed, obviously trying to flatter Lu Zhou. Perhaps Lu Zhou was used to it, he did not feel particularly special. For all he cared, Mingshi Yin could flatter him forever. This fellow, I think he's possessed by Hushin. What's the matter? Lu Zhou asked indifferently. Master, Fan Shouwen is stubbornly refusing to reveal the mastermind behind the Fish Dragon Village's incident. However, I have a suggestion. With a smile on his face, Mingshi Yin made a hammering motion. Lu Zhou said, Fan Shouwen is the leader of the Black Knights. If he's capable of reaching that position, do you think your torture is enough to make him talk? Well, what if he refuses to talk? Mingshi Yin asked in confusion. There's no hurry. Lu Zhou stood up slowly. He walked down the stairs with his hands on his back as he continued saying, The mastermind must be holding something over Fan Shouwen's head. Mingshi Yin asked tentatively, Are you planning to deal with the palace, Master? Lu Zhou's expression was calm. He did not answer the question. Currently, the only person capable of obtaining information from the palace was Jiang Aijian, since he had access to the palace's archives. However, that was before Jiang Aijian left the palace. Now that he had left, it was unlikely that he would be able to access the palace's archives. Moreover, this matter was a tightly guarded secret. A thought suddenly appeared unbidden in Lu Zhou's mind. What if the palace leaked the archive on purpose to use the Evil Sky Pavilion and the Black Knights as pawns? After thinking about it, he called out, Mingshi Yin. Yes, Master. I'll leave interrogating Fan Shouwen to you, Lu Zhou said with a wave of his hand. Mingshi Yin replied respectfully, Yes, Master. I'll interrogate this person thoroughly and find out the mastermind behind the incident as soon as I can. After saying that, he paused for a moment before he continued to say, Master, Fan Shouwen is such a powerful person. The 2 dark knights we imprisoned are also elites. I've just entered the nascent divinity tribulation recently, and I don't even have a suitable weapon. Would you get lost? Yes, master. Mingshi immediately swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue and ran out of the pavilion. A bitter expression appeared on his face. It seems like my achievements have to be befitting of the type of weapon I want. He felt his heart wrench when he recalled the broken knife. Old Fourth. Who's that? Mingshi asked irritably. He was not in a good mood at this moment. Duanmushang appeared, brandishing the Overlord spear. Old Fourth, come spar with me. Look at my Overlord spear. T3rd senior brother? I have something I need to attend to. That won't do. You're the only person in the entire Evil Sky Pavilion who can spar with me. Han Zhong and Zhou Jifeng aren't enough. I can't even get a good exercise out of them. Duanmushang walked over and patted Mingshi shoulder. Mingshi eyes darted around as he said, Master has ordered me to interrogate Fan Shouwen today. It's related to the Fish Dragon Village incident. Senior brother, why don't you spar with little junior sister? Speak of the she-devil. Little Yuaner sailed through the air and landed on a branch above their heads. I'll tell Master 2 of you are bullying me. As soon as she finished speaking, she left. Duanmushang frowned. He said with a sigh, You can interrogate Fan Shouwen later. It'll only take a moment. He patted Mingshi shoulder again. Senior brother, be gentle. Shortly after, the sounds from a one-sided fight could be heard from behind the mountain. After all, Duanmushang was already capable of suppressing Mingshi before he possessed the Overlord Spear. Now that he possessed the Overlord Spear, there was no question about the outcome of the fight. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou was about to study the heavenly writing again when little Yuaner came running into the great hall. Master Jiang Aijin has sent a letter. Read it. Little Yuaner retrieved the letter from her pocket and read out loud. It's the palace's intention to weaken the Black Knights. There's no need to fear retaliation from the palace, old senior. Lu Zhou felt suspicious. The emperor had direct command of the special troop. Why would he want to weaken them? Little Yuaner continued reading. You wanted to investigate the truth behind the Fish Dragon Village's incident, but I'm sorry to say that I, the know-it-all, know nothing about this as well. However, the emperor is certainly not the mastermind. She gritted her teeth when she read the letter. It said that the Fish Dragon Village of Measure Heaven River holds many secrets. Officers can still be seen patrolling the area every now and then. This is a top-secret archive, and it can't be accessed. By the way, I'm throwing in 2 pieces of information for free. 1, the sword freak, Chun Wenjie, has been killed by Yu Shangrong. Didn't I tell you he would die soon for being ambiguous with his stance? 2nd, Ren Buping, the master of Fiend Temple, has come out of isolated cultivation. He has gone to the Green Jade Altar to meet the righteous sect. Also, please don't forget about the sword you promised me. Ha ha ha. Lu Zhou was only interested in the Fish Dragon Village for now. He did not care about other matters. He was suspicious of the information he heard. There are officers patrolling the Measure Heaven River's Fish Dragon Village even now? If Jiang Aijin called such a minor detail a top secret, things are clearly more complicated than they seem. Officers patrolling the area? Little Yuaner saw her master deep in thoughts. She wanted to speak but did not dare to. Lu Zhou looked up and saw little Yuaner swallowing her words, so he asked, Is there something else? Master, if I tell you, you mustn't blame me. Little Yuaner hugged Lu Zhou's arm, trying to act like a spoiled child. If it were in the past, she would not have dared to do this. This was a clear sign that Lu Zhou had changed little Yuaner and had influence over her. I'll slowly teach her. I just hope that she doesn't wander down the wrong path in the future. Lu Zhou shook his head. What am I thinking about? When little Yuaner saw her master shaking his head, she said excitedly, I knew you won't blame me, master. I want a heaven-grade weapon as well. Something like the Overlord Spear. I want a big and majestic weapon. Lu Zhou knocked little Yuaner head before he chided. How many times do I have to tell you that your cultivation base is too weak to handle a heaven-grade weapon? We'll talk about this when you're in the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Really? I always keep my words. Little Yuaner giggled and said, I'll break through to the nascent divinity tribulation realm soon. Compared to Lu Zhou's other disciples, little Yuaner's loyalty was the highest. She was also frequently by his side. Naturally, he wished for her cultivation base to be higher. Before his cultivation base was restored, little Yuaner was his greatest strength. She was inexperienced in worldly affairs and naive. Compared to the other disciples, she was much easier to educate. When Lu Zhou thought about his disciples, he willed the mission board to appear. His main mission was still to discipline these villains. Duanmushang, Mingshi, and Zhao Yu's loyalty points were not too bad. He could still handle the difficulty of disciplining them. The problem lay with those who had left the Evil Sky Pavilion. The difficulty seemed insurmountable for those who had left. Old Eight's cultivation base was the lowest, so there was no need to worry too much. He was only relying on his moniker, the Evil King, to intimidate people on the streets. His intimidation worked very well since he was a disciple from the Evil Sky Pavilion. Old First Yu Zhenghai, Old Second Yu Shangrong, and Old Seventh Si Wuya. These three were the ones giving Lu Zhou a headache. Not only did they possess terrifying heaven-grade weapons, but their cultivation bases were profound as well. Moreover, they were not alone. They had helpers who were as strong as the Black Knights. Thinking about this, he found himself missing Ji Tiandao's peak form card. If I have countless peak form cards, I can fearlessly roam the lands. Pavilion Master. Zhou Jifeng came in at this moment. He cupped his hands together and said, Mr. Sixth, Yi Tianxin is awake. She wants to see you. Yi Tianxin was imprisoned in the South Pavilion. Without Lu Zhou's order, no one dared to let her out. Even the female cultivators from the derived Moon Palace did not dare to do such a thing. Golden Court Mountain was short on hands recently, and they were used as general workers. The female cultivators did these tasks willingly as well. It was a much better option than being confined in the cold cave of reflection. I refuse, Lu Zhou said coldly. Understood. Zhou Jifeng cupped his hands together and left. With her master's promise, little Yuaner was suddenly motivated to work hard, so she left to cultivate as well. When Lu Zhou saw that he was finally alone, he focused on comprehending the heavenly writing. It was almost dusk when Zhou Jifeng walked into the Great Hall again. Pavilion Master, Yi Tianxin says that she'll continue to kneel until you come and see her. She's kneeling at the exit of the South Pavilion. Let her kneel then. Understood. Zhou Jifeng left. Lu Zhou did not remain in the Great Hall. He went into the hidden chamber and continued to focus on studying. Dispose of your distracting thoughts. Empty your heart and mind. When morning came, Lu Zhou finally stopped studying. He felt refreshed. The freshness he was experiencing was much better than having a good night's rest. He stood up and moved his limbs, but everything seemed normal. Maybe the extraordinary power has taken effect, but I've yet to discover it. In any case, it's becoming clearer and clearer that comprehending the heavenly writing is truly beneficial to me. At this moment, a soft voice rang from the other side of the door. Pavilion Master. What's the matter? Lu Zhou responded as he clicked the button to open the hidden chamber's door. Yi Tianxin has been kneeling for the entire night. Lu Zhou waved his arm and said, Let her be. There's no need to report this to me. Understood. Zhou Jifeng left again. Ding! Punishing the evil disciple Yi Tianxin. Rewarded with 100 merit points. Lu Zhou noticed the system notification had used the word punish and not discipline. Although the hatred points had vanished, the loyalty points were not satisfactory. If he was not thorough in meting out punishments, he would not be fit to bear the title of the Patriarch of Evil Sky Pavilion. When Lu Zhou finally entered the Great Hall, Mingshi was already there. He saw Mingshi face was swollen and bruised. He decided it was too much of a hassle to ask Mingshi what had happened, so he only asked, How did the interrogation go? Mingshi bowed and said, Fan Shouwen is truly stubborn. If I didn't recall your words, Master, I would have resorted to torture. The Black Knights are also experts in torture. It's expected that we can't get anything out of him by interrogating him. Lu Zhou was not surprised by the outcome. Should we just kill him then? He's no use to us alive anyway, Mingshi said. Lu Zhou waved his hand and said, "There's use for him yet. An 8-leaf nascent divinity tribulation realm expert would certainly give him many merit points. However, if he had to choose between finding out about the incident's mastermind and the secret behind the Fish Dragon Village, Lu Zhou felt that the latter was much more valuable. Mingshi, yes, master. I hereby order you to investigate the Fish Dragon Village at Measure Heaven River. Remember, don't act rashly." Lu Zhou said this imposingly. Only, compared to before, Mingshi was not as delighted. He only responded respectfully, "Yes, master." Initially, Lu Zhou wanted to lend him a mount, but he thought it would be too flashy and attract too much attention. For this reason, he dismissed the idea. Mingshi was a nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator after all. 8 hours were all he needed to reach the Fish Dragon Village from Golden Court Mountain by flying. Since the Fish Dragon Village was heavily guarded, how did Yi Tianxin investigate this matter when she left Golden Court Mountain back then? I'll have to ask the rascal about this. Lu Zhou shook his head. He walked down the stairs and went to the South Pavilion. When he arrived, he saw Yi Tianxin kneeling on the ground from afar, looking extremely weak. Yi Tianxin opened her eyes. When she saw Lu Zhou, strength seemed to surge through her body. She adjusted her posture and greeted him. Master." Lu Zhou glanced at her indifferently before shaking his head. "You're not my disciple." Lu Zhou could see the remorse in Yi Tianxin's eyes. Unfortunately, it was too late. Yi Tianxin thought Lu Zhou had finally relented and came to see her, so she was happy when she saw him. However, Lu Zhou remained cold as he said, "I have questions for you. You only need to answer them." "Yes, mas." "Understood." Yi Tianxin was about to address Lu Zhou as master, but she quickly swallowed the word. "When did you investigate the Fish Dragon Village?" Yi Tianxin was taken aback by this question. She thought that her master would give her a thorough scolding. She did not expect her master to be more interested in the Fish Dragon Village. Many emotions surged in her heart at this moment. After giving it some thought, she decided to answer honestly. "The 10th year after I left the Evil Sky Pavilion. How did you access the local and palace's archives?" Some of the sisters in the derived Moon Palace were female guards in the palace. They're familiar with the rules of the palace and the internal layout. They helped me get my hands on the archives, but it took 5 years, Yi Tianxin said. She spoke lightly as though it was insignificant. Lu Zhou was surprised that Yi Tianxin had spent 5 years just to access the records in the archives. Based on this, he could see how determined she was. Yi Tianxin continued to say, "Perhaps, the annihilation of the Fish Dragon Village is only a small matter in the eyes of the nobles in the palace. However, the few hundred villagers—" She choked up with emotions at this point. Lu Zhou asked nonchalantly, "Is that why you hate me?" When Yi Tianxin heard this, her mind went blank. She had been slightly invigorated earlier, but she seemed to wither when she heard Lu Zhou's question. Lu Zhou did not wait for her to reply and continued to ask, "Did the derived Moon Palace go to the Measure Heaven River before?" Yi Tianxin replied, "The derived Moon Palace did visit Measure Heaven River several times. The palace had said that there were many other tribes in the area, but the derived Moon Palace found no members from the other tribes throughout their years of investigations." It seemed like Yi Tianxin was unaware that she was a Bai. However, in Lu Zhou's memories, the Bais did not seem to be a genuine other tribe. They were a unique ethnicity among Great Yan's human race. Otherwise, the Bais would not dare to live around Measure Heaven River. Clearly, the palace was using the other tribes as a pretext and excuse. When Yi Tianxin saw her master stroking his beard, deep in thoughts, she suddenly kowtowed. "I'm willing to accept any punishment, no matter how severe it is. Please punish me, master." "There's no need to be impatient." Lu Zhou shook his head as he spoke in a deep voice. "I'll naturally punish you for deceiving and denouncing me. The truth behind the Fish Dragon Village incident remains unsolved. Fan Xiuan might just be a pawn in this. If the culprit is me at the end of the investigation, what will you do? Yi Tianxin was stunned. A sense of helplessness rose in her heart. At this point, she no longer knew who she could trust. Lock her up in the South Pavilion. She's not allowed to leave. Lu Zhou waved his hand dismissively. The two female cultivators from the derived Moon Palace could only nod helplessly and bring Yi Tianxin back. After that, Lu Zhou returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion. On the second day, Lu Zhou attempted to comprehend heavenly writing as usual. As he spent more time trying to comprehend the scrolls, he noticed that the human scroll's contents had increased. However, it was still difficult to understand the human scroll of the heavenly writing. After trying to comprehend it for some time, Lu Zhou thought to himself, I'm feeling good today. Maybe I'll have more luck with the lucky draw. Lucky draw. Ding! Spent 50 merit points on the lucky draw. Thank you for participating. Luck +1. Lucky draw. Ding! Spent 50 merit points on the lucky draw. Thank you for participating. Luck +1. Lu Zhou shook his head. Perhaps he had used up his luck trying to comprehend the heavenly writing. He decided to try again at another time. He could not recklessly spend his remaining merit points after all. He only had one deadly strike card left. He wanted to be able to buy one when the occasion arose. Ding! Mingshi has completed the Measure Heaven Rivers investigation. Rewarded with 100 merit points. Lu Zhou was not at all surprised by this notification. After all, compared to the others, Mingshi was the most reliable in carrying out missions. He speculated that he would be receiving a letter from Mingshi soon about his investigation. Strangely, after waiting for 6 hours, Lu Zhou did not receive any letter. The Evil Sky Pavilion had always employed messenger birds to relay their messages. Messenger birds moved as swiftly as legendary mounts. There was no way the letter would not arrive after 6 hours. You honor. Yes, master. Send word to Jiang Aijian. Tell him to assist in the investigation of the truth behind the Fish Dragon Village from within the palace. Tell him that he'll be rewarded with a nice sword if he discovers the truth, Lu Zhou said. Lu Zhou had a feeling that Mingshi was in big trouble. A short while later, little Yuana returned and said with a smile, I've sent word to him, master. Coincidentally, Zhou Jifeng hurried into the great hall. Mr. Fourth is hurt. Little Yuaner exclaimed in surprise. What happened to Fourth senior brother? Lu Zhou had his suspicions. Mingshi was not hurt when he went to relay the message to the Black Knights. If Mingshi was hurt while investigating the Fish Dragon Village incident, things were clearly more complicated than they seemed. He remained calm as he stroked his beard and said, Where is he now? He's at the base of the mountain. Pan Zhong is bringing him here now. Soon after, Pan Zhong brought Mingshi into the Great Hall. Mingshi Yin's current condition was similar to when he fought fiercely against the Dark Knight, Chen Zhonghe. He fell to his knees and said, I'm glad I didn't let you down, master. I found some clues in the Measure Heaven River. Continue. There are officers patrolling around the Measure Heaven River's Fish Dragon Village. This has been the case in the past decade. I snooped around the area during the night and made a huge discovery. Mingshi gulped before he said, They seem to be fishing out corpses from the river. Everyone present in the Great Hall was shocked by these words. Put the matter of the other tribes being around Measure Heaven River aside. There was no need for those people to fish out their corpses from the river. Moreover, they had been doing this for a decade. What's the reason for fishing out the corpses? Lu Zhou asked. I wanted to investigate further, but I accidentally triggered a strange trap and had to hurry back overnight. Mingshi seemed slightly out of breath at this point. Lu Zhou stood up slowly. He descended the stairs to where Mingshi was. Mingshi prostrated himself. This disciple is useless. Lift your head. Lu Zhou's voice was stern and commanding. Mingshi slowly did as he was told. As expected, Lu Zhou saw a black lotus between his glabella. Witchcraft. Pan Zhong was the nearest. He did not notice the mark when he brought Mingshi up the mountain. Fear filled his heart when he saw the sign of witchcraft on Mingshi Yin's glabella. No wonder Mr. Fourth was affected. It's a witchcraft trap. There aren't many witchcraft cultivators under Great Yan's skies. Who did this to Mr. Fourth? Pan Zhong exclaimed in surprise. Lu Zhou did not answer Pan Zhong's question. He looked at Mingshi Yin and asked, "It's near the Measure Heaven River? There might be traps all along the river bank. Master, I'm all right. I'm just feeling a little tired. This witchcraft has only restricted 60% of my cultivation base. It's not that serious." He managed to hurry back from Measure Heaven River overnight with 60% of his cultivation base restricted. It had to be said that his tenacity and will to survive were exceptionally shocking. Sometimes, Lu Zhou wondered if Ji Tiandao merely picked his disciples to fulfill the words of the poem. They're all exceptionally talented, and their names fit with the poem. I think there's too much of a coincidence here. Pan Zhong bowed and said, "It's witchcraft indeed. We must undo this quickly. Otherwise, it might spread until Mr. Fourth completely loses access to his cultivation base. At that time, it might be even more difficult to undo the witchcraft." Mingshi Yin was taken aback by Pan Zhong's words. He rolled his eyes and said, "Pan Zhong, you better not be trying to scare me." Lu Zhou raised his hand. He stopped Mingshi Yin and gestured for Pan Zhong to continue. Pan Zhong acknowledged it and continued to say, "I'm not making this up. When I was learning the trade back in Clarity Sect, I read the records on witchcraft in the library. Witchcraft is divided into white witchcraft and black witchcraft. A cultivator will wander down the wrong path if they cultivate with malicious intentions. I was young and brash back then. I was obsessed with improving my cultivation base as quickly as possible, so I had looked up witchcraft. Alas, everyone in Clarity Sect guarded this secret tightly. On top of that, I couldn't find any seniors who had learned witchcraft and were willing to teach me." Zhou Jifeng asked curiously, "Is that why you chose the 3-yin style?" "The Clarity Sect's elder only told me that I'm suited for the 3-yin style, but he didn't tell me that I had to pair it with the 6-yang technique. I only learned about the balance between yin and yang after I met old Senior Ji," Pan Zhong said. "And?" Zhou Jifeng asked. Pan Zhong continued to say, "Speaking of witchcraft restrictions are similar to cultivation seals. They would slowly corrode a cultivator's meridians and block them. In fact, the Clarity Sect's seal block technique is created based on a witchcraft technique as well." The others nodded. This was why Pan Zhong was so confident and volunteered to seal the Dark Knight's cultivation bases. Pan Zhong said, "In any case, the sooner we undo the witchcraft, the better it is for Mr. Fourth. In Mr. Fifth's case, her cultivation base has been completely sealed. The spellcaster must have cast the seal from a close distance. That's why it took effect immediately. For this reason, the outcome will be the same regardless of when we undo the witchcraft." Zhou Jifeng asked, "Since you know so much about witchcraft, do you know of any way we can break the spell?" Pan Zhong nodded. "I remember reading about a method to undo the spell. It's also the most trusted and reliable method. This requires the spellcaster to undo the spell itself. The second method is to cultivate Zen according to Buddhism or to cultivate Taoist methods. Once the victim's cultivation base surpasses the spellcaster's cultivation base, the victim would be able to undo the spell. However, this method is infeasible. After all, how can one continue to cultivate if one's cultivation base is sealed? So what you mean to say is that there's nothing we can do about the spell on Mr. Fourth?" Pan Zhong shook his head. He cupped his hands together at Lu Zhou and said, "I'm afraid that the Pavilion Master is the only one capable of undoing it." "Pavilion Master?" Little Yuaner and Zhou Jifeng turned to look at Lu Zhou. Pan Zhong explained, "The third method is to have a cultivator who's much more powerful than the spellcaster forcibly break the spell. Otherwise, the conflict between witchcraft and primal chi would cause the cultivator's meridians to break, and the cultivator would implode and die. Hence, the Pavilion Master is the only one who can do this." Although Pan Zhong's explanation made sense, Lu Zhou was speechless. Outwardly, he remained as steady as Mount Tai, but inwardly, he thought to himself, "What should I do?" Everyone's eyes were trained on Lu Zhou at this moment. Mingshi Yin kowtowed and said, "Please undo the restriction for me, master." Lu Zhou stroked his beard as he tried to think of a way to solve this. Since there were witchcraft traps around the Measure Heaven River's fish dragon village, this means he could not simply send people from the Evil Sky Pavilion there. After all, if someone like Mingshi Yin fell prey to it, there was no doubt the others would be more susceptible to falling into the trap. It seemed like he had no choice but to personally investigate the fish dragon village. As for undoing the witchcraft restriction, Lu Zhou was stumped. He had no good solution for this. After all, he could not possibly tell these people that his cultivation base was only in the Brahman Sea realm. At this moment, Duanmushang, who had received news about what happened, arrived in the Great Hall. After learning the ins and outs, he instantly pleaded, "Master, although junior brother frequently makes mistakes, he's been doing a good job lately. Please save him, master." Zhou Jifeng and Pan Zhong pleaded on Mingshi Yin's behalf as well. If this was in the past, Ji Tiandao would have most likely leaped into a great rage and kicked all of them out. However, it was undeniable that Mingshi Yin had been doing a good job lately. Although Mingshi Yin's loyalty was not as stable as Duanmushang or Little Yuaner, he was dependable when it came to completing missions. All Mingshi Yin needed was a little discipline. Lu Zhou considered all of these for a moment before he finally waved his hand and said, "Come with me." Mingshi Yin was overjoyed when he heard this. He rose to his feet and followed Lu Zhou like an obedient child. Meanwhile, the others sighed in relief when they heard Lu Zhou's words. They watched as Mingshi Yin followed Lu Zhou into the hidden chamber. Little Yuaner smiled as she said confidently, "Since Master is dealing with the witchcraft spell, there won't be any problem." Zhou Jifeng nodded and said, "The Pavilion Master has a profound cultivation base. This minor spell is nothing to him." Pan Zhong nodded as well, but he said nothing. Duanmushang glanced at the two of them and said, "Since Old Fourth is afflicted by witchcraft, both of you will do." "What do you mean, Mr. Third?" Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng were puzzled. Swoosh! Duanmushang raised his overlord and said excitedly, "Spar with me." Pan Zhong. Zhou Jifeng. Inside the hidden chamber. This was Mingshi Yin's first time in the hidden chamber. After all, no disciples were allowed to enter the hidden chamber. In the past, they had thought their master was hoarding treasure in here. Since there was no ventilation in the hidden chamber and their master usually spent all his time cultivating in the hidden chamber, it was impossible for them to sneak a peek. It was only natural that he was excited now that he was granted entry. He looked around curiously. There were various secret tomes lying on the table and an assortment of weapons on the racks. There were sabers, spears, rods, and maces. There were even weapons of other designs lying in the corner. He was awed by this scene. It seemed like his master had collected many treasures throughout his millennia of domination. "Sit down." Lu Zhou pointed at the floor. With that, Mingshi Yin quickly regained his senses. He hastily sat with his legs crossed and focused his eyes on one spot. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and stood behind Mingshi Yin. "My cultivation base is only in the Brahman Sea 8 Meridians realm. Moreover, it's not the true Brahman Sea 8 Meridians realm. My avatar is only the mighty 4 quadrants. There should be no problem for me to examine his body, but it would be nigh impossible for me to break the spell." At this moment, Lu Zhou discovered Mingshi Yin was sweating profusely. It seemed like the restriction was acting up. Based on his condition now, it seems like the spell has already restricted 80% of his cultivation base. He raised his wizened hand and gently pushed it against Mingshi Yin. His primal chi flowed through his palm into Mingshi Yin's meridians. Mingshi Yin was shocked. Master's cultivation base is indeed profound. He's capable of suppressing his nascent divinity tribulation realm's primal chi to such a gentle level. The gentler it was, the lower the probability that it would hurt Mingshi Yin's meridians. Lu Zhou controlled his primal chi and inspected Mingshi Yin's meridians. He gently tapped Mingshi Yin several times. Tap, tap, tap. Lu Zhou increased his output. Mingshi Yin was a cultivator who had connected his 8 meridians a long time ago. This amount of primal chi coursing through his meridians would not do him much harm. However, When Lu Zhou's primal chi came in contact with the witchcraft spell, he felt a retaliating force. Ming Shirin frowned and immediately broke out in sweat. Lu Zhou thought to himself, "Ah, so this is the power of witchcraft." He tried to bypass the restriction to inspect Ming Shirin's other meridians. However, as soon as he tried to do that, the witchcraft spell seemed to gain a will of its own and suddenly attacked. Preposterous! Lu Zhou pulled his hand back. However, the witchcraft's power shot out from Ming Shirin's back like a surge of energy. Lu Zhou waved his arm instinctively. He instantly went into the state after he had comprehended the heavenly writing. From his dantian to his sea of qi, from his brain and eventually, to his entire body, a faint blue light appeared and repelled the attack of the witchcraft spell. It did not stop there. It rode on the momentum and entered Ming Shirin's back. Bang! Ming Shirin fell forward from the impact. At the same time, he felt the strange power from the witchcraft spell in his body disappear. Initially, Ming Shirin thought Lu Zhou was being rough. However, joy overwhelmed him when he felt the witchcraft restriction in his body had disappeared. Although he was reeling from the impact, he did not feel unwilling or dissatisfied. Clang! Ming Shirin crashed onto the rack of weapons, causing the weapons to fall on the ground. Meanwhile, in a dark room in Great Yan's palace, from the glow of a candle that was blocked by a screen, one could see the room was in a mess. Behind the screen, a girl dressed in brocade garments was cultivating with her eyes closed. Her expression changed slightly before she suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Furious and flustered, she swiped her hands across the table, sending everything on the table to the ground. She mumbled with a hint of fear, "Someone managed to break my spell? Who is it?" Lu Zhou was shocked as well when he sent Ming Shirin flying. At this moment, he felt the same refreshing sensation he had after he had successfully nullified the Brahmin lullaby. He was certain he would gain extraordinary power by comprehending the heavenly writing. In any case, this was not the time to be thinking about such things. He quickly turned to look at Ming Shirin. Ming Shirin, who had felt the witchcraft restriction disappear, could also sense his meridians and Dantian's sea of qi that were previously blocked became unblocked. His pain from being sent flying was inconsequential compared to this discovery. He quickly circulated his primal qi to stabilize himself before he kneeled and said, "Thank you for undoing the restriction, Master. Your skills are peerless." Lu Zhou looked at Ming Shirin with nary a change in his expression. The heavenly writing is truly extraordinary and powerful. It's even capable of suppressing witchcraft. Lu Zhou was still lost in his thoughts about the heavenly writing, while Ming Shirin's attention was drawn by the weapons around him. He picked up 2 weapons and appraised them. "Master, what are these?" It was neither a sword nor a hook, even though it resembled both items on both ends. The blade was serrated. It was an extremely peculiar design. The other weapon resembled a scabbard. Lu Zhou's gaze fell upon these 2 weapons. Ding! Retrieved weapons, separation hook and scabbard. Recommended owner, Ming Shirin. Lu Zhou stroked his beard. There were certainly some forces at play in the hidden chamber. Whether it was fate or pure coincidence, Ming Shirin had somehow stumbled upon this weapon. Before Lu Zhou could say anything, Ming Shirin said with a smile, "Master, I think these weapons suit me. This blade, this scabbard. I like incongruous items like these. I'm sure it's at least an Earth-grade weapon." He paused for a moment before he read the small inscription on the scabbard out loud. "Separatine hook." Since Ming Shirin did not test the weapons and only appraised them with his eyes, it was only natural that he thought they were Earth-grade weapons. The separation hook and scabbard seemed to have been lying around in the hidden chamber for a long time. They seemed old. However, since the system had recommended Ming Shirin as the owner, it would definitely become a heaven-grade weapon after it was activated. When Lu Zhou saw Ming Shirin's reluctance to part with the separation hook and scabbard and the ingratiating smile on Ming Shirin's face, he shook his head and said, "Put them down." "Ha!" Ming Shirin was slightly stunned. Then, he carefully placed the separation hook and scabbard on the floor. He did not dare to oppose his master. Lu Zhou quickly found an excuse and said, You've just entered the nascent divinity tribulation realm, and your cultivation base isn't stable enough for now. It's still too early for you to handle a heaven-grade weapon. When Mingshi heard this, he felt disappointed. However, when he heard the hidden meaning in his master's words, he became happy again. Based on his master's words, it seemed like the separation hook would be given to him sooner or later. Yes, master. I'll get stronger as quickly as I can, Mingshi said excitedly. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded before waving his hand dismissively. Mingshi understood this was his cue to leave. When he reached the door of the hidden chamber, he turned around and looked at separation hook, clearly unwilling to part with it. After Mingshi left, Lu Zhou surveyed the items in the hidden chamber that were messily strewn everywhere. Fortunately, the hidden chamber was spacious. I'll just let it stay messy. It won't do me any harm, anyway. He raised his hand and the separation hook and scabbard flew into his hand. After a short while, Lu Zhou finally emerged from the hidden chamber into the great hall. He discovered that Duanmushang and the others had left. At the same, he saw Mingshi gesturing excitedly to little Yuaner as they spoke while little Yuaner would gasp in surprise intermittently. Lu Zhou walked over to them. When his two disciples saw him, they instantly bowed and saluted him. Master. Mingshi. Yes, master. Although the spell's broken, you shouldn't be careless. Yes, master. Mingshi replied obediently. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. Initially, he had no intention of leaving Golden Court Mountain for the time being. After all, with his current cultivation base, the best course of action for him would be to stay in the Evil Sky Pavilion and think of ways to earn merit points through his disciples as he slowly built his strength. However, the truth behind the Fish Dragon Village incident was extremely crucial. It was also related to the witchcraft elite in the palace. If he could get to the bottom of this, he might be able to apprehend the person who sealed Zhao Yu's cultivation base. Another factor that made Lu Zhou view this matter with the utmost importance was that the system's mission list clearly stated that investigating the truth behind the Fish Dragon Village incident would earn him 3,000 merit points. The system had never rewarded him with 3,000 merit points for a single mission before. The importance of this matter was clear. Finally, Lu Zhou said, I'll be leaving for the Fish Dragon Village first thing in the morning. Mingshi was taken aback when he heard this. After a while, realization dawned on him. He exclaimed, Victory is certain since Master is personally making a move. Since Lu Zhou had just lifted the witchcraft restriction on him, his faith and confidence in Lu Zhou were even higher than Lu Zhou himself. On the other hand, when little Yuaner heard that Lu Zhou planned to go out, she was so happy that she began to clap her hands excitedly. She said, Master, I want to go with you. Lu Zhou ignored little Yuaner. Instead, he looked at Mingshi and said, Guard the Black Knights well. Yes, master, Mingshi replied with a bow. With third senior brother and I here, they won't be able to leave easily even if they sprout wings. After that, Lu Zhou turned to leave. However, he barely took 2 steps forward before he turned around and asked, Is there any news about the traitors? By traitors, he naturally meant Old First, Yu Zhenghai, Old Second, Yu Shangrong, and the others. Mingshi shook his head and said, Recently, I have not left Golden Court Mountain. I'm unaware of the affairs in the outside world. Lu Zhou nodded slightly. Since he defeated the people from the Noble Path twice, the traitors seemed to be keeping a low profile and had not made any moves. After I deal with the Fish Dragon Village's matter, I'll have to think of a way to deal with these traitors. After giving his instructions, Lu Zhou returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion to resume comprehending the heavenly writing. After he had perfectly undone the spell, his understanding of the heavenly writing seemed to have deepened. Lu Zhou brought out the heavenly writings interface. The content of the human scroll appeared before him. It seemed to be glowing. At this moment, the usually awkward and difficult scripts seemed much livelier. It was so much more comfortable and easier to read. Gain insight into origin and light. From power, the paths are opened. Giving rise to 10 skills of might. The wonderful journey is delightful. Lu Zhou read the lines out loud. Then, he paused for a moment before he mumbled to himself. The Brahmin lullaby was ineffective, and it can suppress witchcraft. Is the human scroll effective against cultivation methods that muddle the heart? He continued reading. As expected, new content had appeared below. To gain the power of incorporeality so that we may visit many places without having to move, reaping many benefits. To gain the power to silence everything, to maintain and manifest samadhi, like light and shadow, permeating everywhere, while staying still in samadhi. Lu Zhou was completely engrossed in studying, losing track of time. The next morning, Lu Zhou felt extremely invigorated. After he closed the Heavenly Writings interface, he left the hidden chamber. Little Yuaner was waiting for him in the Great Hall. Her eager expression told Lu Zhou that she wanted to go out as well. When she saw her master, she ran over and said, "Master, master, I want to ride Wizard. I don't want buy-in." Lu Zhou shook his head. Childish. He wanted to reprimand her but eventually decided to satisfy her whim. After all, he was old and could not endure a rocky journey. Both of them walked out of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Little Yuaner flashed a grin at Mingshi who had just arrived. Mingshi followed them outside the Great Hall. When they were outside, Wizard appeared on a cloud from Golden Court Mountain's forest. When he saw the appearance of the legendary mount, Mingshi was so envious that his eyeballs nearly dropped out from their sockets. If he could have a mount like this, he was willing to endure beatings every day. "Master, I want to sit up front." Little Yuaner pointed naughtily at the front part of Wizard's back. Lu Zhou said nothing. Wizard's back was wide, and the rider would have a clear view of the scenery in front. Its flight was extremely steady, so it would not interrupt one from enjoying the scenery. When the two of them eased themselves on its back, Wizard gave a low growl before it launched itself into the air and disappeared into the horizons. Mingshi ran after them and searched the skies, but Wizard could no longer be seen. While Wizard flew in the sky, Lu Zhou inspected the system dashboard. He had 2,210 merit points left. He did not buy any item cards and decided he would only buy them based on the situation he was in when he needed them. For instance, if he was in a dangerous situation that he could not defuse, he could pick 4 impeccable cards. If he had enough time, he would leave the area on Wizard's back. 2 hours later, Wizard began slowing down and descended from the sky. "Master, are we there already?" Little Yuaner seemed reluctant to alight from Wizard's back. Lu Zhou ignored her and continued to urge Wizard to land. Little Yuaner had no choice but to dismount once they landed. Lu Zhou recalled Wizard and surveyed his surroundings. He said, "We're close to Measure Heaven River. Wizard will attract too much attention. Master, since you're so powerful, you can just make your way there and kill all of them, right?" Little Yuaner asked in confusion. "Are you talking back to your master?" Lu Zhou said in a chiding tone. The master's words were law after all. Both of them were about to rest when Little Yuaner suddenly said, "Master, someone's approaching us." She proved to be useful at this moment. Soon enough, several cultivators could be seen flying above the forest on flying swords. "Ji Tiandao's coming for us. Run! The villains of the Evil Sky Pavilion are here. Hurry!" Whoosh! Whoosh! The cultivators flew past Lu Zhou's and Little Yuaner's heads in broad daylight. When a Brahmin C8 Meridian's realm cultivator flew past them, he good-naturedly advised them, "Old man, quickly run. The old villain, Ji Tiandao, is coming. Are you sick of living?" Whoosh! The cultivators flew at speed and disappeared into the forest. Little Yuaner pouted and asked skeptically, "Master, when did you chase them?" Lu Zhou's expression was indifferent. "Why would I do something so meaningless? They're just a group of small fries." He stroked his beard, and it did not take long before he forgot about them. After the cultivators went away, their surroundings fell silent. Little Yuaner spoke at this moment. "Master, why don't we catch up to them and kill them?" "Why?" Lu Zhou asked. "They were cursing and accusing you of something you didn't do. We have to go and kill them." "You can't be wrongly accused for nothing," Little Yuaner said righteously. I'm rendered speechless by her logic. Lu Zhou thought nothing of little Yuan's words. He shook his head and said, I think they're cursing someone else. Who? At this moment, approaching footsteps could be heard, accompanied by slight vibrations on the ground. When they looked toward the source of the noises, they saw a group of people coming toward them at a pace that was neither fast nor slow. They were riding on an epic mount. Mounts were far more valuable than flying chariots. Flying chariots were only difficult to make, but any cultivator with the right materials and formations could activate it. Mounts were rare to begin with. They were difficult to catch and even more difficult to tame. A huge mount emerged slowly out of the forest. Its body resembled a castle wall while its legs were like stone pillars. This was the epic mount, Elephant King. It was hardy and had strong defenses. It could maneuver rugged mountain paths and cross raging rivers. The only thing it could not do was fly. Elephant King was carrying a chariot on its back. The chariot was as wide as its shoulders. It was simple but extravagant at the same time. Elephant King, little Yuan mumbled. 3 cultivators hovered on Elephant King's sides. There were 1 female and 2 male cultivators. They moved out of the forest at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. Elephant King covered several meters in a single stride. Every time it took a step forward, a loud thud could be heard. Lu Zhou motioned to little Yuan to leave with him. As the saying went, river water does not interfere with well water. Oh! Little Yuan followed her master obediently. They made their way to the fish dragon village. However, they had barely taken a few steps forward when the young girl who hovered next to Elephant King approached them on a flying sword. She stood on her flying sword as she said rudely, Hey! Seeing that the young girl was only about the same age as her, little Yuan was angered by the young girl's audacity for blocking their path. She responded, equally as rudely, Hey what? Get out of the way. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and looked at the young girl indifferently. A divine court realm cultivator. She seems talented, but she's a far cry from Yuan. It's not worth it for me to waste my item cards on this group of useless cultivators. The girl on the flying sword placed 1 hand on her waist as she pointed at little Yuan. She announced arrogantly, I'm the 9th disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Yuan. I have a question for you. Did you see 10 cultivators running this way? Little Yuan was stunned. Her temper flared, and she no longer had the mood to listen to the young girl's words. You dare impersonate me? I can't take this. She pushed herself off the ground and launched herself at the girl like a fired arrow. Bang! 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 2 of them began fighting furiously. In terms of physical powers, little Yuan's supreme purity jade slip was peerless. The fake did not expect little Yuan to attack her so suddenly, so she was completely caught off guard and was forced into retreating. Bang! 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 Little Yuan used her fists and legs. She moved at lightning speed as she bore down on her opponent. This little girl's temper is still fiery. Lu Zhou glanced at Elephant King. The people there did not seem like they planned to make a move. The cultivator who was fighting with little Yuan was in the divine court realm. Little Yuan was more than capable of dealing with a few of these kinds of opponents. However, the person on Elephant King must possess a cultivation base in the nascent divinity tribulation realm at least. If that person made a move, little Yuan would have no hope of winning. However, that person did not seem interested in making a move, only looking on curiously. That person's attention was focused on little Yuan. Bang! 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 While Lu Zhou was calculating in his mind, little Yuan shot up and landed a series of kicks, causing the young girl to fall. Bang! When the fake crashed onto the ground, she continued rolling on her back. She looked battered. Just when the fake was planning on getting up for another round, a low voice drawled, Stand back. The voice came from the person on Elephant King's back. Lu Zhou looked at that person. An old man with white hair and a white beard emerged from the chariot on Elephant King's back. His eyes were deep, and his face was full of wrinkles. At a glance, he truly resembled Ji Tiandao when Lu Zhou had just transmigrated here. However, since Lu Zhou had used his reversal card, his outer appearance had changed a lot. For this reason, there was a stark difference between his and this old man's appearances. Name: Ding Fanqiu. Race: human. Realm: nascent divinity tribulation realm. Ding Fanqiu stood with one hand on his back. He had a pleased expression on his face as he looked at little Yuaner. Then, he shifted his gaze to Lu Zhou and asked, "You're not afraid of me?" Lu Zhou replied indifferently, "Why should I be afraid?" Ding Fanqiu pointed at little Yuaner and said, "I'm in a good mood today. If this were any other day, I would have punished you for being rude." Little Yuaner could not stifle her laughter. She descended from the air and moved to Lu Zhou's side. She pointed at Ding Fanqiu, who stood on Elephant King, and said, "Old man, do you know who this person is?" Her gaze was furious, as though it was saying, "My master will show you the consequences of impersonating him." Without waiting for Lu Zhou to speak, Ding Fanqiu looked at little Yuaner again. A hint of glee flashed in his eyes, as though he had just spotted a prey. However, his expression was calm as he said, "Little girl, you're highly talented. It's rare for someone as young as you to reach the divine court realm." Little Yuaner moved closer to Lu Zhou. She stuck her tongue out at the girl she defeated. Lu Zhou's expression remained calm, and he made no reply. Ding Fanqiu was not angered. Instead, he regarded Lu Zhou indifferently and said, "I'm sure you've heard of my mighty name, old householder." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said without any inflection in his tone, "I've been living in the mountains for a long time. I'm afraid I don't know much about the outside world." The other two cultivators beside Ding Fanqiu seemed angered by these words. Ding Fanqiu waved his hand dismissively and said, "There's no need to worry. I'll tell you all about myself." After that he said, "Please, get on the chariot." It was clear he was threatening them. A shocked expression could be seen on the faces of Ding Fanqiu's disciples. They could not understand their master's actions. However, they did not hesitate as they flew toward Lu Zhou and little Yuaner. Lu Zhou thought to himself, "What are they doing near the Measure Heaven River? This Ding Fanqiu's cultivation base is in the nascent divinity tribulation realm. He uses my name and isn't afraid of being hunted down by the people from the noble path. There must be more than meets the eyes with this person." However, nobody in this world could threaten nor scare Lu Zhou, not even Ding Fanqiu. Lu Zhou asked, "Are you going to Measure Heaven River?" As he spoke, an item card that was faintly glowing appeared in his hand. Everyone else was unaware of this. They did not even sense any fluctuation in the aura. At the same time, Ding Fanqiu was still putting on airs. He did not know that he was standing right before the gates of hell. If Ding Fanqiu answered in the negative, Lu Zhou would not hesitate to use the item card. "Indeed, I'm heading toward the Measure Heaven River. Elephant King can maneuver through brambles with ease. Come on up." The disciples next to Ding Fanqiu made inviting gestures as well. The faint glow in Lu Zhou's hand vanished instantly. "I'm advanced in age and can't move around very well. I'll take you up on your offer then," Lu Zhou said calmly. "Old man, are you going to Measure Heaven River as well?" Ding Fanqiu asked. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. He said, "You seem interested in Measure Heaven River." Ding Fanqiu chuckled before his expression turned calm and cold. He waved his arm ostentatiously. As if on cue, Elephant King bent its front legs to lower the chariot on its back. Ding Fanqiu's disciples noticed that Lu Zhou had been addressing their master without any honorifics, so they were furious. However, there was nothing they could do. Ding Fanqiu stood at the side with his hands on his back. He did not seem to care about Lu Zhou's attitude. Instead, his attention was focused on little Yuaner. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou calmly stroked his beard. He looked left and right before he lightly jumped on Elephant King's back and entered the chariot. Little Yuaner was unwilling to do the same. However, seeing her master's actions, she had no choice but to get on the mount. "Since master is here, I don't think these people will be able to do anything." The chariot was spacious. Lu Zhou and little Yuaner sat on the side where they could see the forest. Soon after, Ding Fanqiu leaped into the chariot with light movements and sat on the other side. After he issued an order, Elephant King continued forward. Its footprints were deeply imprinted on the ground with each step it took. The speed was also acceptable. Lu Zhou was quite pleased. He nodded and said, "It's not easy to tame Elephant King." Ding Fanqiu said indifferently, "Elephant King is nothing. I have 10 other mounts at the back of Golden Court Mountain." Little Yuaner rolled her eyes when she heard this. "Go on. Brag some more." Ding Fanqiu saw the expression of disbelief on Little Yuaner's face, and he asked good-naturedly, "Little girl, don't you believe me?" Little Yuaner replied, "The only person I believe is my grandfather." Ding Fanqiu regarded Little Yuaner solemnly. Then, he turned to look at his female disciple outside before he shook his head lightly. The expression on Lu Zhou's wizened face remained calm from the beginning until now. He continued to stroke his beard. Elephant King continued on for some time. "Master, the 2 cultivators who escaped from us last time are up ahead." One of Ding Fanqiu's disciples' voice rang from outside. "Kill them," Ding Fanqiu said indifferently. "Understood." 2 of Ding Fanqiu's disciples flew ahead. It did not take long before the sounds of killing could be heard from the forest. After a short while, the 2 disciples returned as though nothing had happened. Ding Fanqiu pointed up ahead and said, "There's no need to be afraid, old householder. Although I committed many wicked crimes, I'm a reasonable person." Lu Zhou nodded and said, "Me too." Ding Fanqiu smiled brightly and said, "I think we'll get along well, old householder." At this moment, Elephant King stopped moving. "Measure Heaven River is up ahead." Ding Fanqiu stared ahead before he leaped off Elephant King's back. Ever since Lu Zhou comprehended the heavenly writing, his ability to sense aura had improved. When Ding Fanqiu had dismounted, he discovered that the aura Ding Fanqiu had released was extraordinary. It was not difficult to tell that Ding Fanqiu had intentionally released his aura. When Little Yuaner sensed the aura, she shrunk back slightly into Lu Zhou's arm. Lu Zhou stood up slowly without any changes in his expression. "Let's go." Lu Zhou and Little Yuaner leaped off Elephant King's back with light movements and landed on the ground. Ding Fanqiu said with his hands on his back, "Little girl, how long have you been cultivating?" "More than 5 years," Little Yuaner said with a proud expression on her face. 5 years to the divine court." A shocked expression quickly flitted past Ding Fanqiu's face before it disappeared. He pointed at the girl next to him and said, "She's very talented as well. However, she's a far cry from you." Lu Zhou stroked his beard indifferently and looked in the other direction. Little Yuaner rolled her eyes again. She did not think that a counterfeit was worthy of being compared to her. She turned to look at the other 2 cultivators. She blinked her big eyes and asked, "Both of you are in the divine court realm as well?" The 2 cultivators looked proud as they nodded. "Still a little too weak," Little Yuaner mumbled to herself. "Little girl, if it weren't for my master, I would have torn you into 1,000,000 pieces for disrespecting the evil sky pavilion." Little Yuaner scoffed before she began to bicker with the imposters. "We'll see who's going to tear who into 1,000,000 pieces." Lu Zhou shook his head and looked at Ding Fanqiu. "My granddaughter has always been unruly." "That's all right." They continued their journey. When they came to a ravine, they came to a halt. Beyond the ravine was the Measure Heaven River. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and looked in front. Unfortunately, things remained the same, but the people had changed. The fish dragon village no longer existed. In his memories, this place had been full of villagers and fishermen. He did not expect to see a barren and deserted ravine in its place now. He decided to start with the officers who were fishing corpses from the riverbed first to get to the bottom of the fish dragon village incident. While Lu Zhou contemplated his options, Ding Fanqiu, who stood with his hands on his back, said valiantly, "Many years ago, I dominated the Measure Heaven River. I fought against many elites here, and the battles lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. We fought with our avatars. For that reason, this area was unfortunately reduced into a ravine." Lu Zhou asked in confusion, "This is your doing?" "Yes. Indeed. The record regarding the destruction of Measure Heaven River's Fish Dragon Village stated that the culprit was Ji Tiandao. Suddenly, one of Ding Fanchio's disciples waved his arm and said, "Master, the Azure Dragon Association's branch is up ahead. I'll drive them away. Go on." Ding Fanchio's disciple flew into the air before making a left turn, disappearing in just a blink of an eye. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "Azure Dragon Association?" When he was in Anyang, he had encountered the Azure Dragon Association's Anyang branch. He did not know there was another branch in Measure Heaven River. If the Azure Dragon Association's influence was so vast, their backer, the Nether Sect, definitely would not be weak. Ding Fanchio spoke with pride. "The Azure Dragon Association is backed by the Nether Sect. Yu Zhenghai, the sect master of Nether Sect, was my great disciple." Lu Zhou nodded indifferently. He would allow Ding Fanchio to continue his act for now. Although the Azure Dragon Association only has small fries, it's much better to have these people clean up the mess for me. I want to save as many item cards as I can. They're too valuable. Ding Fanchio said confidently, "Since I'm here, the Azure Dragon Association will crumble." A short while later, the disciple flew back. He bowed before he said, "Master, it's as you've expected. When the members of the Azure Dragon Association heard that you're coming, they ran off in fear." "Very good." Ding Fanchio waved his arm dismissively before he walked forward. Meanwhile, in the Crouching Dragon, Darknet's headquarters. "I have a report, Sect Master. Old Senior Ji has been spotted near Measure Heaven River." Si Wuya opened his eyes. He rose to his feet slowly and said indifferently, "The Nether Sect has also received this information. There's no need for us to do anything. Impersonating the Evil Sky Pavilion will certainly bring calamity to those people." "Impersonating?" The subordinate was taken aback. "Keep an eye on the Evil Sky Pavilion. Also, where's the Master of Fiend Temple now?" Si Wuya asked. "In reply to your question, Sect Master, Ren Buping is at the Green Jade Altar now. He has the support of Zhang Yuanshan, the Sect Master of Righteous Sect Master." When Si Wuya heard this, he chuckled. His voice was low and deep. "The Noble Path and Fiend Path are working with each other for nefarious reasons. This is the greatest joke under the heavens. Sect Master, there's another report." "What is it?" "The leader of the Black Knights, Fan Shouwen, went to the Evil Sky Pavilion before this, and his current status is currently unknown. Senior Sword Devil didn't wait for Fan Shouwen, and his current whereabouts are unknown. I didn't dare to follow Senior Sword Devil. Second Senior Brother is a humble and gentle person. There's no need for you to fear him," Si Wuya said slowly. "I understand." Contrary to his words, he shuddered inwardly. It was no surprise his words did not sound convincing. "Sect Master, there are quite a lot of activities at Measure Heaven River lately. Are you certain there's no need for us to monitor that place?" Initially, Si Wuya planned to reject the proposal. However, after considering it, he decided it was better to be cautious. In the end, he said in a deep voice, "Leak this information to the palace. They should clean up their own mess." "A wise move, Sect Master. I'll get to it right away." Measure Heaven River. Lu Zhou and the others approached the area from beyond the ravine and entered a crumbling courtyard. Two of Ding Fanchio's disciples lifted their hands and sent out their energy to open the courtyard's doors. After that, all of them slowly walked in. One of Ding Fanchio's disciples said, "Master, this is the rendezvous point. They won't dare to be tardy since you personally came." Ding Fanchio nodded. The two disciples hastily found a chair in the simple and crude house before placing it in the middle of the courtyard. When little Yuaner saw this, she said, "I'll go and look a chair for you as well, grandfather." After little Yuaner left, Ding Fanchio asked nonchalantly, "Do you know why I'm not giving you a hard time?" "Oh." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said nothing. Ding Fanchio continued on, "If I did, that little girl would certainly hold a grudge against me." As expected, Ding Fanchio coveted little Yuaner. Lu Zhou knew that something was off based on their conversation, but he continued to remain silent. Upon seeing this, Ding Fanchio turned away. The other disciples thought Lu Zhou was shocked speechless. They shook their heads. After little Yuaner found a chair, she wiped it clean before placing it behind Lu Zhou. Shortly after Lu Zhou took a seat, footsteps could be heard approaching them from outside. It sounded like there was more than one person. "They're here." The door was pushed open as officers and soldiers filed into the courtyard. The officers carried a box in pairs. There were about 6 boxes in total. There was a strange stench from the boxes. It was the smell of rot. After placing the boxes on the ground, the leading officer cupped his hands together and said, "This is our catch for the day." "Is this all?" "The palace has ordered that the corpses we fished out from the river are not to be moved. Our deal will end tomorrow," the leading officer said. "It's too late to end it now." Ding Fanqiu waved his hand. "How dare you? There's nothing that the evil sky pavilion is afraid to do." Ding Fanqiu's 3 disciples quickly unsheathed their swords and moved through the soldiers' ranks. Lu Zhou calmly took a few steps back. The 3 divine realm court cultivators were like wolves that were set loose on a herd of sheep. Their swords gleamed in the light as the officers and soldiers fell to the ground one after another. Not a single one was left alive. After the killing, Ding Fanqiu stood up slowly with his hands on his back. When he saw Lu Zhou's calm expression, he said, "Your courage is extraordinary, old householder. It seems like I've misjudged you." Lu Zhou stroked his beard as he looked at the boxes and corpses indifferently. Little Yuaner asked curiously, "What is in the boxes?" "Bones. Human bones." Little Yuaner took a step back with an expression of disgust on her face. She was not afraid of dead people, but these were fished out from the riverbed and put into the boxes. It was only natural for her to feel disgusted. Ding Fanqiu walked up to one of the boxes. He waved his arm lightly, using his energy to destroy the lid of the box. Lu Zhou looked inside the box. "These bones look strange. They're slightly translucent, like impure glass or white jade with a muddy coloration." Soon after, realization dawned on him. The Bai people? From his memories, he discovered the source of these bones. It was clear that the villagers from Fish Dragon Village had been dumped into the river. They were Yi Tianxin's people. In that case, why did the palace order people to fish the sunken corpses out? Ding Fanqiu and the others searched through the boxes and shook their heads. It seemed that they did not find what they wanted. It was apparent these bones from the Bai people were useless to them. Lu Zhou asked indifferently, "What are these bones for?" "Old householder. Some things are better left unknown," one of Ding Fanqiu's disciples said. Lu Zhou stroked his beard calmly and said, "Even the evil sky pavilion is concerned about these things? This is how we've always done things." When little Yuaner heard this, she muttered, "I don't know if this is how things are done. I only know it's lame." The disciples were not happy to hear this. Ding Fanqiu waved his hand and chided his 3 disciples. Enough. After that, the 3 disciples no longer dared to quarrel with little Yuaner. They were confused as to why Ding Fanqiu seemed to be taking little Yuaner's side. Ding Fanqiu said, "Remove their paises one." "Understood." When Lu Zhou saw the paises, Lu Zhou stroked his beard calmly and said, "Should I tag along and widen my horizons?" "Grandfather, I want to go," little Yuaner said excitedly. She was interested in this matter after all. It was only natural for Lu Zhou to bring little Yuaner with him. She was more than capable to deal with divine court realm cultivators should the occasion arise. Ding Fanqiu looked at Lu Zhou and said, "There are many witchcraft traps near the place where the bodies are fished out. Aren't you afraid?" It was apparent this was not their first visit here. They were very familiar with this place. "There's nothing under the heavens that my grandfather is afraid of," little Yuaner said with a wave of her fist. Ding Fanqiu regarded little Yuaner with a look of satisfaction. "This is what I like. Nobody can blame me if something happens. It's best if something happens." They took the paises. After Ding Fanqiu's 2 male disciples changed their clothes, they left the crumbling courtyard and walked toward the jetty where the corpses were being fished out from the river. About 15 minutes later, they saw the jetty. Apart from the ships that were there to fish out the corpses, there were no other commercial vessels. Officers and soldiers were patrolling the area as well. Ding Fanqiu maneuvered the area with great familiarity. He walked calmly along the way. At the entrance, 2 guards with spears in their hands barred their way. Authorized personnel only. Ding Fanqiu's disciples produced the paces. Those at the back. One of the soldiers began to say, "Please, make an exception." Some silver was exchanged, and everything proceeded smoothly. If they were only fishing corpses for a day, the soldiers would not be able to make money through such means. However, these men had been doing this for a decade. They were unsure of what they were fishing out of the river themselves, nor were they aware of the importance of the task they were carrying out. Rocks, rotten fishes, rotten shrimps, everything was taken away. After repeating the same routine day after day, they became apathetic toward their jobs. Little Yuaner muttered under her breath, "Why aren't we killing our way in? This is so much more complicated." The girl whom Little Yuaner defeated turned around to look at her said, "There are powerful witchcraft traps around here. Someone's controlling them." "Oh," Little Yuaner replied, "I still don't get it." They walked at a fast pace along the way. It was clear that this was not their first visit. "The warehouse is up ahead." They easily avoided the guards. They passed several buildings before they prepared to enter the warehouse. Ding Fanqiu raised his hand suddenly. His voice was deep and domineering as he said, "Stop." It seemed like he had discovered something. He bent down and scrutinized the tracks on the ground. "There's a witchcraft cultivator around." Lu Zhou looked at the lines on the ground as well. Indeed, the soil was fresh. Someone had planted a trap here. In witchcraft, timing, location, and the people involved were important. The spellcaster would call upon the power from external structures to inflict harm or bestow blessings on the target. Ding Fanqiu turned around to look at Lu Zhou and said, "Old householder, please take care of yourself." Then, he turned his attention to Little Yuaner and said, "Little girl, if you're afraid, you can stay closer to me." Little Yuaner hugged Lu Zhou's arm and said, "I'm not afraid. Let's go." They walked around the trap and found themselves looking at the huge warehouse. It was impossible for the doors of the warehouse to stop a bunch of cultivators from entering. With a slight movement of the hand, the lock was broken. The instant the warehouse's doors opened, Lu Zhou frowned. This warehouse was dozens of meters long. Rows of boxes were arranged neatly inside the warehouse. They were stacked on top of each other as well. On the other side, there was a mountain of bones. From the looks of the exposed bones, there were many that were different from the ones they had seen in the crumbling courtyard. Many of them were just ordinary bones. The fish dragon village had been destroyed. There were 354 villagers living in the village back then. Even if all of their corpses were here, there should not be so many of them. Moreover, they had been fishing out corpses in the last decade, and they were still going strong to this day. Taking into account the remains that had been washed away by the current, just how many people had died in the river. There were certainly other people as well, apart from the bays. Ding Fanqiu's expression was indifferent. It was as though he was used to seeing dead people. When he entered the warehouse, he merely raised his hand slightly to cover his mouth and nose. He ordered his disciples, "Search." Understood. The 3 disciples went to work and checked the contents of the boxes. Lu Zhou felt even more suspicious when he saw this. What are they looking for? However, before Lu Zhou could ask about it, Ding Fanqiu suddenly said, "These are the bones of the other tribes." Other tribes. There is no place for the other tribes on Great Yan's lands. Over the millennia, after Great Yan had conquered the lands, there have always been other tribes wanting to cause a disturbance. Measure Heaven River is fated to be drenched in blood. Ding Fanqiu said calmly. Lu Zhou asked, "These are all the remains of the other tribes?" Ding Fanqiu glanced at Lu Zhou and laughed mockingly. He replied, "Well, that's what the palace says." Little Yuaner poked her head out and asked, "What are you guys looking for?" "A bone. An extremely special bone." Ding Fanqiu replied, "What special bone?" Little Yuaner's curiosity was piqued. Ding Fanqiu did not answer her question directly. Instead, he said, "Little girl, if you become my disciple, I'll teach you everything that I know. Little Yuaner frowned slightly. She glared at Ding Fanqiu. You? There are many who wish to join the Evil Sky Pavilion, and yet, they don't have the chance. You should think about this carefully. All of my 9 disciples are experts whose names inspire awe everywhere they go. Not her. Little Yuaner pointed at the girl who was searching the boxes. The female cultivator was young and she had a baby face. Ding Fanqiu was speechless, unable to retort. It seemed like Ding Fanqiu was revealing his foxtail. Lu Zhou was not surprised. Instead, he said, I'm afraid you won't be able to teach her. Ding Fanqiu was clearly displeased by Lu Zhou's words. His hands remained on his back as he said, There's no one under the heavens whom I can't teach. Lu Zhou did not want to waste his energy bickering with Ding Fanqiu. The reason he came here was to investigate the truth behind the Fish Dragon Village incident. I'll let him continue his act and impersonate me for the time being. After all, he still has some value. With that being said, Lu Zhou was still puzzled. How did Ding Fanqiu and his 3 disciples manage to form a connection with this place? It seemed like they had been doing this for a long time. What was Ding Fanqiu's objective? Who was backing Ding Fanqiu? After searching for some time, Ding Fanqiu's 3 disciples returned. The warehouse was in a complete mess now. Most of the boxes were overturned. The environment was bad. The stench of rotting flesh permeated the air. The girl said, Master, we didn't find anything. The other 2 disciples shook their heads as well. Ding Fanqiu frowned slightly. He asked calmly, Is there another warehouse? The 3 disciples shook their heads again. This warehouse was large enough that there was still some space left even with all the boxes in here. Lu Zhou looked up at the sun and noticed that it was already setting. At the same time, he glanced at the mission list on the system dashboard. When they were about to leave, they heard the sound of shuffling footsteps from outside. Moreover, the hurried footsteps indicated that there were more than one person. An ambush. Ding Fanqiu did not even look at the newcomers when he said coldly, Kill them. Understood. The 3 disciples shot out of the warehouse and went on a killing spree. The newcomers were a group of soldiers. They were no match for cultivators. At this moment, Lu Zhou remembered that Mingshi had encountered a witchcraft trap when he was here previously. Surely a place this important would have better security? I'm curious, Lu Zhou said suddenly. What's the special bone you mentioned earlier? Lu Zhou asked. With his hands on his back, Ding Fanqiu replied, Old householder. I'll remind you again. The more you know, the more dangerous it will be. At my age, life and death matter not. Lu Zhou stroked his beard indifferently. He was not lying. Before he had transmigrated, he had already died once. Moreover, this was nothing compared to when the 10 elites laid siege on Golden Court Mountain. Very well. Ding Fanqiu shook his head. The sounds of fighting intensified. The number of people increased as well. Shortly after, groups of cultivators began showing up as well. It seemed like they had rushed here after receiving news about what happened. The number of cultivators continued to grow. A projected voice rang in the jetty at this moment. You've walked into a trap. Death to the intruders. Although the voice was not loud, everyone heard it clearly. It seemed like things were getting more and more complicated. Lu Zhou was not worried about this. If he wanted to leave, these people would not be able to stop him. Ding Fanqiu glanced at Lu Zhou before he walked out. Outside the warehouse, soldiers were gathered in ranks on the shore beside the jetty. They wielded spears and blocked the path. Many cultivators hovered in the air above the soldiers. The 3 disciples returned to Ding Fanqiu's side after killing the soldiers at the warehouse's door. We're surrounded. It's a trap. Ding Fanqiu calmly stood with his hands on his back. He did not seem to be affected by this news. He was an elite in the nascent divinity tribulation realm after all. There was no need for him to feel afraid. No number of soldiers could stop a nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator from leaving through the air. Ding Fanqiu looked at the cultivators hovering above the soldiers. Sense Condensing Realm, Brahman Sea Realm, and a few in the Divine Court Realm. With these numbers, they want to stop me? Little girl, Don't blink. Although Ding Fangxiu did not turn around, it was clear he was speaking to little Yuan. Lu Zhou continued stroking his beard as though all these had nothing to do with him. At the same time, an imposing aura surged out from Ding Fangxiu's body. With a single step, he was out of the warehouse. BZZT. A 50 feet tall avatar towered above the others in the air. The avatar was faint blue in color. It looked extremely terrifying. It was surrounded by energy. The golden lotus under it unfurled its leaves, revealing 4 leaves. The soldiers and cultivators near the jetty saw this, and their expressions changed greatly as they took several steps back. However, they did not run away. They only cautiously put some distance between them and the avatar. Little Yuan muttered disdainfully, "Only 4 leaves." Ding Fangxiu's female disciple rolled her eyes and said, "What do you know? Our master's strength is peerless. He's conserving his strength. 4 leaves are enough to deal with these people. A divine court realm cultivator's avatar can reach 10 worlds, at most. With the 100 tribulations insight, everyone here will have to prostrate themselves." At this moment, waves and waves of energy rolled off Ding Fangxiu's 4-leaf avatar. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The buildings near the jetty shook and rattled. The soldiers retreated further. The cultivators raised their guards. One of the cultivators shouted, "Everyone, stay calm. Let's retreat slowly. News from the palace states that this person isn't the real Ji Tiandao. A grand witchcraft formation has been laid down here yesterday. Let's head back to the grand formation. When the elites from the palace arrive, these criminals will be taken care of in one fell swoop. No matter who it is, death to the intruders. Death to the intruders. Death to the intruders." The soldiers began chanting loudly. The soldiers were emboldened by the cultivators' motivational words, and they stood their ground firmly. Lu Zhou and little Yuan had arrived at the entrance of the warehouse at this moment. They were slightly taken aback when they saw several thousands of soldiers and several hundreds of cultivators before them. It was clear that everything was a trap. Lu Zhou said calmly, "This is a trap." It seemed like this had been planned for the start. Since the trap had been laid out, it was only natural that they could not find what they wanted in the warehouse. That thing had to be hidden, or it was still somewhere on the riverbed. Little Yuan asked in a soft voice, "What do we do now? Do we charge through their ranks?" "There's no need for that." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "Since that person likes being in the spotlight, let him do it." Little Yuan pouted and said, "A 4-leaf avatar. This won't be interesting at all." She was used to a grander display of strength after all. It was only natural that she disdained an avatar of this level. It was similar to how a person who was used to riding legendary mounts would feel if they were offered a low-grade mount. How could they not feel disdainful? However, for the other cultivators, a 4-leaf golden lotus avatar could be considered an elite among elites. The cultivators who were hovering in the air gulped. They were wary of the avatar's intimidating power. No one dared to make a move against a nascent divinity tribulation realm elite at this moment. Meanwhile, Ding Fangxiu's 3 disciples had expressions of admiration on their faces. The female disciple glanced at little Yuan and said mockingly, "Little girl, don't be arrogant just because you had a stroke of luck and managed to defeat me earlier. With your strength, you won't even be able to make a single move against my master." Little Yuan snorted. "Loser. You?" The female disciple wanted to retort. However, now was not the time to bicker. She had no choice but to let the matter go for now. Moreover, if they fought, there was no doubt she would be in a disadvantageous position. After all, her master was not in the position to protect his disciples now. The energy swirling around the 4-leaf avatar glowed faintly, forming energy seals. Then they shot out. Lu Zhou remarked offhandedly, "Taoist Madras." He did not expect Ding Fangxiu would use Taoist Madras. Taoist Madras were different from Zen sex Madras. Zen sex Madras relied on the golden body support and the cultivator's own primal chi. The two were then combined to form energy that was the fierce Buddhist power. On the other hand, Taoist Madras mainly manipulated the primal chi in the area so it gave one better range. Regardless, both Madras were connected. Their differences were not as distinct as one might imagine. The densely packed Madras shot toward the soldiers and cultivators. Pooh! 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 The soldiers were sent flying by the Madras. Some of the cultivators turned to flee when they saw things were not in their favor. Retreat! Don't fight him! Wear him down! Prepare the witchcraft formation! Many cultivators stood far away. Their cultivation bases were barely enough to protect them from the avatar's intimidating aura. They had no additional strength to fight back. Ding Fanqiu controlled his Madras like a heavenly maiden scattering blossoms. In just a blink of an eye, he took out several hundred soldiers. It was as though a flood had just washed over the area. The sound of people screaming rang in the air. The remaining soldiers retreated further away. Ding Fanqiu said loudly, "Who dares to stop me from leaving?" This was not his first time here. He knew there were many witchcraft traps here. If this fight dragged out and the elites from the palace arrived, he would not be able to escape. Ding Fanqiu's deep voice resounded in all directions. His voice could be clearly heard in every corner of the place. The houses, buildings, and fishing boats shook from the sound wave of his voice. The soldiers retreated again. "Get back! Everyone, get back! Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!" The soldiers retreated swiftly. It was better for them to retreat than to throw away their lives in vain. Their mission was to protect the witchcraft traps and wait for the elites from the palace to arrive. Ding Fanqiu's expression darkened. He tapped the ground with the tip of his toes and launched himself into the air. His 50-feet avatar kept him hovering in place. The reason why nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm cultivators were so terrifying was due to the 100 Tribulation Insight avatar. The higher the avatar rose, the wider its intimidation aura would spread. When Ding Fanqiu leaped into the air, the energy around his avatar spread in all directions with overwhelming force. Bzzzt. Bzzzt. Madras flew out like flower petals being scattered. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded slightly. He's slightly accomplished in Madras. This is a slight accomplishment? The Supreme Purity Jade Slip was all little Yuaner knew. She was not familiar with the cultivation methods of other sects. Lu Zhou spoke slowly. Taoist Madras mainly manipulate the primal chi in their surroundings, condensing chi into energy. For a great cultivator, even an avatar can be converted into energy. Zen Madras are mainly created by the cultivator himself. Usually, they're in the form of palm prints. So, which one's more powerful? The Taoist Madras or the Zen Madras? Little Yuaner asked curiously. Lu Zhou nodded in approval. Little Yuaner's interested to learn more. This is a good thing. She'll surely become a great person in the future if I can groom her well. Each has its own advantages. It's impossible to compare them, Lu Zhou said. Little Yuaner nodded. Ding! Teach Ci Yuaner. Reward: 100 merit points. When Ding Fanqiu's 3 disciples who were standing at the side heard Lu Zhou's words, they were slightly taken aback. You're quite knowledgeable, old mister. Indeed, our master is using Taoist Madras. The female disciple looked at the Madras that covered the sky reverently. However, Taoist Madras have hand seals as well. There are 12 Taoist Madras in total. The more profound one's cultivation base is, the more powerful the hand seals will be. It won't lose to Zen Madras. Lu Zhou did not deign to look at the female cultivator. A young junior who's still wet behind the ears, but is too proud to ask for guidance. She can view the sky from the bottom of the well forever. At the same time, Ding Fanqiu's Madras struck the soldiers and cultivators in the air who were not fast enough to move out of the way like killer butterflies. He sent all of them flying. Those with cultivation bases lower than the sense-condensing realm spat out blood and died on the spot. The Brahman Sea realm cultivators dropped to the ground and seemed to be in excruciating pain. Even the Divine Court realm cultivators had to descend from the air to repel the Madras by using their primal chi. Ding Fanqiu called out, "Elephant King!" With a wave of his hand, loud thuds reverberated through the surroundings. From the forest, Elephant King came charging out. Although its speed was not fast, it trampled the enemies like a tank. Many of the soldiers could not dodge in time and died on the spot. Some of them were impaled by Elephant King's tusks and were tossed aside. "Let's go," Ding Fancho said after he turned around. The soldiers and cultivators did not dare to go near the avatar. They could only look on helplessly. "Little girl, come to my side." Ding Fancho descended slowly along with his avatar. Boom! The instant Ding Fancho landed, the ground shook. This served as a powerful intimidation, further discouraging the soldiers and cultivators from attacking them. Ding Fancho cast his eyes into the distance. It seemed like the cultivators were growing in numbers. "The people from the palace are here. Why isn't the little girl coming over?" Initially, Ding Fancho thought little Yuaner would immediately rush to his side out of fear. However, he discovered that not only did little Yuaner seem unafraid, but she was observing everything curiously. Moreover, a hint of disdain could be seen in her eyes as she looked around. Lu Zhou said calmly, "Elephant King won't make it. Elephant King could make a great impact and was a wonderful war machine. However, it could not fly." Ding Fancho looked at little Yuaner pitifully, as though she did not know what was good for her. He persuaded her again. "Little girl, let's go before it's too late." Ding Fancho had never met a young person with such outstanding talent for cultivation like little Yuaner. She was undoubtedly better than his female disciple. "If she becomes my disciple, she'll definitely be of great help to me. What a shame." He looked at little Yuaner regretfully as these thoughts ran through his mind. After a while, he raised his hand slightly and the 50 feet tall four-leaf golden lotus avatar disappeared. The soldiers and cultivators immediately felt the pressure disappear. With a tap of his foot, Ding Fancho shot toward Elephant King with movements as swift as a swallow. His 3 disciples hovered above Elephant King's chariot. They guarded against the cultivators who might attack them. He entered the chariot and sat down gracefully. Even without making a move, his aura alone was enough to keep the soldiers at bay. Lu Zhou shook his head. He was not interested in these things. If he wanted to leave, he could have summoned Wizard to take them away at any time. Thump, thump, thump. Elephant King stomped its feet on the ground, sending out tremors. Every time Ding Fancho raised his hand, a soldier died. Ding Fancho was about to leave when faint purple circles appeared under the feet of the soldiers. The circles were strange and mysterious. A substance that resembled green smoke began to rise from the purple circles. "The Grand Witchcraft Formation," one of the cultivators shouted. "Take these intruders down. You'll be handsomely rewarded." A commander seemed to have emerged among the cultivators. When the Grand Witchcraft Formation was activated, the commander finally revealed himself. He slowly rose into the air with a huge blade on his back. Elephant King was an animal, after all. Although it had absorbed primal chi in the cultivation world, which made it terrifying and ferocious, its intelligence was nowhere comparable to humans. When it saw the faint purple circles, it retreated. Ding Fancho's expression darkened. He waved his arm and forced Elephant King forward. Toot! Elephant King's trumpeting sent sound waves rolling across the mountain forest and beyond. However, it did not advance. Instead, it seemed to be retreating. Livestock! Ding Fancho cursed and leaped into the air again as energy surged out of his body. 100 Tribulation Insight. 100 Tribulation Insight Avatar? That's an ultimate skill. It consumes a lot of primal chi. Lu Zhou had difficulties understanding Ding Fancho's action. It was not rational to expend so much energy at this time. After all, these people were only small fries. What are you going to do when the elites from the palace arrive? Ding Fancho did not have peak form cards that would grant him limitless energy after all. When the 100 Tribulation Insight Avatar appeared, the cultivators who prepared to advance retreated again. Their movements and actions seemed rehearsed. The substances that had risen were not smoke. It was part of witchcraft. Someone had used witchcraft to turn primal chi into ironclad traps. Interestingly, the soldiers and cultivators were not affected by it. Sky Energy Seal. Similar to before, the avatar launched countless mudras in the air. Even with the mudra's unrelenting assault, the light purple circles remained unaffected. It seemed to have slowed down, but that was it. There were no miraculous effects. At this moment, the circles had covered the grounds. As the circles grew, they began to merge with each other, forming interlinking circles. They began to shine brightly as the great witchcraft formation was completely activated. Elephant King retreated again. Toot! If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe that the epic overlord of the forest, Elephant King, would be fearful as well. No matter how much its master urged it forward, it refused to move and continued to retreat. The witchcraft circles kept expanding. They continued to grow at a speed that was unaffected by the 100 Tribulation Insights aura. At this moment, Ding Fanchio's 3 disciples had a worried expression on their faces. It seemed like the grand witchcraft formation was much more fearsome than they had expected. Although Ding Fanchio's cultivation base was in the nascent divinity tribulation realm, there was nothing he could do to the circles. Who was this elite from the palace who set up this grand witchcraft formation? Ding Fanchio's brows were knitted together. He looked at the grand witchcraft formation that kept growing, closing in on him. The soldiers and cultivators advanced as the circles grew. The river. Ding Fanchio instantly recalled his 100 Tribulation Insight avatar. He had expended too much energy to maintain his powerful avatar. He had to conserve his strength. The only place that seemed calmer was the surface of the Measure Heaven River. Perhaps he would be able to escape from there. In just a blink of an eye, he and his disciples turned tail, abandoning Elephant King. When they turned around, they saw Lu Zhou and little Yuaner looking at them as though they were watching a show. Lu Zhou said indifferently, "The river has already been covered by the witchcraft circles. They've already spread to the bottom of the river." Ding Fanchio frowned slightly. He rose into the air and looked down at the surface of the river near the jetty. Indeed, the river's surface was now covered by the light purple circles that were expanding. They could not touch the witchcraft circles. Otherwise, they would be shackled. Moreover, the circles would corrode their cultivation bases until nothing was left. At that time, they would be like pieces of meat on their enemy's chopping board. Elephant King continued to trumpet. His body was too huge, so it could not get past the buildings. It did not take long before the witchcraft circles reached it. The witchcraft circles seemed to have eyes of their own. They tied Elephant King down. The rising green smoke seemed like vines now. They looked extremely terrifying. Elephant King struggled for a moment before it completely lost its strength to fight back. These witchcraft circles were clearly the same type of trap Mingshi had fallen into. This was a binding grand witchcraft formation. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou remained calm. He was waiting for an opportunity and for the caster of the grand witchcraft formation to appear. Since they found nothing in the warehouse, he had no choice but to investigate this person from the palace. On the other hand, Ding Fanchio no longer had the dignified air of the master of Evil Sky Pavilion that he had been putting on before this. He was frowning. Nobody knew what he was thinking about. He had a feeling the old man before him had a plan. "Old householder, you seem calm. Do you have a plan?" Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "I don't. Forget it." Ding Fanchio turned around with his hands on his back. He looked at the witchcraft circles intently. The cultivators did not leave the witchcraft circles. They were waiting for the circles to close in on Ding Fanchio and the others. A short while later, the witchcraft circles were barely dozens of meters away from them. At this moment, the commander of the cultivators flew toward them and said from above, "Yo! Isn't this the Fiend Path's Patriarch whose name shocks the heavens? Where did your arrogance go?" When Ding Fanchio unleashed his 100 Tribulation Insight avatar, the commander had hidden himself. He only revealed himself when the grand witchcraft formation was activated. "We were told that you were coming. The palace has ordered for the grand witchcraft formation to be set up. We were waiting for you to take the bait," the commander said. "I've never seen a grand witchcraft formation as magnificent as this one in all my life. What do you think? How does it compare to the barrier around Golden Court Mountain?" when he heard the middle-aged man's mocking words. Ding Fanqiu said in his deep voice, "Preposterous! 100 Tribulation Insight." His 50 feet tall 100 Tribulation Insight four-leaf avatar appeared again and sprouted another leaf. Boom! Waves and waves of energy rolled off the avatar. The soldiers and cultivators who had thought victory was in the bag were sent flying at this moment. At this moment, Ding Fanqiu's 3 disciples looked at him reverently. "This is my master's true strength." Lu Zhou's brows merely twitched slightly before his expression turned indifferent again. Lu Zhou already knew Ding Fanqiu was holding back earlier. However, to him, regardless of how many leaves Ding Fanqiu had, he was still just a nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator. When the 5th leaf sprouted, the witchcraft circles stopped growing. Waves and waves of energy swept out forcefully from Ding Fanqiu's 100 Insight Tribulation avatar, leaving ripples in its wake. Boom! "I've been waiting for this." Several hundred soldiers were sent flying by the energy waves. The others were forced to retreat. They did not dare to advance. Ding Fanqiu moved at lightning speed. His 5-leaf avatar's energy covered a much wider area compared to before. Many cultivators cried out in pain as they were sent flying before they died. The soldiers who could not dodge in time were drowned by the waves of energy and fell to the ground. The 5-leaf avatar left corpses of the soldiers in its wake. Ding Fanqiu had taken the lives of several hundred men with just one strike. The soldiers and cultivators retreated again. Someone shouted, "Calm down! They're restricted by the Grand Witchcraft Formation. They can't escape even if they sprout wings. We'll just wait until they're too exhausted to fight back." The soldiers and cultivators retreated a few hundred meters away and looked at them hungrily like a tiger looking at its prey. They were not stupid. There was no need for them to directly clash with Ding Fanqiu at this point. The Grand Witchcraft Formation is growing stronger. Damn it! One of Ding Fanqiu's disciples cursed. Ding Fanqiu did not let his guard down even though he managed to kill so many people. He finally decided to descend and recall his avatar. The 100 Tribulation Insight avatar consumed too much of his primal chi. He had to conserve his strength. The Grand Witchcraft Formation continued to grow. Although its speed was much slower now, if this continued, they would be bound sooner or later. Little Yuaner looked at the Grand Witchcraft Formation that was growing closer and closer to them as she asked in a slightly trembling voice, "Master, what now?" "Master!" Ding Fanqiu turned to look at Lu Zhou and Little Yuaner. He was certain he did not hear wrongly. He had planned on forcefully taking Little Yuaner away in the midst of the chaos. At that time, there was nothing she could do about that old man's life and death. He asked, "The old householder is your master?" Little Yuaner rolled her eyes and said, "You're annoying. Do you know that? What's it to you? If you continue to ramble on, I'll ask my master to clobber you to death." For unknown reasons, Ding Fanqiu did not lose his temper when he heard Little Yuaner provocative words. He only remained silent as he thought to himself, "It's truly a shame if I can't make her my disciple." Lu Zhou stroked his beard. His expression was aloof. He would take Ding Fanqiu's life with an item card if Ding Fanqiu made any sudden movement. An item card would undoubtedly be able to kill a nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator. Ding Fanqiu looked at Lu Zhou again. He discovered Lu Zhou was still as calm as ever. Suspicion rose in his heart as he probed Lu Zhou's aura and cultivation base again. He's weak, truly weak. At most, he has connected 3 meridians in the Brahman Sea realm. He doesn't seem to be hiding his true cultivation base. Once the Grand Witchcraft Formation reaches him and takes effect, he'll have to defend himself with his primal chi. At that time, he won't have a way to conceal his strength. I wonder who he is. How did he become the little girl's master? At this moment, the witchcraft circle's speed increased. In just a blink of an eye, it covered the entire jetty. It was as though a giant translucent bowl had fallen from the skies. The Grand Witchcraft Formation was officially completed. The witchcraft's light, even the sight of it, and its primal chi affected the target's judgment, consciousness, and could even corrode its target's cultivation base. At this moment, the world seemed to have plunged into darkness. "Run!" Ding Fancho's expression changed slightly. Before the witchcraft spell completely entered his extraordinary 8 meridians and blocked his Dantian sea of qi, he had to leave this place as quickly as possible. He turned around and saw his 3 disciples were drenched in sweat. He was the only one at the nascent divinity tribulation realm. He could not bring so many people to escape with him. He looked at Lu Zhou again. He said, "Old householder, I don't care what kind of elite you are, but you and I must work together now if we want to leave. The grand witchcraft formation will render us powerless in no time at all." Lu Zhou shook his head. His current cultivation base was only in the Brahman Sea 8 Meridians realm. He could not even be considered as an 8 Meridians expert yet. Moreover, his avatar was the lowly mighty 4 quadrants. If he manifested it, it would only be slightly larger than a monkey. It would be of no use at all. He stroked his beard and said indifferently, "You're not worth it." When Ding Fancho heard this, he said haughtily, "If I didn't summon my 100 Tribulation Insight avatar earlier, you'll be dead by now. The palace has laid down this grand formation to guard this place. Now that the trap has been triggered, we won't be able to leave if we don't act now. Currently, I'm the only one capable of escaping from this place." Then, he turned to little Yuaner, who seemed to be in a daze. "Little girl, I'm giving you a final chance. Come with me. I'll bring you away from this dangerous situation. Get lost," little Yuaner said angrily. A regretful expression appeared on Ding Fancho's face. He shook his head before he said, "If that's the case, I'll leave on my own and leave you to your fate." After he finished speaking, he moved at lightning speed as energy surged out of his body again. The witchcraft was already invading his meridians. "If I don't leave now, I'll be stuck here forever." Just a few moments ago, Ding Fancho was still hesitant about leaving his disciples here. However, he did not hesitate now. He did not have the time to hesitate now after all. He fully unleashed his power at the nascent divinity tribulation realm at this moment. He shot domineeringly into the air as he attempted to break free from the bind of the grand witchcraft formation. The seemingly toxic green smoke that had risen from the purple circles obstructed Ding Fancho's vision. "Master, don't leave me here. Master!" Ding Fancho's 3 disciples cried out when they saw their master had almost left the boundary of the formation. Their cultivation bases were only in the divine court realm. Moreover, they were already weakened by the witchcraft trap. How could they possibly leave the grand formation? The 3 of them put together could not even compare to little Yuaner. Little Yuaner merely felt a minor effect. The Supreme Purity Jade Slip was much better than other cultivation methods, after all. Lu Zhou looked around him. Nobody approached him. He looked up and Ding Fancho rose higher and higher into the sky. Although Ding Fancho's vision was blurry, he continued to unleash another wave of energy. Lu Zhou shook his head. What a shame! If only he was bold enough to take a gamble. If he had used his 100 Tribulations avatar, he might have a chance. If he doesn't, he'll certainly fail. This grand witchcraft formation was on another level compared to ordinary grand formations. Even the grand formation he laid out when he captured Yi Tianxin near Blue Sun Mountain could not compare to this grand witchcraft formation. A mere nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator trying to break free without using his avatar was similar to trying to build castles in the sky. Lu Zhou shook his head. How can you underestimate such a formation? All of a sudden, whoosh! In the distant sky, a streak of energy with a clearly different color from the witchcraft circle shot toward Ding Fancho. It was a feathered arrow wrapped in robust energy. Because of its speed, it seemed to create sparks from its friction with the air. The feathered arrow flew into the range of the grand witchcraft formation at lightning speed and hit Ding Fancho. Ding Fancho, who was caught off guard, fell rapidly from the sky. The arrow pierced through his layer of protective energy, causing it to burst like a balloon. His primal qi leaked into the surroundings, rolling out in majestic waves all over the area and leaving ripples in its wake. It was a spectacular sight to behold. Pooh! Ding Fancho spat out a mouthful of fresh blood in the sky. Bam! Ding Fancho crashed through a building, destroying it in the process. The energy around him instantly dispersed the moment he hit the building. It was an archer. It was a nascent divinity tribulation realm archer. An elite had arrived. Only a nascent divinity tribulation realm archer could land a hit on Ding Fanqiu from such a distance under these circumstances. Also, the archer must have a certain level of skill. Who could that person be? Under Great Yan's skies, there was only one person who could pull off such a shocking feat, easily piercing through a 5-leaf Avatar Elite's protective energy layer. It must have been the most powerful person among the 3 godly archers. He was here. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on the arrow. Master! Ding Fanqiu's 3 disciples exclaimed in shock. An expression of disbelief could be seen on their faces. Their master, whom they respected, a 5-leaf golden lotus Avatar Elite, was shot down by an arrow. Such a high-level archery skill. Is the elite from the palace here? Everyone looked around their surroundings, trying to catch a glimpse of the newcomer. Lu Zhou looked at the direction where the arrow had come from. Although his vision was obscured, he could vaguely see a flying chariot hovering at the edge of the horizon. The boxy bright red flying chariot was not big. It was like a palanquin. Each corner of the flying chariot was supported by a girl dressed in red robes. Their faces were painted with heavy makeup as well. So, the reinforcements from the palace are here. It seems like there is more than one of them. What if one deadly strike card isn't enough? Meanwhile, the archer could be seen next to the flying chariot. He wore a cape and a bamboo hat. At this moment, he was descending to the ground at an extremely fast speed before landing on the ground with ease. The archer possessed a 6-leaf cultivation base at least. He was Chun Zhu, the most powerful person among the divine capital's 3 godly archers. Upon seeing Chun Zhu, the soldiers fell to their knees in unison. Greetings, Lord Chun. The nascent divinity tribulation realm archer stared at Lu Zhou and the others. He did not acknowledge the soldiers. He walked toward Lu Zhou and the others at a speed that was neither slow nor fast. As he got closer, they could see his figure with increasing clarity. He finally stopped moving when he was a dozen meters away from them. After that, he removed his bamboo hat and tossed it aside. His entire person radiated a cold aura. Name Chun Zhu. Race, Triverso. Realm, nascent divinity tribulation. Triverso. Lu Zhou was slightly surprised, but his expression remained neutral. He glanced at the bright red flying chariot again and the 4 girls who were supporting it. Perhaps they were too far away, he could only see the outlines of their figures. However, based on their auras, he determined that at least 2 of them were in the nascent divinity tribulation realm. However, a nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator without any leaves was not a genuine cultivator in the nascent divinity tribulation realm. I think I might have underestimated the situation. Should I use an impeccable card to escape? Lu Zhou was still contemplating his options when Chun Zhu's cold voice rang in the air. The Lord has ordered for these people from the Evil Sky Pavilion to be captured and handed over to the palace. The soldiers and cultivators bowed and responded in unison. Understood. Ding Fanqiu's 3 disciples paled immediately. They cried out one after another. We're not disciples from the Evil Sky Pavilion. You've made a mistake. We're fakes. However, Chun Zhu, who held a bow and arrow in his hands, said indifferently, Since they're fakes, we'll execute them here. The palace might have given them some consideration if they were from the Give Evil Sky Pavilion. However, since they were fakes, there was no need to be considerate toward impostors. Upon hearing this, Ding Fanqiu's 3 disciples fell to the ground. Chun Zhu played with his bow that seemed to be an earth-grade weapon. It was similar to Li Qing's bow. He did not knock an arrow to his bow. Instead, he smiled before he placed his right hand on the bowstring, drawing it back. At this moment, he turned his chi into an energy arrow. Bzzzt. There was a buzz in the air as Chun Zhu pulled the bowstring back. It sounded extremely ominous. Target. Ding Fanqiu's only female disciple. Twang. The arrow took flight immediately. The female disciple did not have time to plead or resist before the arrow pierced through her chest. Her eyes widened before she dropped dead. Her aura had completely vanished. Junior sister. Junior sister. The other two disciples cried out, unable to believe their eyes. How would it be possible for a divine court realm cultivator, who was restricted by the grand witchcraft formation, to defend herself against Chen Zhu, one of the divine capital's 3 godly archers? Ding Fanqiu's expression changed drastically. You! Chen Zhu sneered as he raised his right arm again. BZZT. An energy arrow appeared on the bowstring again. Everyone understood Chen Zhu's plan. He was going to kill them one by one with his arrows. He looked at Ding Fanqiu coldly as he said, Jitian Dao? His arrow was trained on Ding Fanqiu. Ding Fanqiu coughed violently as he sat up. He lifted his hand and broke the arrow that was embedded in his body. After that, he asked in a tone that was tinged with incredulity, You are Chen Zhu, one of the 3 godly archers, whose arrows never miss? Chen Zhu chuckled. My reputation precedes me. Then he said slowly, Indeed, I'm Chen Zhu. You've trespassed where you shouldn't have. Ding Fanqiu brushed his white hair aside before he said, This is how the Evil Sky Pavilion has always operated. Chen Zhu shook his head. That's enough. It's one thing for you to fool the others with your act, but you can drop your act in front of my lord. Your strength and cultivation base are too weak. Ding Fanqiu was stunned. He glanced at the bright red flying chariot in the sky. An expression of surprise appeared on his face before it was replaced by a stiff and unnatural expression. Chen Zhu said confidently, Even the real Patriarch of the Evil Sky Pavilion would have to admit defeat today, let alone an imposter like you. This grand witchcraft formation was prepared specifically with blind and arrogant cultivators, such as yourself, in mind. He did not release his grip on the bowstring. Instead, he looked left and right in search of other targets. He appeared flippant, as though his opponents were just a herd of sheep waiting to be slaughtered. It was only natural that Chen Zhu took the situation lightly. After all, he was a nascent divinity tribulation realm godly archer. He could shoot 3 energy arrows at a time. Nobody could tell who his next target would be. The naked eye would not be able to follow the movements of a godly archer when he was shooting. At this moment, Lu Zhou finally spoke up. 3 godly archers of the divine capital? His ancient voice was deep and domineering. Eh? Chen Zhu's gaze shifted from Ding Fanqiu to Lu Zhou. He frowned slightly. He did not notice the old man prior to this. Lu Zhou's expression was calm. His right hand was resting on his back while his left hand was stroking his beard. It seemed as though he was not affected by the grand witchcraft formation at all. Chen Zhu was shocked. He asked skeptically, You're not affected by the grand formation? Lu Zhou responded indifferently, Are you talking to me? Chen Zhu waved his hand that was holding onto the bow. Do you know who you're talking to? Lu Zhou shook his head and said, I applaud you for your bravery. Old man, who are you? Chen Zhu asked arrogantly. Little Yuaner could not hold it back any longer. Before Lu Zhou could reply, she retorted in a clear voice, The person standing before you is the true master of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Her voice was infused with primal qi. Ding Fanqiu, the 2 disciples. Chen Zhu. Ding Fanqiu trembled inwardly. Realization dawned on him as he pieced the puzzles together. An awkward expression appeared on his face. No wonder. I had thought this little girl resembled the Evil Sky Pavilion's 9th disciple. He did not know if he should laugh or cry at this moment. He was in a lot of pain. To think he attempted to take her under his wings several times. Who knew the old man whom he had brought with him was the old villain he had been impersonating? Only, I'm dead. I'm dead. However, Chen Zhu guffawed. It was as though he had been told the greatest joke of the day. My lord was informed that this Ji Tiandao is an impostor. I am to kill him on the spot. Chen Zhu raised his right arm, condensing an energy arrow. It was at moments like this that he could not let his guard down. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, If you answer 3 of my questions, I'll turn a blind eye to today's event. Chen Zhu was about to erupt in anger. However, bells began to ring in the air as though an order was being conveyed. Upon hearing this, he frowned slightly. He asked with a tinge of annoyance, What are they? First, who's your lord? Second, what's the purpose of fishing the corpses out of the river? Third, who's the mastermind behind the destruction of the fish dragon village? If you answer these three questions, no one will die today. Lu Zhou's tone, attitude, and expression convinced Ding Fanqiu that Lu Zhou was the real Ji Tiandao, the real master of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Before Lu Zhou even made a move, there was no doubt that Lu Zhou was the patriarch of the Fiend Path who had 9 great villains as his disciples. Was there anyone under the heavens, apart from Ji Tiandao, who was able to stand, unaffected, in a grand witchcraft formation? Ding Fanqiu's 2 remaining disciples' jaws dropped. They were as motionless as a doll. Their bodies trembled in fear from this revelation. Meanwhile, Chunju frowned when he heard the 3 questions. It seemed like he was waiting for an order from the flying chariot. Silence permeated the place. It was so quiet that the silence seemed palpable. At this moment, the great witchcraft formation was fully activated. The soldiers standing outside the formation raised their spears as they readied themselves for the order to strike. The cultivators also prepared themselves to attack their targets. This is a sure-win situation. My lord, what are you thinking about? Chunju thought to himself. Ring, ring, ring. The bells rang again. As soon as Chunju heard the sound, his frown eased immediately. A knowing smile appeared on his face. He had never met anyone who dared to speak to him in such a manner. His expression was cold as he said, "My apologies. It's meaningless for someone who's about to die to know the answers to these questions. Death was the best outcome for these people. A shot arrow could not be recalled." Bzzzt. Chunju drew the bowstring back and turned his chi into several energy arrows. His eyes glinted coldly as he asked pointedly, "Any last words?" A nascent divinity tribulation realm archer was truly skilled at turning chi into energy arrows. Indeed, the godly archer could be considered as an expert in his own right. As expected of the divine capital's 3 godly archers. From his movements alone, Lu Zhou could clearly see Chunju was much more powerful than Li Qing, one of the 4 Dark Knights. As Chunju looked at Lu Zhou's indifferent expression and lack of reply, his arrows buzzed again. At this moment, Lu Zhou scoffed softly as he shook his head. He said, "There's a price to be paid for being stupid." Not 1, but 5 item cards suddenly appeared in his right hand. He had bought 4 cards earlier with just a thought. Lu Zhou waved his arm lightly as 5 glowing vortexes appeared in his hand. They rotated in the counterclockwise direction. In just a short moment, the 5 vortexes shot out. Twang, twang, twang. Chunju released his energy arrows at the same time. Unfortunately, they were devoured by the vortexes. The vortexes that were churning in the counterclockwise direction appeared stunning under the light purple glow of the witchcraft formation. They were linked together like 5 interlinked rings as they continued to shoot forward. What they? Chunju furrowed his eyebrows. At this moment, a golden light shrouded everyone. Everything seemed to spin at this moment. This was a Taoist Madra. When the Taoist Madra was launched, everything paled in comparison. This is dangerous. Chunju, who was taken aback, quickly retreated. He had never seen a skill like this before. At that moment when he was distracted, the 5 vortexes suddenly grew in size. The golden light intensified. The area it shone on enlarged as well. They looked like countless Taiji golden circles. Taoist Madras. How's this possible? Chunju could not retreat in time. His eyes were filled with shock as he pulled his bowstring back and shot 3 energy arrows out. Bang! 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 Chunju did not stop. He fired another 3 energy arrows. However, the golden Taiji Madra was unaffected, devouring all of Chunju's arrows. Upon seeing this, Chunju's eyes widened in fear. A hint of nervousness could be seen on his face as well. His hand that held the bow trembled slightly before he began to shoot many arrows out. Unfortunately, the arrows were completely ineffective against the golden Taiji. Unique golden symbols could be seen everywhere at this moment, covering everything. Chunju was too close to the golden symbols at this moment. There was no way for him to escape. He thought to himself, frightened, how can there be such a huge madra? Are Taoist madras so big in the first place? The golden circles formed a round wall that was 10 feet tall. Boom! An explosion rang in the air as one of the golden circles exploded, disappearing with the wind. The entire place was silent again. Nothing could be seen at all at the place where Chunju was standing. Not a single trace of him was left behind. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 Taiji golden madras shot toward the horizon. The female cultivators around the red chariot were stunned. It took a while for them to regain their senses and discover that they had fallen into a disadvantageous position. They frowned and shouted, "The audacity!" 4 of them instantly began to make hand seals to deal with the 4 approaching golden circles. With the spot that Chunju was standing at before his death as the center, the Taiji golden symbols spread in all directions for 10 meters. The witchcraft formation under everyone's feet was also covered by the golden light. Ding Fanchio's gaze was calm. In the cultivation world, a cultivator would at least need a cultivation base in the 7-leaf nascent divinity tribulation realm to cast these Taoist madras. On top of that, they were caught in the witchcraft formation. This meant one would have to fight against the spell's corrosion as well. Just how powerful was this strongest expert under the heavens? Compared to the colossal energy seal, Ding Fanchio's Taoist madras were as insignificant as ants. He had never seen such shocking Taoist madras in his entire life. Based on his knowledge, those who were capable of casting Taoist madras like these were Taoist grandmasters. He wanted to laugh at himself for impersonating someone like this. Meanwhile, the 4 female cultivators hovering in the air had a determined expression on their faces. They were confident they could dispel these Taiji golden madras. Unfortunately, when they launched their energy blasts, all they did was create faint ripples on the madras that seemed as vast as the ocean themselves. It was futile. A Taoist grandmaster? They exclaimed in shock as they looked at the shining golden Taiji symbols that were flying toward them. Bang! 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 The moment the 4 golden circles caught them, they exploded and disappeared like fireworks. After the brilliant display, they turned into clouds of smoke and disappeared with the wind. An incredulous expression could be seen on everyone's faces at this moment. Ding! Killed 3 nascent divinity tribulation targets and 2 divine court realm targets. Rewarded with 3,700 merit points. Fortunately, I didn't suffer any loss. After making the calculations, Lu Zhou discovered Chunju alone was worth 1,500 points. However, he did not earn much. He had spent 2,000 merit points earlier after all. He stroked his beard as he surveyed his surroundings. I didn't want to attack him, but it was easy for a nascent divinity tribulation realm elite archer like Chunju to fire 3 arrows per second. Lu Zhou could not parry them all with critical block cards. Moreover, he would probably have to waste his impeccable cards as well on top of that. Rather than wasting his precious resources, it was easier to do things this way. Apart from that, there was no place for the other tribes under Great Yan's skies. Unlike the Triverso, the Bai people branched out from the Great Yan citizens over the generations. After several millennia of surviving, they set down their roots here. They were aboriginals. The Triverso, on the other hand, was an other tribe since ancient times. Dear Emperor, what kind of people do you keep around you? Do you know that a person from the other tribe has infiltrated the palace? If only more of them would come here as well. Unfortunately, elites of this caliber were not raised in farms. For some unknown reason, after Chunju was killed, the grand witchcraft formation began to weaken. The bright red flying chariot began to fall as well without the support of the 4 female cultivators. The situation on the ground was chaotic as the soldiers frantically tried to escape. The elite from the palace is so easily killed? The soldiers felt as though they were dreaming, finding this difficult to accept. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou continued to look at the flying chariot. For an elite like Chunju, one of the 3 godly archers, to acknowledge someone as his master, the master would certainly not be weak. Boom! The flying chart crashed on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. After the grand witchcraft formation weakened, their vision became clear. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on the bright red flying chariot. The red flying chariot was in pieces now. If there had been an elite in it, it would not have crashed to the ground. This meant there was no one in the bright red flying chariot in the first place. There was no so-called expert in there at all. After waiting for a moment, nobody emerged from the rubble. Lu Zhou nodded as he stroked his beard. Empty. Fortunately, he had expected this when he used his 5 cards. The situation was still within his control. If a group of Divine Court Realm cultivators had charged at him, he would have had a hard time dealing with it. Little Yuaner appeared delighted. She was the first one to break the silence. She giggled and said, "You're amazing, master." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said calmly, "How are you feeling?" "I'm all right. I felt slightly dizzy earlier, but I feel much better now," Little Yuaner said as she walked toward Lu Zhou. "Is the Supreme Purity Jade Slip capable of repelling witchcraft?" Lu Zhou wondered. The light purple glow from the witchcraft formation had almost disappeared now. There were still soldiers and cultivators around them who were waiting to attack. Lu Zhou was not worried. After all, the remaining people were powerless to make him stay. He shifted his attention to Ding Fanqiu. At this moment, Ding Fanqiu was coughing violently. Lu Zhou continued to stare at Ding Fanqiu. Initially, he had intended to buy a deadly strike card to deal with Ding Fanqiu immediately. However, when he saw that Ding Fanqiu was injured and afflicted by the witchcraft spell that greatly weakened his cultivation base, he changed his mind. With his hands on his back, he approached Ding Fanqiu. With Chunju dead, he had no choice but to try and get information from Ding Fanqiu. Whether he had to resort to torture or intimidation, he was certain he would be able to get something out of Ding Fanqiu. Upon seeing Lu Zhou walking toward him, Ding Fanqiu struggled to sit up with great difficulty. He endured the pain from the arrow to his chest and kneeled before he pleaded. "This junior has eyes but couldn't see clearly. Please forgive me, senior." As soon as he finished speaking, he was in a coughing fit again. The air he had put on earlier when he was impersonating Ji Tiandao could no longer be seen. "Senior." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. His expression was indifferent as he said, "I think it's strange for you to address me as your senior." Ding Fanqiu endured the pain in his chest and said, "It's unforgivable for me to impersonate you. However, I must still thank you for killing Chenzhu, and thus avenging my disciple." He shot his 2 disciples a meaningful look as soon as he finished speaking. Upon seeing this, Ding Fanqiu's 2 disciples quickly got on their knees and kowtowed at Lu Zhou. "Thank you, senior. Thank you, senior." "Ding, you have been kowtowed at. Reward, 2 merit points." Insincere and petty hypocrites. There was no change of expression on Lu Zhou's old face. He showed no happiness and anger as he stroked his beard and said, "I have some questions for you, and you'll answer them truthfully. I will tell you anything and everything I know." "Very good." Lu Zhou gave it some thought before asking, "Tell me your true identity." Ding Fanqiu no longer dared to continue acting. He replied, "I'm Ding Fanqiu from Great Yan's Yun sect. These 3 are truly my disciples." Little Yuaner scoffed before she said, "Aren't you ashamed of yourselves for impersonating the evil sky pavilion when you're so weak?" Ding Fanqiu was rendered speechless. A 5-leaf avatar was not weak. "Why did you impersonate the evil sky pavilion?" Lu Zhou asked as he stroked his beard. Ding Fanqiu hesitated slightly before he finally said, "In response to your question, senior, many of the Yun, Tian, and Luo sect's disciples were killed by the evil sky pavilion. Centuries ago, the evil sky pavilion destroyed several thousand of weapons of the 3 sects, dealing a heavy blow to our foundations. Since then, we've never been able to truly recover. I was ordered to—" He paused at this moment. "Say it," Lu Zhou barked. "I was ordered to impersonate the master of the evil sky pavilion and commit crimes everywhere." Ding Fanqiu reluctantly replied. Lu Zhou shook his head and sighed softly. "Yun sect is the head of the 3 sections. A grand sect of the noble path is resorting to such despicable methods? The evil sky pavilion has committed so many evil deeds. I was only ordered to give them a taste of their own medicine. Swoosh! A wave of energy sailed toward Ding Fanqiu at this moment. Smack! It hit Ding Fanqiu on the face. 5 fingerprints appeared on his cheek, bringing with it a burning and stinging pain. Senior, you... Ding Fanqiu stumbled back. He did not know what to do. However, he knew he did not dare to retaliate even if he was given a chance. I'll ask you again, what's the secret behind that bone? After receiving a slap, Ding Fanqiu became much more subservient. He cradled his cheek as he said, "There's a bone from the Bai people that can help a cultivator overcome the great limitation of 1,000 years. A confused expression could be seen on his face as he ventured softly, "Senior, with your knowledge and experience, you must have heard of this before. A bone from the Bai people that's capable of overcoming the life limit of the cultivation world?" Lu Zhou searched his memories again. Since Ji Tiandao lived for 1,000 years and traveled across the lands, it was impossible for him to have no recollection of this matter. He fumbled through his memories for a while, but he found nothing. He decided to give up and continued interrogating Ding Fanqiu. "Has this bone been found?" Ding Fanqiu shook his head and said, "The palace has searched continuously for a decade and has not found it. The chances are even slimmer for us to find it." Little Yuaner snorted and said, "Fools, nobody can overcome the life limit. The owner of the bone died, and yet you're hoping the bone can help you overcome your life limit. What a joke!" Ding Fanqiu was rendered speechless again by Little Yuaner's words. Lu Zhou was reminded of Emperor Qin from Earth. The emperor scoured the lands for a way to extend his lifespan. The people of the cultivation world had never lived past the limit. However, there was bound to be those who were unwilling to bow down to fate and wanted to try. Could it be that Great Yan's emperor is also unwilling to submit to the limit of his lifespan? While Lu Zhou was lost in his thoughts, the soldiers and low-ranked cultivators on the jetty began to close in on them. There were several thousand soldiers and hundreds of cultivators in the sense-condensing realm, Brahman Sea realm, and the Divine Court realm. They've been affected by the witchcraft formation. They're powerless now. Don't be afraid. Trespassers will be executed on the spot. Lu Zhou's expression remained indifferent when he saw the incoming soldiers and cultivators. Little Yuaner flexed her limbs and said, "Master, let me handle them." Lu Zhou waved his hand and said, "There's no need for that." "Ha!" A confused expression appeared on Little Yuaner's face. "Bayan." 2 fists were no match for 4 limbs after all. Although Little Yuaner was powerful, it would still be asking a lot of her to completely defeat thousands of soldiers and hundreds of cultivators. Bayan emerged from the forest as soon as Lu Zhou called its name. The soldiers and cultivators turned back to look when they heard the sounds of growling from behind them. "What's that? A tiger? How can a tiger be here?" The soldiers and cultivators were still confused when Bayan approached them. Its figure could be seen with increasing clarity. As expected, Bayan was not affected by witchcraft. "This? A beast!" Bayan roared loudly. The sound of it resounded throughout the forest. The soldiers' knees knocked against each other from fear and shock. It was apparent now that what they had thought was an ordinary beast was actually an extremely powerful beast. Only a powerful human cultivator could tame such a ferocious beast and turn it into a mount. At this moment, Bayan charged at the crowd. Mightiness and meekness formed a stark contrast. For a time, severed limbs flew everywhere. "Run! Retreat! Divine Court Realm cultivators! Assemble!" The cultivators with cultivation bases in the Brahman Sea realm and below had no choice but to retreat. Meanwhile, the soldiers could not even withstand a single blow. They were all sent flying. Bayan's formidable combat strength was completely displayed before these insignificant humans. The Divine Court Realm cultivators launched their madras and flying swords. Bang! 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 The attacks from the Divine Court Realm cultivators did not affect Bayan. It only served to anger Bayan. Rarg! Bayan went berserk. It leaped into the air and pounced at the cultivators. One should not forget that, unlike Elephant King, Bayan could fly. No way! A flying beast. Crack! The cultivator who had spoken did not even have time to react before his bones were broken with just a single strike from Bayan. Bayan continued to rampage through the crowd. It was chaotic. Without a leader and discipline, the soldiers and cultivators were like a tray of loose pearls. In the end, the thousands of soldiers could only retreat in fear. Fall back. Only, it's not affected by witchcraft. How's that possible? Bang, bang, bang. Bayan took out a soldier with every swipe of its claw. It was extremely ferocious. The soldiers would not have been so afraid of a human. After all, they could whittle away at a human's strength. However, they were facing a beast at this moment. Moreover, this beast seemed like it did not even know what exhaustion meant. The mortals are truly pitiful. With this thought in mind, Lu Zhou gestured for Bayan to attack the cultivators. I've always been merciful. Leave the mortals alone. Deal with the cultivators. Ding Fanqiu. His two disciples. Lu Zhou's words sounded insincere. However, if the old senior wanted to say that, there was nothing Ding Fanqiu could do but nod along. Meanwhile, little Yuaner was applauding and cheering. Bai Yan's combat prowess truly exceeded everyone's expectations. Many of the mortal soldiers were firing arrows from below, but their arrows could only scratch Bai Yan's hide. After Lu Zhou gave his order, Bai Yan no longer pursued the soldiers. It launched itself into the sky. This scene seemed like a recording from the game Snakes. Ding! Killed a Brahmin Sea realm target. Reward: 20 merit points. Ding! Killed a sense condensing realm target. Reward: 5 merit points. Ding! Killed an early stage divine court realm target. Reward: 100 merit points. Lu Zhou nodded. He was pleased. Bai Yan's combat strength was truly impressive. With Bai Yan's help, he knew it would be easier for him to earn merit points in the future. Ding Fanqiu stared at the scene with his mouth agape. This is a legendary mount. Compared to it, Elephant King was like trash. At this moment, Elephant King was lying weakly on the ground as it made several meek attempts to struggle. It was not in the same league as Bai Yan at all. He could only shake his head helplessly. Bai Yan cleared away the low-ranked cultivators in a short time. Most of the soldiers and cultivators had retreated. When Lu Zhou saw it was almost over, he waved his arm and commanded Bai Yan to return. He had earned 800 merit points from this. It was not a lot. After all, these were only weak cultivators. Bai Yan obeyed Lu Zhou's order. When it passed by Elephant King near the jetty, it looked down at Elephant King disdainfully from the corners of its eyes. Elephant King shrunk back slightly in fear as its body trembled. It was meek and subservient in front of Bai Yan. This was the difference between a legendary mount and an epic mount. It would not be too bad if they were not compared. However, once comparison had been made, it could clearly be seen that the difference was as vast as heaven and earth. Bai Yan sat on its hinds majestically next to Bai Lu Zhou and little Yuaner. From time to time, it would bare its fangs, preventing the cultivators from coming closer. At the same time, the effects of the grand witchcraft formation continued to fade. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. He did not understand why these soldiers and cultivators were still hanging around. Aren't they afraid of dying? He was going to continue interrogating Ding Fanqiu when two individuals flew toward him at breakneck speed. The auras these two people exuded caught everyone's attention. Did the palace send so many elites? Lu Zhou was baffled by this new development. The two figures continued to move at top speed before they came to a halt, hovering above the grand witchcraft formation. When little Yuaner had a clear look at the two newcomers, she jumped with joy and called out, "Third senior brother! Fourth senior brother!" Lu Zhou looked up. Indeed, it was Duanmushang and Mingshi. Duanmushang wielded his overlord spear. He appeared majestic with his muscular body and sharp eyes. He looked like a god who had descended on earth. Meanwhile, Mingshi, who was dressed in gray robes, looked strangely at ease and confident. He was smiling broadly at this moment. "Master!" Both of them descended at the same time. As soon as they descended, a mighty shockwave rippled out. The remnants of the witchcraft formation were instantly dispelled by Lu Zhou's two disciples who were in the nascent divinity tribulation realm. With the disappearance of the formation, the air cleared, and their visions returned. Duanmu Shang and Ming Shirin hurried over before they fell to their knees and greeted Lu Zhou. "Master!" Ding Fanqiu was stunned speechless by their amazing entrance. When he regained his senses, he turned to look at his two fake disciples. "There's too great of a difference between the real deal and the counterfeits." Lu Zhou stroked his bread and asked, "Why did both of you come?" Ming Shirin bowed and said, "Master, I've obtained some information from Fan Xiuan. He said there's a grand witchcraft formation here that's personally maintained by the elites from the palace. Therefore, I went to look for third senior brother and came here as reinforcements." Duanmu Shang chimed in, "There are many elites within the palace. I know your strength is peerless, master, and those people are not worthy of being in your presence. However, there's no need for you to waste your energy on small fries, master. Please forgive us for taking matters into our own hands," Ming Shirin said. Lu Zhou glanced at Ming Shirin. Ever since this fellow has seen the separation hook, he has become much more motivated. He's also more cautious compared to before. If he had known they were coming, he would have saved the 5 item cards. Alas, there was no use crying over spilled milk. In the end, he only stroked his beard as he said indifferently, "It doesn't matter." Ming Shirin and Duanmu Shang finally rose to their feet and surveyed their surroundings. The effects from the grand witchcraft formation were practically gone. The jetty post-battle was a complete mess. Bodies were strewn everywhere haphazardly. Ming Shirin felt awkward. "I think we were late." Little Yuaner ran over while giggling and said, "Third senior brother? Fourth senior brother? Look at these 2 counterfeits." Counterfeits? Ming Shirin was confused for a moment. When he realized what Little Yuaner meant, he was displeased. He strode over to the young man who resembled him and was lying limply on the ground. "Bzzt." Mingshi Yin's 100 Tribulations Insight avatar appeared. The young man was dumbfounded. Ming Shirin spoke, "How dare you impersonate me?" At this moment, Duanmu Shang walked over as well. He was about to unleash his 100 Tribulations Insight avatar as well when Ming Shirin raised a hand to stop him. Ming Shirin said, Senior brother, the Overlord Spear is enough. There's no need for you to..." If his senior brother unleashed his one-leaf avatar, his leafless avatar would pale in comparison. Ding Fanqiu's disciple shuddered. He hastily begged for mercy. The one who impersonated Duanmu Shang was too weak to even beg for mercy. He only prostrated himself on the ground as his body trembled violently. "That's enough," Lu Zhou said calmly. As soon as Lu Zhou spoke, Mingshi Yin obediently recalled his avatar. Ding Fanqiu was inwardly shocked. Indeed, the counterfeits levels were too low. With how talented the disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion were, how could they not have any breakthrough after such a long time? "Don't worry, Master. When I left Golden Court Mountain, I gave Fan Xiuan another round of beating. I'm sure he'll be very cooperative from now on." Golden Court Mountain is protected by the barrier anyway. Outsiders can't possibly get in. He's really overdoing it. However, Lu Zhou did not chide Mingshi Yin. Without the interference from the Grand Witchcraft Formation, the soldiers, and the cultivators, Lu Zhou approached Ding Fanqiu again. Ding Fanqiu looked up at Lu Zhou and asked, "Fan Xiuan is in the Evil Sky Pavilion?" "It's not your place to ask questions," Mingshi Yin said with a growl. Ding Fanqiu's wizened face flushed red. Lu Zhou placed his hands on his back and asked, "Since you're from the Yun sect, who sent you?" Ding Fanqiu stammered. He seemed to be reluctant to divulge the truth. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "After this incident, you might be killed to ensure your silence. You're bringing disaster upon yourself." Ding Fanqiu muttered to himself for a moment. Indeed, at this point, he had gone past the point of no return. Moreover, Lu Zhou had helped him avenge his female disciple. In the end, he said, "Hua Wudao, the elder of Yun Sect's Enforcement Hall." "Hua Wudao." Mingshi Yin's eyes widened as he said, "That old fart's still alive?" Ding Fanqiu said, Elder Hua has held a grudge against Old Senior ever since Old Senior had defeated him. It has become an obsession and a knot in his heart, causing him to be unable to make any progress in his cultivation base. So, what a shameless prick. He's only got himself to blame for being weak. How dare he blame someone else for being too powerful? Mingshi cursed. Only someone from the Evil Sky Pavilion would say something like that. Back then, Hua Wudao was a 6-leaf Golden Lotus Avatar elite, and he specialized in defense. Even the 10 great elites did not dare to underestimate him. He prided himself on his defensive skills. 20 years ago, he declared that he had the best defense under the heavens. At that time, there had been no movements from the Evil Sky Pavilion, and it seemed like the Evil Sky Pavilion's strength was waning. He wanted to seize the chance and defeat Ji Tiandao to level up to a 7-leaf avatar. However, on the plains of Jing Province, Hua Wudao and Ji Tiandao had only exchanged one blow that ended in Hua Wudao's humiliating defeat. After all, at that time, Ji Tiandao was already an 8-leaf cultivator. Since that day, Hua Wudao became the laughingstock among the people on the noble path. This became a knot in Hua Wudao's heart, causing his cultivation base to stagnate in the past 20 years. Lu Zhou asked, "Where's Hua Wudao now?" "Elder Hua has gone to the Green Jade altar 3 days ago." Ding Fanqiu hesitated slightly before continuing. "It's said that he has gone there to discuss an alliance to defeat the Evil Sky Pavilion. He knows about the matter regarding the palace fishing up bones from the river more than I do." Lu Zhou remembered Zhang Aijian's letter. The Fiend Temple Master seemed to have gone to the Green Jade altar as well. These people are planning to gang up on the Evil Sky Pavilion? The Fiend Temple's Zuoxinchan was killed by Lu Zhou. It was only natural that Renbuping wanted to avenge Zuoxinchan. However, Lu Zhou did not expect Renbuping would work with the righteous sect for the sake of revenge. The noble and fiend paths had never worked together since time immemorial. After all, the Fiend Temple was not far behind in committing crimes compared to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Zuoxinchan alone was ranked 3rd on the blacklist. The Fiend Temple had absorbed many smaller factions over the years and had become a force to reckon with. When their elite, whom they had gone through much trouble to train, died in the Evil Sky Pavilion's hands, it was only natural that they felt discontented. Lu Zhou said with no inflection in his tone, "Since they want to deal with me, I should just head to the Green Jade altar directly." Upon hearing Lu Zhou's words, Mingshi said in a voice that lacked confidence, "Master, the Green Jade altar is the righteous sect's territory. I'm afraid." Lu Zhou glanced at Mingshi and said, "Mingshi, yes, master." Mingshi heart hammered against his ribcage. Having one's full name spoken was not a pleasant feeling. "Are you afraid?" Lu Zhou asked. Many years ago, when Mingshi had not entered the nascent divinity tribulation realm, he had run into Zhang Qiuqiu, an elite from the righteous sect, when he was roaming the lands and causing trouble. Mingshi was defeated, and he had been traumatized by that incident since then. However, his trauma was not as severe as Yun Sek's Hua Wudao's trauma that created a knot in his heart and caused his cultivation base to stagnate. "Why would I be afraid?" Mingshi asked. "That's good then." Lu Zhou nodded indifferently. Based on their perception in regard to cultivation, Mingshi was, in fact, more talented than Duanmushang. Duanmushang had joined the pavilion much earlier than Mingshi. However, Duanmushang was currently not much stronger than Mingshi. Mingshi had too many distracting thoughts and his intentions were not pure. Therefore, his avatar did not sprout any leaves yet ever since he entered the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Although they were both in the nascent divinity tribulation realm, if one's avatar had no leaves, one was not regarded as a genuine cultivator in the nascent divinity tribulation realm. With the addition of every leaf, a cultivator's strength would improve dramatically. "Junior brother, this is a great opportunity. Your 20-feet avatar is truly embarrassing." Duanmushang patted Mingshi shoulder. Mingshi seemed to wither instantly. He muttered, "That's unfair." Little Yuaner waved her fist and said, "Master, there's also that Zhang Yuanshan. You should kill him. I can't stand that man for cursing you every single day." Lu Zhou glanced at little Yuaner. He wanted to reprimand her, but when he recalled Zhang Yuanshan's face, indeed, he found Zhang Yuanshan's face despicable. When Ji Tiandao's battle with the 10 great elites ended in a draw, he had returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion, wounded. The second attack on Golden Court Mountain was led by Zhang Yuanshan. That person was extremely cunning. If Luo Changfeng, the sect master of Heavenly Sword Sect, was not so ostentatious, the one who had died would be Zhang Yuanshan. When Luo Changfeng died, Zhang Yuanshan was the first to flee. When the incident was blown over, he came out again and publicly slandered Ji Tiandao. Lu Zhou was certain Zhang Yuanshan was somehow involved in this secret meeting at the Green Jade Altar. After a while, he turned his attention back to Ding Fanqiu. Do you know who's behind the destruction of Fish Dragon Village? Ding Fanqiu was puzzled. Weren't you the one who destroyed the village, old senior? This information was given to him by the Yun sect. He had even sent someone to investigate the palace. In the end, he confirmed that the culprit of the Fish Dragon Village's destruction was none other than the old man standing before him. Therefore, he was confused when he heard Lu Zhou's question. He did not know how he should reply to Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou said, "Do you think I'm the culprit as well?" I don't dare." At this point, Lu Zhou knew there was nothing left to learn from Ding Fanqiu. It was apparent that Ding Fanqiu did not know who the mastermind of this plot was. If they're capable of keeping these things a secret for a decade, they must be very skilled. They're definitely not ordinary people. After a while, Lu Zhou waved his hand and said, "Take him away." "Yes, master." Mingshi was the first to reply. "What about them?" Little Yuaner pointed at the two counterfeits who were lying limply on the ground. They were the two young men who had impersonated Mingshi and Duanmusheng. When she pointed at them, they were once again frightened. They shrunk backward immediately. Mingshi lips curled upward as he said, "It's all right to impersonate me, but it'll be difficult for you to escape death after defaming my master." "So, do we kill them?" Little Yuaner asked. "Emicham, I agree to have them killed. Cut them in half. That's the best way." Duanmusheng chimed in with a nod. "I don't think that's enough. Let's cut them into 8 pieces. Some elite cultivators are especially cunning. They'll only die when you've cut them up thoroughly." Ding Fanqiu was rendered speechless from the shock. These are the real villains. After all these years, they had only been impersonating their appearances. They had failed to master the essence of these villains. Every word that came out from the devil's mouths made them shudder in fear. Ding Fanqiu's expression was grim as he mustered up his courage to say, "Impersonating the Evil Sky Pavilion is my sin and mine alone. Please let them go, senior." Mingshi said with a smile, "I see that you're willing to own up to your actions. Alas, even if my master spares them, do you think they can continue living? They've been afflicted by the witchcraft trap. Their cultivation bases will deteriorate sooner or later. This spell is very difficult to break. Unless you're thinking of begging my master for help." Ding Fanqiu's heart sank. There was no way he would be bold enough to beg this grand patriarch of the fiend path. Lu Zhou did not concern himself with these two small fries. His fourth disciple, Mingshi was right. These two counterfeits would most likely die. He glanced at the sky. "It's almost time." Lu Zhou was about to call out to Baiyan when he saw a messenger bird flying toward him from the horizons. Little Yuaner recognized it right away. She raised her hand, and the messenger bird obediently placed a letter in her hand. She said, "Master, it's a letter from that shameless guy again." Lu Zhou, naturally, knew who Little Yuaner was referring to when she said, "That shameless guy." He said, "Read it." Little Yuaner opened the letter and read aloud, "Old Senior, you told me to investigate the Fish Dragon Village, but this will take time. However, I can provide you with the latest information. It's best if you don't go to the Green Jade Altar. The evil king, your 8th disciple, is lying in wait outside the Green Jade Altar. Finally, how amazing is the sword that you promised me." After Little Yuaner finished reading the letter, Mingshi and Duanmusheng's expressions turned sour. I think old Eighth hasn't had enough the last time. How dare he lie in wait to attack Master with his cultivation base? That Master-deceiving, Patriarch-destroying scum. I'll head over there and skin him alive right now. Lu Zhou raised a hand, interrupting his two disciples' tirade. He said calmly, Old Eighth has always been one to bully the weak and fear the strong. With his abilities, I don't think he's bold enough to try and ambush me. Mingshi asked in confusion. Then what's he doing? Lying in wait at the Green Jade Altar? The righteous sect has always regarded itself as a member of the Noble Path. Although Old Eighth has left the Evil Sky Pavilion, the Noble Path won't share the same opinion. The Nether Sect, the Crouching Dragon Darknet, and even Old Eighth's Tiger Ridge Gang are their targets. I reckon Old Eighth is trying to get revenge with this opportunity. Duanmu Shang analyzed the matter confidently. You have a point, but I still think that Old Eighth doesn't have the balls for this. Seventh junior brother must be the one behind this, Mingshi said. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, How powerful is Old Eighth's organization? Mingshi nodded and said, Old Eighth's personal strength is nothing much to speak of. But he has a group of trusted subordinates who listens to him. They're everywhere in the streets. The truly terrifying thing in this world aren't cultivators with profound cultivation bases, but the hearts of the people. War is what is truly terrifying. This had been the case since ancient times. Although fights between cultivators resulted in casualties, the lives lost were a far cry from the pain that war brought to the civilians. Little Yuaner interjected, Eighth senior brother is trying to start a war? Lu Zhou shook his head. He waved his arm and said, All of you, come with me to the Green Jade Altar. Yes, Master. Duanmu Shang, Mingshi and Little Yuaner answered in unison. Lu Zhou waved at Bayan. The ferocious and terrifying Bayan instantly became extremely docile. It retracted its fangs and lowered its body. Lu Zhou leaped onto Bayan's back easily. Yuaner. Coming. Little Yuaner thought that she would not be allowed on the mount. She hastily leaped on Bayan as well. At this moment, Mingshi remembered the legendary mount, Wizard. He said tentatively, Master, what about us? Bring him with you and fly on your own, Lu Zhou said indifferently as he pointed at Ding Fanqiu. While Mingshi was still stunned by his master's answer, Lu Zhou ordered Bayan to leave, and Bayan leaped into the air. It did not take long before they disappeared into the horizons like a gust of wind. He was a beat too late as he bowed and replied, Yes, Master. I'll fly with all my. Duanmu Shang shook his head and said, Don't look at me. I'm flying on my own as well. Third senior brother. That's not what I meant. Your strength and cultivation base are better than mine, and you're faster. So you should bring this fellow along. That way we won't be a burden to Master, Mingshi said with a smile. Duanmu Shang stroked his chin and said, You've got a point. In that case, carry my Overlord Spear. He tossed the Overlord Spear over to Mingshi as soon as he finished speaking. He strode over to Ding Fanqiu and lifted Ding Fanqiu with one hand before he leaped into the sky as well. Junior brother, what are you standing around for? It's nothing. I'm coming right away. Mingshi circulated his primal chi and leaped into the air. He muttered under his breath, I think I still ended up with the shorter end of the stick. The Overlord Spear weighed at least 100 caddies. After it had acknowledged its master and its weapon grade was activated, its quality improved and its weight increased several times as well. Mingshi thought to himself with a sigh, It would have been better if I carried that Ding Fanqiu. At this moment, the jetty was completely silent. Elephant King only managed to get back onto its feet after Bayan left. It walked toward Ding Fanqiu's two disciples. However, as soon as it stepped forward, a witchcraft trap suddenly shot up to the Measure Heaven River's surface. It froze for a moment before turning tail and running into the forest. Thump, thump, thump. It ran at an unprecedented speed and vanished into the forest in record time. The witchcraft trap on the river's surface grew at an alarming speed. It did not take long before it covered the entire jetty along with Ding Fanqiu's two disciples. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou and little Yuaner were speeding toward the green jade altar on Bai En's back. Master, should we wait for senior brothers? Little Yuaner asked. No need. With Bai En's speed, it would only take them 4 hours, at most, to reach the green jade altar. He wanted some time to organize his thoughts and prepare for any unforeseen scenarios. He opened the system dashboard and saw he had 4,812 merit points now. Items. Lu Zhou called inwardly. When the interface appeared, he frowned slightly. Deadly Strike's price was now 600 points. Damn it! Lu Zhou could not help but curse upon seeing this. What's wrong, master? Did someone make you angry again? I'll go capture him and cut him into 8 pieces. When little Yuaner turned around, she saw Lu Zhou bristling in anger. Lu Zhou regained his composure and waved his hand dismissively. He continued thinking to himself, Deadly Strike's price has gone up, but Impeccable Card's price is still 500 points. The fluctuation in price must have something to do with the frequency of purchase. Perhaps the system thinks the cards are too powerful, that's why the price is increased as a restriction. Previously, Lu Zhou did not frequently use Deadly Strike cards, hence, he did not trigger the increase in price. As expected, there was a catch to such powerful cards. After all, if the price had remained at 500 points, he could kill every nascent Divinity Tribulation realm elites under the heavens until he was the only one left with the Deadly Strike cards alone. With that, he would even be earning twice the number of merit points he had spent. As expected, the system won't allow me to exploit this loophole. Fortunately, the price increase isn't too much. I can still accept this. Lu Zhou made a mental note to not rely on item cards too much. He had to improve his strength as soon as possible. With that in mind, Lu Zhou still bought another Deadly Strike card as a spare. I'll have to be more mindful of using Deadly Strike cards after this. In this case, maybe I should start using defensive item cards in the future. Lu Zhou scrolled down. New cards appeared on the item card column. Critical Heal heals 30% of wounds. Price, 300 merit points. Thunderblast activates Thunder Energy Primal Chi. Hit rate, 50%. Damage rate, 30%. Critical damage rate, 10%. Kill rate, 1%. Price, 100 merit points. These are practically useless. With my current skills, who can harm me now? Useless cards. As for the second card, it's even more useless. With a 1% kill rate, it's being sold at 100 merit points. How can it compare to Deadly Strike? Useless. Lu Zhou discovered that the newer item cards were getting more and more useless. After doing some research, he also realized that apart from purchasing avatars, the lucky draws seemed to be a more worthwhile way to spend his merit points. However, this was not the time to be trying the lucky draw. Master, we're almost at the green jade altar. Little Yuaner pointed at the huge building up ahead. The round green jade altar was on top of the building. It was like an incense furnace that stood between heavens and earth. The righteous sect worshipped the heavens and respected the earth. Every time they opened their doors to recruit disciples or teach them their cultivation methods and skills, they would do it on the green jade altar. The green jade altar was surrounded by dense forests on all sides. Head east, Lu Zhou ordered. Master, why are we heading east? Little Yuaner asked curiously. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, Since the rascal, Zhu Honggong, is lying in wait here, I'll use this opportunity to capture him. Little Yuaner nodded as if she was a chick pecking for grain. I'll help you teach that traitor a lesson, master. Bayan moved at an incredible speed. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived in the forest on the eastern side of the green jade altar. Old Eight's followers were mostly low-ranked cultivators and mortals. If they wanted to take down the green jade altar, they would have to use their wits. However, it might be speaking too highly of Old Eighth to even think that he could outwit anyone. For this reason, Lu Zhou was certain Si Wuya was the one giving out instructions from behind the scenes. The green jade altar was elevated and isolated. In that case, fire is the best course of action. The eastern part of the forest was an ideal place to start a fire. As soon as Lu Zhou made up his mind, he urged Bayan to the most ideal spot. Bang! 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 Sounds of intense fighting could be heard in the forest at this moment. Lu Zhou stopped, feeling suspicious. Master, they've started fighting. Little Yuaner pointed at the cultivators among the trees. They were all low-ranked cultivators. Their capacity to do harm was limited. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, I think the rascals' plans have been seen through. Little Yuaner sounded impatient now as she said, Master, quick! Let's go down. I want to fight as well. Impudent! Lu Zhou raised his voice. I might be spoiling this young girl too much lately. She's getting unrulier. Only, when Lu Zhou raised his voice, little Yuaner's shoulders drooped, and she said obediently, I was wrong. Bang! 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 The battle was chaotic. More and more cultivators joined in the fray. The disciples of the Green Jade altar appeared in small groups, and they wore navy blue robes. The opposition was being pushed back as their casualties rose. At the moment Lu Zhou was about to descend, two figures shot past him at breakneck speed from below. One of the figures was quicker than the other. Lu Zhou recognized one of the figures immediately. The one in the lead was none other than the Evil Sky Pavilion's eighth disciple, Zhu Honggong. He traveled far and wide to look for Zhu Honggong, to think Zhu Honggong would deliver himself into his hand. Rascal! Lu Zhou flicked a binding cage card without hesitation. A golden cage shot out of his palm and dropped down immediately. At the same time, Old Eighth, Zhu Honggong, suddenly felt a strange and dangerous energy closing in on him. He instinctively looked up, and his mind instantly turned blank. No way, my master. I'm dead. If a person had bad luck, even the gaps between their teeth would be clogged if they were only drinking cold water. Zhu Honggong felt that he was especially unlucky right now. He did not expect to run into his master at the Green Jade altar, so it was only natural that he was shocked and frightened. At the same time, the cultivator who was chasing after Zhu Honggong came to a halt and looked up. A square cage fell from the air and sailed toward Zhu Honggong. I think it's going to hit. My luck is good right now. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. He mumbled, I should have tried the lucky draw. Master, what are you trying to draw? Lu Zhou ignored little Yuaner. His attention was completely focused on the binding cage card. A small frown appeared on his face when he saw the cage that had grown alarmingly big suddenly took a nosedive and disappeared completely. Yes, it vanished. The cultivators who witnessed this were dumbfounded. Lu Zhou's expression was dark. The card had cost him 200 merit points, and it was wasted just like that. Should I use another one? What if I miss again? This card only has a 30% chance of hitting after all. If they miss over and over again, I'll be wasting too many of my merit points. While Lu Zhou was deliberating his options, Old Eighth, Zhu Honggong, was elated. He muttered to himself, It seems like Master intends to let me go. I'd better run. Quick! Zhu Honggong dove deeper into the forest at lightning speed. His speed was comparable to a nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm cultivator. Lu Zhou had the legendary mount, Baian. If he gave chase, he would be able to catch up to Zhu Honggong. The problem was he needed to use item cards if he wanted to capture Old Eighth. Little Yuaner was powerful, but she was not powerful enough to deal with Old Eighth. Moreover, he was wary of the current situation. He would need little Yuaner by his side for protection. The psychological trauma of the luck draw gave him a bad feeling about this. Forget it. I'll capture him next time. That rascal is lucky. I should try and capture him first before I try my luck at the lucky draw. It was not difficult if Lu Zhou wanted to capture Zhu Honggong. He had all the time and chances in the world. He would leave Zhu Honggong alone for now since he had more important matters to attend to. Master! Master! Quick! The traitor's getting away! Little Yuaner began shouting. It's fine. Lu Zhou waved his hand. I have something else to attend to. Oh! Little Yuaner looked at Zhu Honggong's vanishing back in the forest regretfully. Lu Zhou was about to make his way to the Green Jade altar when the cultivator who was chasing after Zhu Honggong earlier called out, Grandmaster! Lu Zhou turned to look. It's you. A man stood near the battle. An air of arrogance emitted from his body as he stood unaffected by the chaos unraveling around him. The man was none other than Duanxing, the third seat of Fiend Temple. Lu Zhou had previously met him at Runan's holy altar. It was truly strange to see two individuals from the Fiend Path at the Green Jade altar. They seemed out of place. "Greetings, Grandmaster. It is I, Junior Duanxing." When Duanxing was chasing after Zhu Honggong, he had seen Bai An and the flashing golden cage in the air. He instantly recognized the old man. With the Buddhist Grandmaster around, he had no choice but to give up on his pursuit. Lu Zhou stroked his beard calmly. Fiend Temple has always been at odds with the Noble Path. They're like fire and water. "Why are you here?" Duanxing replied respectfully. "My temple master has ordered us to come here because he and sect Master Zhang are discussing ways to take down the villains. I'm only here to accompany him." After he finished speaking, he looked to the left and to the right before continued to say, "I didn't expect to see you here, Grandmaster." Lu Zhou waved his hand. He looked at the ongoing battle. It seemed like it was almost over. The opposition was being pushed back. "What happened here?" Lu Zhou asked. Duanxing chuckled. The Fiend Temple was trying to keep this a secret since they did not want people to find out about this. They had been careful during their journey, but their movements were still discovered. With Zhu Honggong's attack, it was almost as good as announcing the secret to the world. At this point, it was futile to keep this a secret. For this reason, he bowed and said, "The Fiend Temple's movements have been exposed. The evil king tried to sow dissension by bringing many Noble Paths cultivators here to take down the Fiend Temple. The evil king even deliberately exposed his whereabouts to attract more Noble Path cultivators here. That's why the situation is so chaotic. The losses are heavy as well." Lu Zhou nodded. "There's no way Old Eighth could have come up with a plan like this. There's no need to guess. Old Seventh, Si Wuya, must be behind this." Lu Zhou looked at the cultivators who were still fighting. Based on their auras and cultivation methods, indeed, there seemed to be many cultivators from the Noble Path fighting among themselves. Duanxing spoke up again. "Why didn't you take the evil king down in one strike, Grandmaster? If we can capture him, my temple's name will be cleared." "Clear your name?" Lu Zhou asked indifferently. "The Fiend Temple belongs to the Fiend Path. Now that we're colluding with the righteous sect, we're sure to become a laughingstock to other people. If we can capture the evil king, it'll be a great achievement. The Noble Path's attention will also be on the evil king at that time." Lu Zhou's expression was neutral. His emotions were indecipherable. He stroked his beard and said, "Good plan. A member of the Fiend Path catching another member of the Fiend Path. The thief crying, 'Thief!' Interesting." Duanxing felt slightly embarrassed when he heard Lu Zhou's words. He scratched his head and said, "Grandmaster, the evil Sky Pavilion has killed our second seat in the past. We're only getting even by capturing the evil king. I don't think we're like a thief crying, 'Thief!'" Little Yuaner placed her hand on her hips and said, "You're a thief." If any other cultivator had humiliated Duanxing in this manner, he would have jumped in anger. However, with the Grandmaster here, it was not wise for him to behave in such a way. The only thing he could do was laugh awkwardly and say, "You're right, you're right." He was a tactful person and not as detestable as those hypocrites. After a while, he asked, "What brings you to the Green Jade altar, Grandmaster?" "Where's Hua Wudao?" Lu Zhou asked calmly. "Hua Wudao? Yun's sect's elder? He's here." Duanxing appeared surprised. "The Fiend Temple doesn't know about this? I'm only accompanying my temple master. I wasn't informed about this," Duanxing replied. Lu Zhou looked at the top of the Green Jade altar and said, "Are they all up there?" Duanxing shook his head and said, "When Evil King caused the disturbance, my temple master left." Lu Zhou shook his head. "That rascal has ruined my plans." He waved his hand, and Bai An flew toward the Green Jade altar. Meanwhile, in a corner of the forest around Green Jade altar, Zhu Honggong, Old Eighth, slumped to the ground. He kept wiping the sweat off his face. He panted heavily as fear lingered in his heart. A gloomy expression could be seen on his face when he finally calmed down. He wondered out loud, "Why is Master here? I didn't sign up for this." Seventh senior brother. "Show yourself." Old seventh, Si Wuya, walked out slowly from the dense forest. He shook his head and said, "This is unexpected. I didn't think Master would appear at the green jade altar as well." "I don't care. This your plan." "I want compensation." Zhu Honggong straightened his arm and put his hands out as though demanding for something to be given to him. Si Wuya smiled. He put his palms together and said, all right, it's all my fault. The dark net will cover the Tiger Ridge's expenses for a year." "That's more like it." Zhu Honggong felt much better now. He scratched his head and said, "Seventh senior brother, we've gone through much trouble to come up with this plan, but what is it for?" Si Wuya said slowly, "The Fiend Temple intends on working with the righteous sect. We can't let that happen. Nobody knows how powerful Renbuping currently is. There aren't many who can suppress him right now. Eldest senior brother has always kept a low profile. He rarely ventures out from his mountain. Second senior brother's whereabouts are unknown. As for the other elites, we can't place our hopes in them. Second senior brother likes to challenge elites. Why don't we speak to him?" Zhu Honggong asked tentatively. "The people I sent there came running out of fear in less than 3 days. I'm afraid second senior brother is slightly angry about what happened with Fan Shouwen," Si Wuya said as he shook his head. "Second senior brother has always been the amiable one. If he's angry, forget it, then." Zhu Honggong shuddered and shook his head. Si Wuya started pacing with his hands on his back. He walked to a spot in the forest where his view was relatively unobstructed. He looked in the direction of the green jade altar. "It's unexpected that Master would show up here. In any case, our plan is almost completed. Tell your men to retreat." "Alrighty. Also," Si Wuya paused to smile before he said, "Master deliberately let you go." "That's what I think as well. I had the shock of my life." Zhu Honggong shook his head. He did not want to revisit that memory. With Master's usual disposition, I don't think he would let you go for no reason. I suspect there's someone helping him. Si Wuya recalled the Evil Sky Pavilion had recruited several new members. Perhaps there were some intelligent ones among those people. "There's no one else but little junior sister there. She's as fierce as ever. She was this close to jumping down and biting me," Zhu Honggong said bitterly. Si Wuya rolled his eyes at him and ignored Zhu Honggong. "I can't communicate with this dimwit." After a while, he said, "Let's go." He raised his hand slightly and a peacock plume that shone with golden radiance on both ends and purple radiance in between appeared. Its exterior seemed to be a cylinder forged from pure gold. Si Wuya gave it a light wave. Whoosh! The hidden weapons inside the cylinder shot toward a huge tree. The hidden weapons looked extremely dazzling. They were as stunning as a peacock unfurling its tail feathers. Bang! 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 The hidden weapons were embedded in the huge tree like nails. Si Wuya and Zhu Honggong did not even look back. With swift movements, they disappeared into the forest. The dazzling hidden weapons were golden energy seals condensed from primal chi. They were as beautiful as golden feathers. However, while the onlooker was mesmerized by the shocking beauty, it had already claimed a life. Crack! After the huge tree fell, a sneaky cultivator's eyes were widened in fear as he stared at the hidden weapon embedded in his chest. When the peacock unfurled its feathers, the cultivator lost his last breath immediately and fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou steered by and toward the top of the green jade altar. He looked down and saw many people were gathered on the green jade altar's spacious plaza. The green jade altar was the righteous sect's territory. However, it was only a place where the righteous sect's members practiced swordplay and cultivated. Master over there. Bayan dove down on Lu Zhou's order. When the cultivators on the green jade altar saw Bayan, a shocked expression appeared on their faces. Who's that? Everyone, be careful. The audacity. Barging into the green jade altar like this. Dozens of cultivators in navy blue robes stood in neat rows and unsheathed their swords to face this newcomer. Meanwhile, some of the cultivators in black robes looked at the sky in confusion. Lu Zhou said clearly, "Where's Hua Wudao?" Hua Wudao. On the green jade altar, the cultivators exchanged looks among themselves. The green jade altar is the holy land of cultivation for the righteous sect. My old friend, don't you think it's inappropriate for you to come here uninvited? Little Yuaner could not stifle her laughter. Lu Zhou looked at her coldly, and she quickly stopped laughing, turning docile and solemn. She pointed at the cultivators and said, "We'll come as we please. Why should we wait for an invitation?" Ridiculous. Lu Zhou did not descend immediately. This was the righteous sect's territory after all. If they knew that he was the great villain, danger might rain down on him from every direction. If it's possible, I want to use as few item cards as possible. The cultivation path is long. If my frequent purchase of the cards causes the price to increase beyond what's affordable while my cultivation base stays stagnant, I'm as good as dead. At this moment, Duanxing appeared. He landed on the green jade altar and cupped his hands into fists at everyone. He said, "Everyone, this is the Buddhist Grandmaster I've mentioned before. On Runan's holy altar. He's the Grandmaster who killed the monk, Kong Xian, with a single strike." He quickly changed his words midway through his sentence. He was used to referring monks as bald donkeys after all. It would not be appropriate for him to use this term in front of the Grandmaster. Grandmaster. Everyone was shocked. The righteous sect's disciples shifted uneasily. The Fiend Temple's disciples, on the other hand, cupped their fists together. "Greetings, Grandmaster." Lu Zhou ordered Bai En to descend on the green jade altar. After it had descended, it did not leave. It sat on its haunches obediently, baring its fangs once in a while. The righteous sect's disciples gulped at the sight of this. They did not know if they should feel frightened or envious. At this moment, Zhang Chu walked out and said, "My name's Zhang Chu, the fifth elder of the righteous sect. Greetings, Grandmaster." With Zhang Chu as an example, the other disciples followed suit and cupped their fists to greet Lu Zhou as well. Lu Zhou merely stroked his beard and nodded. He spoke in a neutral tone. "Where's Zhang Yuanshan?" The righteous sect's fifth elder, Zhang Chu, bowed and said, "We're receiving important guests on the green jade altar today. However, the Evil Sky Pavilion's evil king unexpectedly showed up to cause trouble. For this reason, Zhang Yuanshan had left with the other guests prematurely. Grandmaster, if you like, you can lodge in the green jade altar and wait for our sect master's return." Duanxing sighed before he chimed in. "It's all because of that villain. What a shame. If Grandmaster had captured the evil king earlier, the matter today would have been settled. What a shame." Lu Zhou felt that it was a shame as well. If only old 8th and old 7th did not spoil his plans, he might have been able to meet Zhang Yuanshan and Hua Wudao. He regretted the fact that his binding cage card failed to hit its target. However, the green jade altar was the righteous sect's territory after all. There was also a grand formation around the green jade altar. If Lu Zhou wanted to act against Zhang Yuanshan, he would have to spend a fortune on buying cards. He felt that it was not worth it to waste too many cards on a single person. "Let's play it safe for now. If I go overboard, I might lose my life. At that time, I can forget about investigating the truth behind the Fish Dragon Village's incident." Lu Zhou did not have time to chat with these people. He glanced at the disciples standing on Green Jade Altar's plaza. Some of them were in the body-tempering realm, while most of them had just recently entered the mystic enlightening realm. There were also a few in the sense-condensing realm, the Brahman Sea realm, and the divine court realm who were also the leaders. It's truly a waste of my item cards if I'd used them against these people. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and asked, "Hua Wudao has returned to the Yun sect? Elder Hua has been cultivating in seclusion in the Yun sect all these years. He's finally emerged from seclusion. I don't think he'll be returning to the Yun sect anytime soon," someone from the crowd said. Duanxing cupped his fists and said, Hua Wudao was defeated by the Evil Sky Pavilion's Ji Tandao 20 years ago. This has become a knot in his heart. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for him to improve if he doesn't resolve the knot in his heart. I won't be surprised if he has gone to the Evil Sky Pavilion to resolve this problem. Everyone was shocked. Some of the disciples who knew about this began discussing among themselves. Elder Hua's cultivation base has barely improved over the last 20 years. He's seeking trouble. To each his own. It's been 20 years, perhaps. Elder Hua has some tricks up his sleeve. I think the outcome will be grim. Recently, the 4 Dark Knights from the Divine Capital's secret forces went to the Evil Sky Pavilion. But they didn't return. Knowing the old villain, it can't be anything good. The 4 Dark Knights? Didn't an elder mention that their leader is Fan Shouwen, who was at the top of the blacklist 300 years ago? The further they discussed this, the more uncertain they felt. If the fate of a person who was formerly at the top of the blacklist was unknown after visiting the Evil Sky Pavilion, how could Hua Wudao, whose cultivation base remained stagnant in the last 20 years, stand a chance? Silence! The 5th elder barked. Look at you, incompetent fools! Scared out of your wits after a few words of discussion. If the old villain stands before you now, won't you be peeing your pants? Little Yuaner did not laugh. Perhaps her funny bone had become immune to these situations. She walked to Lu Zhou and said in a soft voice, Master, they're terribly afraid of you. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and looked in the direction of Measure Heaven River. Based on his calculations, Mingshi Yin and Duanmushang were supposed to arrive by now. As for Hua Wudao, based on what he heard, it seemed like he would be seeing Hua Wudao sooner or later. If that was the case, all he had to do was guard the tree stump as he waited for the rabbit. There was no need to look for Hua Wudao everywhere. If Hua Wudao knew who the mastermind behind the fish dragon incident was, it would be even better. At this moment, the best person for him to get information from was Hua Wudao. The witchcraft elite from the palace was extremely cunning. He was capable of setting up the Grand Witchcraft Formation at Measure Heaven River and observing the situation through the red flying chariot while giving out orders at the same time. It was apparent that he was highly skilled in witchcraft. Moreover, he was powerful enough to command Qinzhu, one of the 3 godly archers. He must enjoy a high status and have great influence as well. After the battle at Measure Heaven River, this elite would surely be more cautious and cunning. Jiang Aijin had connections in the palace, but even he could not approach that person, let alone someone like Lu Zhou who was an outsider. Hua Wudao, Lu Zhou muttered to himself. Our sect master is honestly preoccupied right now. I should be beheaded for making you wait, Grandmaster. Zhang Chu, the 5th elder, said with a bow. Lu Zhou merely looked at him indifferently before ignoring him. He's only a divine court realm cultivator, and yet, he's already an elder of the sect. It seems like the righteous sect isn't what it used to be. Duanxing walked out and said, Everyone, the battle below the Green Jade Altar is over for now. Since our plans have been disrupted, why don't we continue this discussion some other time? Good suggestion, Zhang Chu said with a nod. Well then, I'll be taking my leave. Duanxing ignored the other disciples on the Green Jade Altar. He merely cupped his fists toward Zhang Chu. Lu Zhou gave this man another glance. Strange. There's nothing special about him. Duanxing turned around and walked up to Lu Zhou. He spoke reverently. Grandmaster, I have something that I have to attend to. I'll be taking my leave. Wait, Lu Zhou spoke calmly. Do you have any instructions for me, Grandmaster? Duanxing did not dare slight Lu Zhou, immediately coming to a halt. I have a piece of advice for Renbuping. I shall pass on your words of wisdom in its entirety to the Temple Master, Grandmaster. Duanxing appeared to be listening respectfully. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded as he said, Protect the Fiend Temple, and mind your own business. Otherwise, you'll bring upon your own demise. Duanxing was taken aback by these words. He did not understand what the Grandmaster meant, but he did not dare to question it. He bowed and said, Thank you, Grandmaster. Farewell, then. He waved his arm. With the Fiend Temple's disciples in tow, he left the Green Jade Altar. Lu Zhou looked at the time again. He felt that it was about time for him to leave. With Mingshi Yin and Duanmushang's speed, they should not be hindered just because they were carrying another person. Moreover, the two of them had just recently entered the nascent divinity tribulation realm, so their speed should have improved even more. Just when Lu Zhou was about to leave, a voice rang from behind the Green Jade Altar disciples. Which Grandmaster came to visit the Green Jade Altar? Let me have a look at him. The disciples on the Green Jade Altar moved backward and cleared a path between them. Zhang Qiuqi. Zhang Chu went up to meet the person who had spoken. It was none other than the righteous sex Zhang Qiuqi. Lu Zhou vaguely remembered this person. He defeated Mingshi Yin some years ago. Mingshi Yin was badly bruised back then. Mingshi Yin was once depressed because of this. He hid in the mountains and cultivated painstakingly. Now that a few years had passed, Zhang Qiuqi's strength and cultivation base should have improved as well. Zhang Qiuqi was polite. When he saw Bayan sitting near Lu Zhou, he was slightly taken aback. He quickly regained his senses and said, "Greetings, Grandmaster." Lu Zhou ignored him. He looked at little Yuaner and said, "Let's go." MHM. Grandmaster. Zhang Qiuqi was puzzled by Lu Zhou's cold treatment. All of a sudden, the disciples on the Green Jade Altar disciples exclaimed in surprise. "Someone's coming." Everyone looked up, including Zhang Qiuqi. It was understandable that Zhang Qiuqi did not recognize Lu Zhou. After all, Lu Zhou's appearance had changed considerably. However, there was no doubt that he would be able to recognize the Evil Sky Pavilion's fourth disciple, Mingshi Yin. In recent years, one of the biggest factors that contributed to Zhang Qiuqi's meteoric rise was his victory over the Evil Sky Pavilion's fourth disciple, Mingshi Yin. He became excited when he saw Mingshi Yin flying toward him. Mingshi Yin? He's coming to the Green Jade Altar. It's Mingshi Yin? The Evil Sky Pavilion's fourth villain, Mingshi Yin. The disciples on the Green Jade Altar were shocked. Since their cultivation bases were low, they did not dare to recklessly charge at Mingshi Yin. Moreover, the sect master and other elders were not around. Fortunately, they had Zhang Qiuqi, who was a match for Mingshi Yin, and Zhang Qiuqi, who had defeated Mingshi Yin before. This was like a golden opportunity granted to them by the heavens. Lu Zhou's expression remained indifferent when he saw Mingshi Yin. However, inwardly he felt suspicious. Duanmushang should be with him. Where's he? At this moment, Zhang Qiuqi leaped into the air. He laughed and said, "The heavens are on my side. I'll capture this villain alive today. We'll see who dares to look down on the righteous sect after this. With Elder Zhang here, there won't be any problem with capturing the villain. We're willing to cheer the elder on." Zhang Qiuqi nodded. He said to Lu Zhou, who was next to him, "Grandmaster, I'll place them in your care." Lu Zhou waved his hand and said nothing. Many disciples on the Green Jade Altar leaped into the air as well. Those with weaker cultivation bases could only stay on the Green Jade Altar and watch. A hint of excitement could be seen in Zhang Qiuqi's eyes as he flew toward Mingshi Yin. Lu Zhou leaped onto Bai En's back. He stroked his beard calmly. "Everything is predestined." Little Yuaner leaped onto Bai En as well. "What's predestined?" "It's Zhang Yuanshan and Hua Wudao's destinies. It's also your fourth senior brother's destiny." Bai En growled and leaped into the air. At the same time, Mingshi Yin sailed through the air. The green jade was already in sight. Then he suddenly turned in another direction. This was the righteous sect's territory after all. "Where's Master?" Mingshi Yin scratched his head as he surveyed his surroundings. He slowed down, preparing to descend. He looked behind him as he muttered to himself, "Third senior brother should be here soon. Although he doesn't have the Overlord spear, I'm still faster than he is." He laughed gleefully. Mingshi Yin was still feeling pleased with himself when a shrill cry rang from the direction of the Green Jade Altar. "Mingshi Yin!" Mingshi Yin looked behind. He frowned. He recognized the person immediately. He cried out, "Zhang Qiuqi? It's you. There are paths to heaven, and yet you abandoned them. There are no doors to hell, and yet you've barged right in." Zhang Qiuqi hovered in the air with his hands on his back. He looked at Mingshi with a burning gaze as though he was looking at his prey. Mingshi waved his hand and said, "I'm in no mood to fight you today. Have you seen my master?" Zhang Qiuqi was momentarily stunned. Then, he said in a deep voice, "Do you think you can frighten me with your master's name? I'll mete out justice on behalf of the heavens today." "Wait." Mingshi waved his hand again. "I'm serious. Have you seen my master?" Zhang Qiuqi was provoked by Mingshi seemingly flippant behavior. He said harshly, "If I see him, I'll kill him as well." Bzzt. Primal Qi converged from the surroundings. Zhang Qiuqi made a few hand seals, and Taoist mudras began circling him. Primal Qi continued to surge. Nascent divinity tribulation realm. At this moment, the disciples from the green jade altar who finally caught up to them landed on the ground, surrounding them. Mingshi looked at the sky and did not see his master at all. "I've fallen for master's tricks again." Everyone witnessed Zhang Qiuqi's nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivation base. The disciples on the green jade altar were excited when they saw this. Mingshi frowned. When he saw the Taoist mudras' increasing number, he shook his head and said, "I told you that I don't want to fight, and yet you're forcing me to fight you." Zhang Qiuqi scoffed and charged at Mingshi. "You don't have a say in this." Primal Qi surged from Mingshi body, and his protective energy parried the mudras. Then he said, "It's been a few years. Have your mudras gotten weaker? You're a loser who can only rely on your glib tongue." Zhang Qiuqi attacked at lightning speed. Bang! 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 Both of them were instantly engaged in a battle, leaving afterimages in the air. Energy waves intertwined and collided. Mingshi retreated as he fought. He conjured up energy waves to parry Zhang Qiuqi's attacks. Bang! 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 Many of the disciples' cultivation bases were lower than the Brahman Sea realm. It was rare for them to witness a battle between nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivators. They looked suitably impressed. "The elders' mudras are excellent. I'm sure the villain will lose very soon. To be honest, I'm quite confused. It's said that Ji Tiandao intentionally suppresses his remaining disciples. Even then, they're a match for Elder Zhang, who's at the nascent divinity tribulation realm. It's nothing strange. Elder Zhang isn't using his full strength yet. Let's watch for a while longer. Even without Elder Zhang, we still have the Grandmaster. There's no need to worry." The crowd was satisfied with the discourse. They calmed down and continued watching the battle. Taoist mudras were similar to Zen mudras. Mingshi knew how to deal with these mudras. He kept using his energy to parry the incoming mudras. This way, Zhang Qiuqi became the attacker while Mingshi became the passive defender. "Old geezer, don't make me do this." Mingshi waved his arms. He kept conjuring waves of energy to block the attacks. Bang! 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 Mingshi continued to retreat as he defended himself. Zhang Qiuqi bellowed, "Too weak." He did not think highly of Mingshi at all. The energy around him erupted again. Mingshi felt that something was amiss as the look in his eyes changed. This old geezer seems to be stronger than before. He looked at his surroundings, feeling wary about this place. After all, this place was not too far from the green jade altar. If Zhang Yuanshan and the other elders appeared, he would be in a disadvantageous position. At this moment, Mingshi saw Zhang Qiuqi spread his palms before dozens of mudras were launched at him. A burst of primal qi surged out of his body as he quickly retreated. Bang! 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 Mingshi was continuously forced to retreat. Zhang Yi was delighted that he gained the upper hand. He crowed, "As expected, you're as weak as before." Mingshi turned around and fled. "He did it on purpose?" Zhang Qiuqi was taken aback. Mingshi was several meters away in an instant. Indeed, he had relied on the impact of Zhang Qiuqi's attacks to flee. "Come catch me if you dare. My third senior brother and master will be coming soon." Zhang Qiuqi thought nothing of this. He called out coldly, "Running away? You're too late." He quickly unleashed his 100 Tribulations Insight avatar. 100 Tribulations Insight. Grand technique. With the two active ultimate skills, Xianxia moved at breakneck speed. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared next to Mingshi and struck with his palm. Boom! I knew you'd do this, you old geezer. Mingshi instantly activated his 100 Tribulations Insight avatar as well and parried Xianxia's powerful strike. However, Xianxia had a two-leaf golden lotus avatar. Mingshi leafless avatar was much smaller compared to a two-leaf avatar. It was like a child facing off against an adult. When their avatars' energies collided, Mingshi fell to the ground with a loud rumble. The disciples from the Green Jade altar had rushed over at this moment and witnessed this majestic scene. With Elder Zhang's two-leaf avatar, this Mingshi will surely lose. However, we shouldn't underestimate Mingshi as well. I didn't expect him to have an avatar. He's already a nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator. He has rotten luck. Elder Zhang's the only one here, and he ran into him. Elder Zhang is destined to be the bane of Mingshi life. The disciples from the Green Jade altar were excited and proud when they saw this scene. Meanwhile, Bian hovered in the horizons. Lu Zhou sat on its back as he stroked his beard and calmly watched on. Master, aren't we going to help fourth senior brother? Little Yuaner asked. Mingshi has been in the divine court realm for a long time. He's not any less talented than Duanmusheng. If I help him, how's he supposed to train himself in actual battle? Lu Zhou said. You're really wise, Master. I want to fight as well. With them. Little Yuaner pointed at the disciples on the Green Jade altar. Just watch. Don't butt in, Lu Zhou chided. Oh! The disciples on the Green Jade altar disciples were low-ranked cultivators. It was meaningless to fight them. When Xianxia's attack landed true, he stared at the ground smugly. With this, Mingshi will surely be injured, if not dead. Mingshi stirred up clouds of dust when he crashed onto the ground. He was temporarily obscured from everyone's sights. When the dust dissipated, creaking sounds could be heard. Creak, creak, creak. Vines started growing out of the ground. They resembled tentacles as they reached for Xianxia. Bluewood Heart Technique? As Mingshi former opponent, Xianxia immediately recognized this technique. This was the essence of the Bluewood Heart Technique, utilizing primal qi to promote plant growth. In the forest, Mingshi cultivation base and strength would improve tremendously. Did he do that on purpose as well? You sly fox! Do you think that I haven't thought of a way to deal with your Bluewood Heart Technique after all these years? Xianxia bellowed as he suddenly recalled his 100 Tribulations Insight avatar. Instead of retreating, he flew toward the dense growth of vines. Elder! The disciples of the Green Jade altar were shocked. At this moment, energy began to surge from the vines. Bang! 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 A fire was ignited, and the vines shrunk backward immediately. You old geezer! Forget it! I won't fight you today! Mingshi coughed a few times before he turned around to flee. Upon seeing this, there were no changes in Lu Zhou's expression. However, he felt extremely speechless inwardly. His disciple Mingshi will to survive was much stronger than he had expected. His disciple only thought about escaping with his life intact all the time that he had forgotten about facing and defeating his enemies. Mingshi continued to run. Xianxia called out, So, this is all there is to the villains in the Evil Sky Pavilion. His voice resounded in the entire area. Upon hearing this, the disciples on the Green Jade altar laughed. It seemed like the villains of the Evil Sky Pavilion were not as terrifying as they had imagined. To think that a villain would flee out of fear. Xianxia spoke in a deep voice. With my two-leaf avatar, I would be embarrassed to no end if I let you and your leafless avatar escape. 100 Tribulations Insight. Grand technique. Xianxia unleashed his powers again. He moved swiftly. He seemed to have recreated the scene from before as he appeared next to Mingshi again. A wave of powerful energy spread outward with Xianxia's avatar in the center. Boom! This time, Ming-Sher could not activate his avatar in time to defend himself. He was like a lonely boat in the middle of the sea during a storm as he flew out. All of a sudden, he flipped in the air before he landed on the ground. He tried his best to suppress his boiling qi and blood as he said tauntingly, "Come on! You can't kill me, your grandfather, with this." Xianxia spoke haughtily in the air. "Do you think you can provoke me into continuously unleashing my grand technique? You're thinking too much. Your death is near." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his right hand. A gray weapon materialized and hovered above his palm. It spun for a moment before dropping into his hand. It was a saber that was half gray and half dark crimson. The disciples on the green jade altar were abuzz when they saw this. Life Cutter. It's Elder Zhang's Life Cutter. 3 years ago, Elder Zhang brought this heaven-grade weapon back from Rongbei. So this is why Elder Zhang is so confident that he unleashed his ultimate skills 4 times in a row. He has a heaven-grade weapon with him. Ming-Sher is dead meat. Every time this saber appears, a life will surely be taken away. BZZT, BZZT, BZZT. Life Cutter began to vibrate. Wave after wave of pure energy appeared and shrouded the saber. Ming-Sher die. Ming-Sher did not expect Xianxia would possess a heaven-grade weapon. Xianxia was not the 4 Dark Knights. He knew the Bluewood Heart technique's weakness. On top of that, he had Life Cutter as well. There was no way he could beat him. Xianxia raised his Life Cutter. Before he slashed the saber down, a voice rang from afar. "Catch!" Whoosh! The separation hook and scabbard sailed through the air toward Ming-Sher. Everyone's attention was focused on the object sailing through the air before they turned to look at the person who had spoken. The Grandmaster? Why is he helping the villain? Lu Zhou, who had spoken, stood next to Bai-In. He continued stroking his beard with one hand while he rested the other on his back. The disciples from Green Jade Altar who were watching the battle were dumbfounded. Grandmaster? What's happening? Did the Grandmaster intend to kill the villain? Did the weapon slip from his hand and ended up in the villain's hands instead? At this moment, the separation hook and scabbard had already reached the spot before Xianxia. A desperate struggle. Xianxia had already raised his Life Cutter. He decided to deal with this latest development after he killed his opponent. Bam! Xianxia's saber landed on the separation hook and scabbard. The separation hook and scabbard spun wildly from the impact of a heaven-grade weapon and continued falling downward. Xianxia was shocked when he saw this. This object is capable of withstanding a slash from Life Cutter? He frowned as he stared intently at the peculiar weapon. The weapon that was sent flying by Xianxia continued on its trajectory toward Ming-Sher hands as though it was searching for its owner. Ding! Separation hook and scabbard has successfully acknowledged its master. Activated grade, heaven grade. Reward, 1,000 merit points. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. If Ming-Sher did not have the separation hook, he would not stand a chance of defeating Xianxia, who wielded Life Cutter. Initially, he intended to temper Ming-Sher personality first before giving the separation hook and scabbard. After all, Ming-Sher was too reckless and stood out too much. However, this seemed like a good opportunity as well. The moment the weapon acknowledged its master, Ming-Sher eyes lit up in excitement. Before he thanked his master, he leaped into the air at lightning speed. In the next moment, he unsheathed the separation hook. He seemed like a tiger who had sprouted wings as he charged at Xianxia. Bang! 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 A wave of energy that was much more majestic compared to before surged out of Ming-Sher body. His speed and movements were at their fastest. When he wielded the separation hook and scabbard, it seemed like fireworks in the sky as it flashed with light. It seemed as though the sky was his playground at this moment. Bang! 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 Ming-Sher struck with a hook using his backhand while he used his forehand to strike with the saber. He kept switching between the 2 modes of attacks, and all his blows landed on Xianxia's Life Cutter. At this moment, his voice resounded in the sky. Xianxia, you've unleashed your grand technique 4 times in a row. If it weren't for Life Cutter, You won't stand a chance against me. Realization dawned on Zhang Qiuqi at this moment. The so-called Grandmaster was the master of the Evil Sky Pavilion. The revelation put immense pressure on him. His power continued to wane while Mingshi Yin's power grew. It did not take long before Mingshi Yin gained the upper hand. Zhang Qiuqi naturally had no intentions of throwing his life away. In just a split second, he decided to retreat until he was within the Green Jade Altar's grand formation. He quickly raised Life Cutter, intending to copy Mingshi Yin. However, at this moment, Mingshi Yin solemnly said, "100 Tribulations Insight." His 20-feet avatar appeared, causing his speed to increase. The separation hook and scabbard continued to rain down blows on Zhang Qiuqi like a tempest. Damn it! Zhang Qiuqi kept retreating. Bang! 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 The collision between the two heaven-grade weapons sent sparks flying through the air. However, Mingshi Yin's confidence in his separation hook and scabbard far exceeded that of Zhang Qiuqi in Life Cutter. Mingshi Yin suddenly said, "Farewell." Zhang Qiuqi barely registered what Mingshi Yin had said when countless vines began to grow around him, cutting off his path of retreat. "100 Tribulations Insight," Mingshi Yin said coldly. This time, his avatar was no longer 20 feet. It was now 30 feet. Moreover, a leaf could be seen on the golden lotus under the avatar. "What? When did you sprout a leaf?" Zhang Qiuqi's eyes widened in disbelief. "Pooh!" Mingshi Yin pierced Zhang Qiuqi's chest with the separation hook and scabbard. From the moment he obtained the heaven-grade weapon, he had been constantly pushing Zhang Qiuqi back. He did not stop for a single second to rest. "I'm sorry. I've always had a leaf." The battle ended just like that. Zhang Qiuqi's remaining primal chi kept his body in midair. Mingshi Yin straightened his back as he hovered in the air. He wiped the separation hook with his sleeve and returned it to its scabbard. Thud! Zhang Qiuqi finally dropped to the ground. Ding! Killed a nascent divinity tribulation realm target. Reward: 1,000 merit points. Ding! Recovered the heaven-grade weapon, Life Cutter. Re-refining is needed before use. When Lu Zhou raised his hand, Life Cutter shot into his sleeve in just a blink of an eye. Mingshi Yin hastily descended and rushed over to buy-in. Since the vines were obstructing their view, the disciples from the Green Jade Altar disciples were unaware of what had happened. However, they were still able to see buy-in that was hovering high in the sky. When the vine finally disappeared, they were greeted by the sight of Mingshi Yin kneeling and cupping his hands together. "Thank you, Master. I'm glad I didn't let you down." Loyalty +2. Lu Zhou stroked his beard calmly. He merely glanced at Mingshi Yin and nodded in reply. He did not expect Mingshi Yin to have concealed his strength. It seemed like Mingshi Yin had sprouted a leaf during his battle with one of the 4 Dark Knights as well. Mingshi Yin stood up and said to little Yuaner, "Little junior sister, did I look like second senior brother when I took out Zhang Qiuqi with a single strike earlier?" Little Yuaner rolled her eyes at him and said, "How would I know?" If there were people who were still confused, the conversation between these people confirmed the old man's identity. "He's the old villain? Ji Tiandao? Impossible. The Grandmaster whom Duanxing introduced to us is the master of Evil Sky Pavilion. Run!" The disciples with weak cultivation bases did not dare to linger. Their lives were more important than watching a battle. In just a blink of an eye, only one disciple from the Green Jade Altar was left on the scene. Little Yuaner turned to look and said, "There's someone who isn't afraid of you, Master." Lu Zhou looked at the person and discovered it was Zhang Chu, the righteous sect's 5th elder. He asked calmly, "You're not afraid of me?" Zhang Chu remained silent. Lu Zhou nodded slightly and praised Zhang Chu. "I thought the righteous sect is only filled with cowardly mice." "Master, I haven't had enough yet. Can I kill this man too?" Mingshi Yin asked excitedly. "I promise it would not cause too big of a ruckus. He'll die even faster than Zhang Qiuqi." Lu Zhou shook his head. He glanced at Zhang Chu and said, "There's no need for that. Killing Zhang Chu was meaningless. He was only a small fry. His death would be of no consequence to the righteous sect. Lu Zhou waved his sleeve as he said, I like people with guts. I'll spare your life. Then, he said to his disciples, let's return to the evil sky pavilion. Bayan flew toward the clouds. Have a safe journey, master. I'll go look for third senior brother, Mingshi said. Lu Zhou ignored him. He rose into the skies on Bayan's back. Mingshi shot into the forest at lightning speed. Why is senior brother taking so long for a trip to the toilet? Soon after, he vanished, disappearing from the area. After a long while, Zhang Chu slumped to the ground. A hot stream of liquid trailed down his legs at this moment. That was fucking scary. It's too terrifying. The old villain was standing in front of me. Zhang Chu was nearly in tears. In the quiet forest, a man in green robes walked out unobtrusively. He looked in the direction where Bayan had flown off and muttered to himself, Master, you seem to have changed a lot. He walked slowly toward Zhang Chu, who was sitting limply on the ground. Hello. Hello. Zhang Chu nodded with a lingering fear. I don't think it's their intention to frighten you. It's not intentional? Zhang Chu almost cried. This is ridiculous. The Fiend Temple is trying to ruin my righteous sect. The green-clad swordsman said with a smile. I don't think the old man did this on purpose. Really? When Zhang Chu realized the shameful position he was in, he quickly tidied his robes and rose to his feet. The green-clad swordsman nodded. If you're offended, I'll apologize to you on his behalf. A frown appeared on Zhang Chu's face. He said irritably, Who are you to apologize on his behalf? Just who do you think you are? Zhang Chu's voice had barely faded when the sword on the green-clad swordsman's back vibrated. It flew out and returned to its sheath in just a blink of an eye. Not even its shadow could be seen. But Zhang Chu's thumb had already been severed from his hand. It happened so quickly that he did not even feel the pain. My name's Yu Shangrong, the green-clad swordsman said with an affable smile. There's no need to be afraid. I never kill without a reason. I'm sorry for intruding upon your hospitality. Farewell. Yu Shangrong turned around and left. He disappeared into the forest in just a blink of an eye. Zhang Chu hissed in pain when he pressed the stump where his thumb once was. At the same time, another hot stream of liquid trailed down his legs again. For hours later, in the Evil Sky Pavilion's great hall, Ding Fanqiu shivered as he kneeled on the floor. He kept glancing around his surroundings. The great hall was not very impressive, but this was the real Evil Sky Pavilion after all. He was so frightened that he did not even dare to breathe loudly. Duan Mushang and Mingshi stood respectfully at the side. Lu Zhou looked at Ding Fanqiu. Although this man had impersonated him, he was a five-leaf nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator from Yun's sect. If Hua Wudao acted just as Duan Xing had predicted, this meant that Hua Wudao would be here soon to resolve the knot in his heart. Therefore, as a person from Yun's sect, Ding Fanqiu still had his use. He waved his hand. Lock him up. Understood. Duan Mushang picked Ding Fanqiu up and left the great hall. Also, if you see Hua Wudao, tell him to come meet me at once. Yes, master. Lu Zhou glanced at the derived Moon Palace's female cultivator who was standing at the side. He stroked his beard and asked, How's Yi Tianxin doing these days? The female cultivator immediately fell to her knees with a thud. She was so frightened that she could barely speak coherently. When Pan Zhong saw this, he cupped his hands together and said, In reply to your question, Pavilion Master, apart from being weak, she seems fine. Lu Zhou nodded. With the constitution of the Bays, this ailment was nothing. Before the truth of the Fish Dragon Village incident was revealed, he had no plans of doing anything to Yi Tianxin. Finally, he said curtly, I'm tired. Have a good rest, master. Lu Zhou rose to his feet and went into the hidden chamber. He had no time to read the heavenly writing during the past 2 days. His mental state was slightly worse compared to before. Name Lu Zhou. Race human. Cultivation base. Brahmin C8 meridians. Merit points. 6,212. Avatar Mighty 4 quadrants. Remaining life, 5,800 days. Item: Deadly Strike card X1, Impeccable card X2, Critical Block card X7, Passive, Binding Cage card X4, Wizard, Buy-in. Weapon: Unnamed, Amorous Hoop. Owner: Yi Tianxin. Requires re-refining to use. Life Cutter. Owner: Zhang Qiuqi. Requires re-refining to use. Cultivation method: 3 scrolls of heavenly writing. 6,000. I'm still about 1,000 short. Lu Zhou frowned. He could not afford an avatar yet. They were too expensive. Looks like I'll have to think of a way to earn more merit points after this. Since he had not completed the investigation of the Fish Dragon Village incident, he, naturally, did not receive his handsome reward yet. Lucky draw. Ding! Spent 50 merit points on a lucky draw. Thanks for participating. Luck +1. I wonder if I'll still miss if I choose a lucky draw again. Lu Zhou decisively spent his merit points on another lucky draw. Ding! Spent 50 merit points on a lucky draw. Luck 8. Obtained avatar, 5 energies universe. Really? The actual avatar would have cost him more than 8,000 merit points, and yet, he had somehow obtained it for 50 merit points? However, just like the logic of, if only I had known, I would have gone for the 7th jar. He knew he would not have the stroke of good luck if he did not experience the setbacks from before. Use. The 4 Mighty Quadrants avatar was immediately replaced by the 5 Energies Universe avatar. This was a state of having one's 5 energies return to the Dantian Sea of Qi after connecting the Rin and Du meridians. However, Lu Zhou had connected the meridians a long time ago. Hence, when he obtained the 5 Energies Universe avatar, primal Qi surged and flowed into his body like an incoming tide. Felt extremely comfortable. After that, Lu Zhou spent some time getting used to his new avatar. He felt that there was a profound improvement in his cultivation base. He sighed as he stretched his limbs. I need some reversal cards. It was true that he got more, thanks for participating, than an actual item from his past lucky draws. However, he could tell that he made a profit in general. Lucky draw. Ding! Spent 50 merit points on a lucky draw. Thanks for participating. Luck +1. He did 5 consecutive draws and the outcomes were the same. After obtaining the 5 Energies Universe avatar, Lu Zhou was not affected by the 5 failures. He could increase his luck points anyway. He could accept anything so long as it was not some useless item. Lu Zhou made no further attempts at the lucky draw. Instead, he opened the items column. He wanted to see if there were any newly available item cards. What's this? At the bottom of the list, Lu Zhou noticed a purple box where he had expected to see an item card. There was a note that read, "A mysterious box." Mysterious box? Price: 2,000 merit points. Available for 1 day. A limited time offer? Lu Zhou frowned. This reminded him of certain games back on Earth. This was a classic tactic of unethical merchants. However, was the system this senseless? Lu Zhou's gut told him there was something valuable inside the mysterious box. Purchase. There was a flash of light before a box appeared in the center of the hidden chamber. The purple box was an exact replica of the one displayed on the system dashboard. After observing it for some time, Lu Zhou realized there was no way to open this box. It was completely sealed. Bam! Lu Zhou waved his arm casually. An energy wave hit the box. Nothing happened. Bam! 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 Lu Zhou continued waving his arm, launching a barrage of attacks on the mysterious box. Outside the hidden chamber, Little Yuaner and Minsky-Een heard the commotion from the hidden chamber. Don't go. Master isn't satisfied with the events at the Fish Dragon Village. He's at the peak of his rage now. Minsky-Een quickly stopped Little Yuaner, who was about to enter the hidden chamber. Oh! Little junior sister, are you free? Why? Spar with me. Look at my separation hook and scabbard. Master gave it to me. Little junior sister. Why are you crying? Minsky-Een raised his hand and the separation hook and scabbard materialized in the air before slowing dropping into his hand. Before Minsky-Een could inquire further, He heard Duanmushang's voice ringing from outside the great hall. "Old Fourth, I heard the good news. Master has given you a weapon, right? Come now. I can barely wait. Now that you have such a great weapon, I'm sure you'll last longer than before." Quickly, Duanmushang carried his overlord's spear in his left hand as he dragged Mingshi out of the hall with his right hand. Mingshi was speechless. Little Yuaner scoffed. "Serves you right for picking on me." Inside the hidden chamber, Lu Zhou continued bombarding the mysterious box with his energy blasts. The box remained unaffected. Not even a scratch could be seen on it. A box that can't be opened. What's the meaning of this? I spent 2,000 merit points for nothing? Lu Zhou bent down and studied the box carefully. Other than the grooves on the box, there was nothing special about it. Lu Zhou remembered his weapon, unnamed. What will happen to this sturdy box if I use unnamed on it? He raised his right hand slightly. The exquisite and refined sword, unnamed, materialized in his hand. He waved it casually. Bang! Unnamed collided with the mysterious box. Sparks flew everywhere. Lu Zhou's first reaction was to inspect unnamed. There were no scratches on it. Then he looked at the box. Just like unnamed, it was untouched. The only change was a fine scratch on its surface. When Lu Zhou blinked, the scratch mark was gone. It was as though it had melted away. It was apparent that unnamed was superior. However, this box's material was extremely peculiar. It was capable of restoring itself. Unnamed could even break the Dark Knight's peak Earth-grade weapon. This meant the material of this box was tougher than a heaven-grade material. Lu Zhou stood up. He decided to give up on studying the box. Since the system sold him this box, it would certainly have its use. It was meaningless to be too anxious about this. When the boat reaches the head of the pier, it would straighten itself. He was certain he would eventually find a way. Heavenly writing. Lu Zhou sat with his legs crossed and began to comprehend the heavenly writing. During this time, he discovered it was extremely easy to immerse himself in comprehending the heavenly writing. Apart from that, he noticed that he no longer had to call up the scrolls. Once he calmed down, the words of the heavenly writing would appear in his mind. The scripts and symbols would move along and repeat where necessary as though he was watching a movie. Meanwhile, in a meeting hall on the green jade altar in the righteous sect, the fifth elder, Zhang Chu, recounted with great detail everything that had happened to Zhang Yuanshan, the sect master of righteous sect. His face was wet with tears and snot as he recounted the events. The other elders could not help but shake their heads as they listened to him. Sect master, the fiend temple's Renbuping deliberately brought you away. This is clearly a plot of luring the tiger away from its mountain. Ji Tiandao seized the opportunity and killed Elder Zhang. I've said before that the people from the fiend path are not to be trusted. Zhang Chu, are you sure it was the evil sky pavilion's Ji Tiandao and sword devil Yu Shangrong? Zhang Yuanshan asked with his hands resting on his back. I'm absolutely sure. Even if I'm lying, there were many disciples on the green jade altar at that time. They can all bear witness to this. Zhang Chu raised his hand. Look, my thumb was severed by the sword devil. The others were shocked. How did you survive an encounter with the sword devil? Enough. Zhang Yuanshan snapped. The meeting hall fell silent. The others did not dare to speak. They could only look at their sect master. Zhang Yuanshan frowned as he said loudly, there are many flaws in this matter. We shouldn't jump to conclusions before we gain a better understanding of this matter. We'll put Zhang Chochi's death aside for now. Did Elder Zhang die in vain? Why? Are you going to avenge him? Zhang Yuanshan retorted. The meeting hall fell silent again. Who would dare to provoke the evil sky pavilion? Even the fates of the divine capital's special forces, the 4 Dark Knights, remained unknown ever since they entered the evil sky pavilion. The fiend temple's Xianxia, the only elite in the world who entered the nascent divinity tribulation realm through the fiend Zen, died in the evil sky pavilion. Who would dare to go there now? The only thing they could do was wait. They could only wait for Ji Tiandao's life to run out. When that day arrived, the evil sky pavilion would crumble. Tongzi Town, dozens of miles away from Golden Court Mountain. An old man and a middle-aged man were resting at a table with a pot of tea. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before saying, "Master, are we really going to the evil sky pavilion? I heard that they're all villains who are wicked and crazy. If anything were to happen to you." The old man sighed softly and shook his head. "I've hesitated many times over the past 20 years. Sometimes I'm afraid. Sometimes I'm worried that I might disgrace the name of the Yun sect. However, there are also times when I'm worried that Tiandao will become too old to fight. At that time, I'll have to carry this knot in my heart to the grave. If that happens, even if I die, I won't be able to die in peace. But the noble and fiend paths do not tolerate each other. If it weren't for my status as a Yun sect elder, why would I delay the matter until this day?" the old man said. When he saw the middle-aged man had nothing more to say, the old man sighed and said, "You're still young. There's no need for you to dwell on complicated matters. When you're at my age, you'll come to understand everything. I truly don't understand any of this, and I don't think I want to. Evil creature, I've made up my mind. Don't bring this up ever again," the old man said as he lowered his cup on the table. The middle-aged man kept his thoughts to himself. 2 days passed in just a blink of an eye. During this time, Lu Zhou continued to comprehend the heavenly writing in the evil sky pavilion. The familiar and comfortable mental state was restored. He opened his eyes slowly and looked at his remaining merit points on the system dashboard. He had 3,862 points left. Relying on missions to earn merit points seems to be too slow. Lu Zhou suddenly recalled he could earn merit points if someone devoutly worshipped him. He thought it was high time for him to give his disciples something to do. Lu Zhou was about to get up when he heard little Yuaner's voice. "Master, someone's at the foot of the mountain, asking to see you." "Who is it?" "Hua Wudao." Lu Zhou was slightly surprised. He did not expect Hua Wudao to show up so soon. If he's here at the Evil Sky Pavilion despite being afraid of people stronger than him, he's quite brave. Creak. Lu Zhou pushed the hidden chamber's door open and emerged with his hands on his back. "Master, you've become younger again," little Yuaner said with a smile. Lu Zhou chided her. "If you have the time to flatter me, you should be spending them cultivating. You should follow your fourth senior brother's example." "Oh, all right." Little Yuaner nodded obediently. The duo entered the Evil Sky Pavilion's Great Hall. Zhou Jifeng, Pan Zhong, and the derived Moon Palace's female cultivators were present in the Great Hall. Duan Mushang and Ming Shiyin were standing at the side. "Pavilion Master, Hua Wudao will be here soon," a female cultivator said with a bow. Lu Zhou stroked his beard calmly. He suddenly remembered that Zhao Yu was still inside the Cave of Reflection. He asked, "How's Zhao Yu's repentance coming along?" Ming Shiyin bowed and said, "Fifth junior sister has been reflecting on her past conducts daily. Did the witchcraft spell worsen?" Lu Zhou was more interested in this. "Not for now." Lu Zhou nodded. The power of witchcraft was peculiar. For the time being, it only seemed to be suppressing Zhao Yu's cultivation base. However, the elite from the palace might have planted something else. "Keep a close eye on her." "Understood." At this moment, a female cultivator led an old cultivator and a middle-aged cultivator inside the Great Hall, catching everyone's attention immediately. The old man, who looked to be in his 70s, had a slight hunch. His appearance was extremely ordinary. The man who stood next to him was only slightly younger than him and carried a huge blade with him. The middle-aged man was clearly nervous. He kept glancing around his surroundings as soon as he entered the Great Hall. The old man, on the other hand, was unperturbed. His expression was solemn as he moved at a neither slow nor rushed speed. "Is this Hua Wudao who fought the Evil Sky Pavilion's Patriarch many years ago?" As they walked to the center of the Great Hall, the old man did not kneel. Instead, he cupped his hands together and said, "We meet again." The other disciples frowned at this. Lu Zhou looked at the old man. "You may sit." Hua Wudao took him up on his offer. He sat down and said, I should have paid you a visit earlier. However, I was tied up by other matters and delayed my visit to this day. Lu Zhou stroked his beard. He was in no hurry as he spoke indifferently. Hua Wudao, you're from the Yun sect. The noble and fiend paths have never tolerated each other since ancient times. Aren't you afraid that I might kill you for coming to the Evil Sky Pavilion at a time like this? Hua Wudao replied calmly. I might be afraid if this had been in the past. However, I'm not the same person anymore. I've been through life and death. If I were afraid, I wouldn't be here today. Little Yuan said with a smile. You're a brave one. After she finished speaking, she snorted at the middle-aged man next to Hua Wudao, causing him to stumble back in fright. When Hua Wudao saw this, he looked at the middle-aged man from the corners of his eyes and reprimanded him. Good for nothing. You've utterly disgraced me. The middle-aged man turned red from embarrassment. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, I commend you for your bravery. Hua Wudao cupped his hands together and said, I've been obsessed with cultivation in my pursuit of Tao. The quarrels between the fiend and noble paths have nothing to do with me. Mingshi said with a smile, That's nice, but since you're an elder of Yun's sect, Hua Wudao waved his hand and said, Before I traveled north, I've resigned from my post as an elder. Everyone was taken aback by this. Humans usually placed great importance on fame and power. The Yun sect was one of the powerful Yun, Tian, and Luo sects. Many coveted the position of an elder, and yet, this old man claimed he had given it up. When Hua Wudao spoke, his expression was earnest. I'm advanced in age, and I'll return to dust soon. I came to the Evil Sky Pavilion today only to resolve the knot in my heart. The knot in your heart? Little Yuan asked as she played with a few strands of her hair. Hua Wudao said slowly, 20 years ago, I was defeated by Brother Ji. Since then, my cultivation base hasn't improved. This has made me a laughingstock in the Yun, Tian, and Luo sects. Even ordinary cultivators would ridicule me for this. This led to a knot forming in my heart. What does the knot in your heart have to do with my master? Mingshi asked after he rolled his eyes. Since the knot had formed due to Brother Ji, it's only natural that only Brother Ji can remove it. Over the past 20 years, I've been mulling over the few skills that Brother Ji used to defeat me, Hua Wudao said. Bullshit, Mingshi cursed. Who are you to call my master Brother Ji? Besides, your cultivation base didn't improve in the past 20 years? Are you here to ask for a beating? Hua Wudao was taken aback. This was the Evil Sky Pavilion, a place where cultivators were afraid of. At this moment, he was facing the greatest villain the world had ever known. Indeed, it was slightly inappropriate for him to refer to the great villain as Brother Ji. I have been rude, Hua Wudao said sincerely. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, This disciple of mine has always been uncouth, but he has spoken my mind. When Mingshi heard this, he rejoiced inwardly. He even wore a threatening expression because of his master's words. Hua Wudao was unfazed by Mingshi attitude. Instead, he said, I've come to the Evil Sky Pavilion with a single goal in mind, to undo the knot in my heart. I wasn't your opponent 20 years ago, and I admit that I won't be a match for you today. You've lost, and that's all there is to it. Your cultivation base has stagnated ever since, and you have a knot in your heart. What does that have to do with me? Do you think the Evil Sky Pavilion is full of merciful Buddhas? Lu Zhou asked in a deep voice as he stroked his beard. Hua Wudao was rendered speechless by these words. Mingshi spoke again. You can't blame anyone else for your lackluster skills. Resenting the Evil Sky Pavilion won't change anything. At this point, the middle-aged man who had remained silent from the beginning interjected with a slight hint of defiance. My master came here with sincerity in his heart, and yet, you've been humiliating him non-stop. You're all insufferable bullies. Speaking the truth counts as bullying? Mingshi said with a chuckle as he rolled his eyes. You! Stop it! Hua Wudao chided the middle-aged man. I'm completely disgraced by you. Stand down. The middle-aged man was unwilling, but when Hua Wudao reprimanded him, He retreated to the back obediently and kept quiet. Hua Wudao cupped his fists and said, "My obstinate disciple has behaved rudely. Please forgive him. Enough with this meaningless chatter. Get to the point," Mingshi Yin urged. Hua Wudao spoke. "I'll repeat myself. I have only one objective coming to the Evil Sky Pavilion today. It's to undo the knot in my heart. 3 moves. 3 moves are all I ask for." Realization dawned on Lu Zhou. He nodded and stroked his beard before he said, "The 3 skills I used 20 years ago?" To be honest, even if he had not lost this part of his memories, he still would not remember it. He had defeated countless opponents throughout the years. He had given Hua Wudao enough consideration for even remembering his name. There was no way he could remember the skills he had used during their battle 20 years ago. "Back then, I had the greatest defense and protective energy in the Taoist societies, and yet I couldn't defend against your attack. Over these 2 decades, I've studied this matter meticulously while tempering and improving myself constantly. Brother G, you may use any skills you like. I'll only defend and not attack. If I can withstand them, the knot in my heart will be resolved. If I can't, I'll personally cripple my cultivation base and live out my days in seclusion," Hua Wudao said boldly. Upon hearing this, Mingshi Yin began to laugh uproariously. When he stopped laughing, he said, "What a shameless man! You've only been studying your tortoiseshell technique for 20 years, and you dare come here to ask my master to beat you up. You even went so far as to say that the heart in your knot will be undone if you manage to withstand the attacks. Honestly, you're the most shameless man I've ever met." The middle-aged man was enraged by this. He was about to speak up again when Hua Wudao stopped him. Could not be denied that Mingshi Yin had a point. Hua Wudao knew that his way of doing things was complete nonsense. There was no one who studied defensive cultivation methods for 20 years, showed up before their opponent, and asked to be hit. "Hua Wudao, you're indeed shameless. Why don't you give me 10 years, and I'll study your defensive technique. If I can't stab you to death 10 years later, I'll live with my name pronounced backward," Duanmushang said as he brandished his Overlord spear. The Overlord spear buzzed and vibrated under the surge of primal qi. It showcased its might as a heaven-grade weapon. Hua Wudao frowned. He felt a lump in his throat when he heard this. Duanmushang continued to say, "You've studied for 20 years, and I'm only asking for 10 years. No, 5 will do." The middle-aged man said to Hua Wudao, "Master, let's leave. There's no need for you to do this. I've told you the Evil Sky Pavilion won't take you seriously." "Silence!" Hua Wudao glared at his disciple. He took a step forward and fell to one knee. He cupped his fists respectfully and said, "I ask for nothing else. I know I'm no match for you. However, if this knot in my heart remains unresolved, I'll live with regret for the rest of my life. Please help me undo this knot, Brother G." His voice was bright, resounding, and forceful. The others were slightly taken aback by this. There were those who came taunting, those who laid siege to this mountain, and those who tried to mount sneak attacks. However, this was the first time someone had come here, kneeled down, and asked to be beaten up. This was indeed a very strange sight. A silence hung over the Evil Sky Pavilion's great hall. After all, it was a rare sight for a stately elder of the Yun sect to kneel. Who would have expected things to turn out this way? "Please grant me this wish, Pavilion Master," Hua Wudao said loudly. "He won't. Now, get lost." Little Yuaner leaped down from the steps. At this moment, Lu Zhou spoke. "Hua Wudao, do you really want to undo that knot in your heart?" "Of course. It's my life's wish. I wish you won't hold back your strength, Pavilion Master," Hua Wudao said earnestly. "The noble and fiend paths don't tolerate each other. And yet, you're pleading with me. Aren't you afraid people would ridicule you for this?" Lu Zhou asked indifferently. In the past, there was no distinction between the noble and fiend paths in Great Yen. The different paths are only formed because there were those who intended to ostracize others based on their ideologies. Hua Wudao calmly replied. Lu Zhou nodded lightly. He stroked his beard and said, "In that case, I'll grant you your wish. When Hua Wudao heard this, he was overjoyed. He cupped his hands respectfully and said, "Thank you for your help. But," Lu Zhou suddenly said in a deep voice, "there's something I must make clear to you beforehand." "Please speak, Pavilion Master," Hua Wudao said respectfully. The middle-aged man was pained to see this. His master had to bow and kneel just for a chance to fight his opponent. Years ago, Hua Wudao held awe-inspiring authority in the Yun sect and commanded the respect of many. However, today his master was humiliated in the Evil Sky Pavilion. Worst of all, he as a disciple was helpless. What could he do against so many elites and the crushing situation? He could only lower his head at this moment. Lu Zhou rose to his feet slowly. He placed one hand on his back and the other stroked his beard. He said, "First, you have no right to fight me. Mingshi Yin and Duanmushang will fight in my stead. You can try and block their attacks. Second, my time is precious. If you lose, you'll have to agree to one condition of mine." The middle-aged man's face turned red. His temper was clearly about to erupt. Lu Zhou's voice rang in the air again. "Naturally, you can choose to decline." "You?" The middle-aged man gritted his teeth. A furious expression etched on his face. He was clearly a middle-aged man, but he's the perfect example of the saying, "The young are fearless." He appeared defiant. Bam! Hua Wudao suddenly gave the middle-aged man a kick so hard that the middle-aged man fell to his knees. He berated him. "I brought you here to widen your horizons. Now look at you. Are you trying to meddle in my business? I dare not. If you butt in again, I'll sever our ties as master and disciple." The middle-aged man was stunned by his master's words. He could only nod. "Yes, yes, master." Hua Wudao strode forward with his hands on his back. He seemed very confident as well. He looked at Duanmushang and Mingshi Yin and said, "I can agree to any one of your conditions as long as it doesn't involve the Yun sect." "Very well." Lu Zhou stroked his beard calmly. Mingshi Yin came forward. He appraised Hua Wudao with interest. "On my master's behalf, I'll see just how great this tortoise technique of yours is." He was speaking truthfully when he said that a defensive technique that had been studied for 20 years was a tortoise technique. Hua Wudao was not offended. Instead, he raised his right hand slowly and said, "My pleasure." When he said this, Taoist seals appeared on his body. Heaven, earth, life, death, water, and fire. 6 seal scripts appeared in sequence. They revolved around Hua Wudao at a uniform speed. 6 compatible seal. The 6 compatible seal was an extremely complicated Taoist seal. Cultivators capable of cultivating this Taoist seal to its peak were rare. The term 6 compatible was a cultivation method jargon. It consisted of 3 inner compatibilities of the essence, qi, and spirit, and the 3 outer compatibilities of hands, eyes, and body. Hua Wudao's 6 compatible seal was even more unique. A circle that was roughly 2 meters in diameter had appeared under his feet. It resembled the Taiji diagram that was overflowing with life. If he was capable of cultivating his energy to this state, he did not spend the past 20 years in vain. His obsession with cultivation was apparent. When Mingshi Yin saw the 6 compatible seal, he stopped looking down on Hua Wudao. He adjusted his stance and condensed his qi into energy. Energy seals filled the air around him. There were so many of them that they could almost cover the sky. When Hua Wudao saw this, he said, "If this is all you've got, I suggest that both of you come at me at once." Mingshi Yin frowned. He leaped and launched his energy seals at Hua Wudao. He shouted, "Arrogant!" Thousands upon thousands of energy seals rained down on his target. In just a blink of an eye, the 6 scripts suddenly enlarged. The circle of light under Hua Wudao's light grew to twice its size as well. BZZT. Hua Wudao's primal qi and the Taoist seal resonated loudly. Bang! Mingshi Yin's energy seals bombarded the 6 compatible seal. However, contrary to expectations, not only did Mingshi Yin fail to break the 6 compatible seal, but his attacks were also reflected back. Everyone else was shocked. Mingshi Yin flipped around in the air. He stumbled back 3 steps before he finally steadied his steps. His arms felt slightly numb. It was no wonder Hua Wudao had confidently agreed to Lu Zhou's conditions. He did not even regard Mingshi Yin and Duan Mushang as worthy opponents. In this round, the defense was successful. Hua Wudao had won. Again, Mingshi Yin was used to defeating his opponent through scare tactics and catching them off guard. This method had served him well. However, his usual method of fighting could not be applied in the current situation. Separation hook and scabbard. Mingshi Yin summoned his heaven-grade weapon. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the separation hook and scabbard flickered in the air. Hua Wudao frowned slightly, but his tone was calm. A heaven-grade weapon. One of the reasons why heaven-grade weapons were so valuable was due to the fact that they could be used to break through energy. Since they could break through energy, it was only natural for them to be able to pierce through protective energy and avatars. The separation hook and scabbard left many afterimages in the air as Mingshi Yin waved them around. Bang! 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 Mingshi Yin focused his attacks on a single point. The 6 compatible seal seemed prepared against the attacks of a heaven-grade weapon. The 6 scripts suddenly shone with a brilliant light before they merged into one and defended the spot that Mingshi Yin targeted. Bang! The energy reflected the attacks again. The more ferociously Mingshi Yin attacked, the more powerful the rebound was. With this strike, he reeled back and nearly crashed into a pillar in the Evil Sky Pavilion's Great Hall. Before his feet even touched the floor, he said in a deep voice, "Again!" Mingshi Yin was truly unwilling to accept this outcome. He flipped in the air as he readied himself to attack. However, Duan Mushang's voice rang in the air at this moment. "Stand down. I'll have a go this time." The Overlord spear was raised before Mingshi Yin, blocking his way. Mingshi Yin was not the berserker type, after all. He was skilled in speed and agility. If his opponent hid behind the 6 compatible seal, Mingshi Yin would be at a serious disadvantage. Duan Mushang brandished his Overlord spear. BZZT. 100 Tribulations Insight. Duan Mushang's 30 feet avatar towered above the others in the Great Hall. He kept his avatar in its energy form so the Great Hall was not affected. Duan Mushang was clearly more powerful. 1,000 waves. The Overlord spear immediately left thousands of clones in the air. When he saw this, Hua Wudao exclaimed approvingly. As expected of the impressive Evil Sky Pavilion, it seems that everyone has a heaven-grade weapon here. As he spoke, the 6 scripts around him converged into one again. They formed an energy shield as large as the scripts themselves. Boom! 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 The thousands of clones of the spear stabbed at the shield. The 6 compatible seal rippled and dimmed for an instant. However, it quickly regained its shine. Taoist's 6 compatible seal has all the blessings of nature. I've never seen someone use the 6 compatible seal like this, Zhou Jifeng praised. Me too. I'm from the Clarity sect, and I've heard about the 6 compatible seal. We were only focused on methods of attacks, but we've neglected our defenses. This battle has truly widened my horizons, Pan Zhong said. Only, Duan Mushang snorted at this moment. Doing nothing but defend will get you nowhere. Again, he swung the Overlord spear again. Clones from the spear that were clearly more powerful than before appeared. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. He spoke with his hands on his back. Since you know enough to focus on a single point, you should implement it in earnest. Aerial attacks were not too effective against the best defense. Duan Mushang nodded. Thank you for the instructions, Master. With the support of the 100 Tribulations Insight avatar, the spear's clones were moving so quickly that they looked like a blur. Imperfect divine intervention. The ultimate skill of the Divine One technique was unleashed. Hua Wudao exclaimed in surprise. I didn't expect an Evil Sky Pavilion disciple to be this powerful. Alas, this isn't enough. He lunged forward, and the circle morphed. The exterior of the Taiji diagram expanded. The 8 trigrams surrounded the circle now. 8 trigrams combined with the 6 compatible seal. Lu Zhou was surprised. Hua Wudao had incorporated the 8 trigrams with his 6 compatible seal. Regardless of how powerful it was, the fact that he had even attempted this was more than commendable. It was only natural since he would not have come to the Evil Sky Pavilion without testing the might of his 6 compatible seal beforehand. The imperfect divine intervention was the Divine One technique's ultimate skill. Duanmusheng planned to cast the ultimate skill along with his heaven-grade weapon and 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar. For this reason, everyone was confident with Duanmusheng's move. Countless spear clones converged and attacked a single point on the 6 compatible seal. The 6 compatible seal that had been combined with the 8 trigrams formed a peculiar energy barrier. The collision between their energies released waves of primal chi in the air that spread through the Evil Sky Pavilion. The 6 compatible seal is so powerful. Mr. Third has unleashed several ultimate skills, and yet, it seems unaffected. Hua Wudao is quite amazing. Pan Zhong was from the Clarity sect. The Clarity sect shared the same root as the Yun sect. Therefore, he knew a thing or two about Taoist seals. However, Hua Wudao's 6 compatible seal had overturned his previous understanding of it. It was only natural since Hua Wudao had spent 20 years studying and perfecting this move alone. Hua Wudao had come prepared. His objective was to have the Evil Sky Pavilion attack him. If they were fighting to the death, Hua Wudao might not be able to defeat Duanmusheng. It's not over yet, Duanmusheng yelled suddenly. When the Overlord Spear was repelled by the 6 compatible seal and rebounded, he spun around and launched another attack. The tip of the spear flashed with fiery red radiance. Hua Wudao said in a deep voice, "It's still not enough." The 6 huge script symbols overlapped. At the same time, the 8 trigrams rose and merged with the 6 scripts again. It was clear that he had anticipated his opponent would focus their attack on one point to break his defenses. Bzzzt. A buzzing noise rang in the air when the Overlord Spear landed on the 6 compatible seal. Everyone frowned. This was like a clash between primal chi. When Duanmusheng and Hua Wudao's powers collided, the chaotic flow of primal chi made a huge noise as they spread outward. The sound was peculiar, making it seem like a hybrid sound technique. Everyone quickly circulated their primal chi to defend themselves against these peculiar sound waves. Lu Zhou was the only one who remained calm and indifferent. His heart was void and untainted. It seemed like he was not affected by the sound waves at all as he watched the battle, looking at ease. Bang! The peculiar sound waves disappeared after a few seconds. With a stab from the Overlord Spear, the 6 scripts of the 6 compatible seal suddenly dispersed. Hua Wudao staggered backward as the circle of light under his feet faded. Duanmusheng was, similarly, affected by the recoil of the collision. He did a backflip in the air and stumbled 3 steps backward before he finally managed to regain his footing. He looked at Hua Wudao with an incredulous expression on his face. He did not expect Hua Wudao would be able to withstand that hit. Hua Wudao only staggered a few steps backward. Based on this, it seemed like Duanmusheng was on the losing end of the battle. However, Hua Wudao was much more surprised compared to Duanmusheng. He did not think anybody was capable of breaking through his defenses. Before he came to the Evil Sky Pavilion, he had tested his technique against more than one nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm cultivator. None of them had succeeded in breaching his defenses. He did not expect to be beaten back by Duanmusheng. If Duanmusheng had been slightly stronger, he would have broken the 6 compatible seal in one go with that technique. He said sincerely, "Nice moves." Duanmusheng, however, was in no mood to hear praises from his opponent. He raised his Overlord Spear and said, "3 more moves." Duanmusheng was the type of person who would fight more valiantly as the battle dragged on. Hua Wudao placed his hands on his back and said, "I admit that you're powerful, but you've used up 3 moves. According to our previous agreement, the Pavilion Master should be next." Everyone turned to look at Lu Zhou at this moment. After all, he was the one who laid out the conditions. Duanmusheng shook his head and said, "I didn't use my full strength. Allow me 1 more move, and I'm sure I'll break your 6 compatible seal." Hua Wudao looked at Duanmusheng indifferently and said, If I hadn't been careless earlier, I don't think you would have been able to push me back. I've only used half of my strength on the 6 compatible seal. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They could not help but wonder if he was bluffing or mocking Duan Mushang. In any case, he sounded arrogant. Half? The 6 compatible seal can block Mr. Third's ultimate skill. And yet, it's only at half strength. Pan Zhong was shocked. I've never seen such a defensive Taoist seal. Hua Wudao kept his eyes trained on Lu Zhou. He was waiting for Lu Zhou's reply. Eventually, Lu Zhou descended the steps slowly. Is this the Taoist seal you've been painstakingly cultivating for the past 20 years? The 6 compatible seal. That's right. If I attack, you'll most probably die, Lu Zhou said in an even-keeled voice. Hua Wudao was stunned by Lu Zhou's claims since Lu Zhou had witnessed the might of his 6 compatible seal. Just how confident was he? Life was precious. There were not many who would take life and death lightly. After muttering to himself for some time, Hua Wudao cupped his fists and said, "Please show me your guidance, Pavilion Master. In the unfortunate event that I lose my life, then so be it." Very well. Lu Zhou continued walking toward the most spacious part of the Great Hall. At the same time, an item card appeared in his hand. Hus Wudao did not sense any aura fluctuations or movements of primal qi from Lu Zhou. However, he did not let his guard down. He moved forward and slowly raised his hand. The 8 trigrams and the 6 script symbols of heaven, earth, life, death, water, and fire shone with golden radiance. They circled him. They were much more powerful and impressive than before. That was not all. Words appeared on Hua Wudao's palms. They were being and non-being. There were 8 shining scripts in total. When his primal qi surged, the Taoist seals orbited around these 8 scripts. Nobody expected Hua Wudao would be able to conceal his strength when he faced Duan Mushang earlier. He had transformed the 6 compatible seal into an 8 compatible seal, on top of the 8 trigrams. He was not bluffing. Indeed, he had only used half of his powers earlier. Hua Wudao stared at Lu Zhou with a keen gaze. He made an inviting gesture. "I'm ready." The 8 scripts hovered in the air, shining with a dazzling brightness. Everyone's attention shifted to Lu Zhou. They wondered if the old man would be able to break through Hua Wudao's seal. Hua Wudao was not Xuexinchan after all. He was much more powerful than Xuexinchan. Judging by this technique alone, Hua Wudao's 6 compatible seal was 1,000 times more powerful than Xuexinchan's Dhyana Mudra. Could Lu Zhou break through the skill? Everyone waited with bated breath. Lu Zhou raised his right hand. The light blue card shattered in his palm. This time there was no vortex. Instead, there was a symbol of a lightning bolt. He condensed his qi into energy, and suddenly, a bolt of lightning shrouded with energy struck from the sky. Thunderblast. How's this possible? Zhou Jifeng and Pan Zhong stared with their mouths agape. Duan Mushang, Ming Shiyin, and Little Yuaner were also shocked by this unfamiliar technique. Throughout their years of being Lu Zhou's disciples, they had never seen their master unleashing this skill. Moreover, this skill was Thunderblast. Boom! Under everyone's watchful eyes, the bolt of lightning wrapped in energy struck the 6 compatible seal. Sparks flew everywhere and clouds of smoke filled the air. Whoosh! Hua Wudao was rapidly pushed back from the powerful impact. The 6 compatible seal, 8 trigrams, 8 scripts, they were all helpless. In just an instant, they were dispersed, vanishing without a trace. What was even more terrifying was Hua Wudao's great tortoise technique was completely useless. The thunderblast hit him square on the chest, and he was sent flying back. His widened eyes were red at this moment as he forcibly planted his feet on the ground to stabilize his footing. He spat out a mouthful of fresh flood just as he steadied himself. The battle had ended. The outcome was as clear as day. Lu Zhou shook his head. The item card, Thunderblast, has a 10% damage rate. I'm not sure if you're lucky or what. In any case, you're definitely lucky you escaped the 1% sure kill rate. Being hit and seriously injured is better than dying. A blanket of silence fell over the great hall. One would be able to hear the sound of a needle falling on the ground at this moment. Duanmushang's grip tightened around the Overlord Spear's shaft. He did not feel relieved or relaxed. Instead, he grew sullen despite feeling awed at the same time. The powerful 6-compatible seal could not even withstand a single blow from his master. And yet, he could not even damage it earlier. Mingshi Yin's thoughts were simple. He was of the opinion that his master had been concealing his strength throughout the years. Ever since his master had chased off the 10 great elites back then, he knew his master had many aces up his sleeves. However, nobody knew the extent of his strength. Little Yuaner's expression was one of adulation. Meanwhile, Zhou Jifeng and Pan Zhong felt as though they were frogs living the well. They gulped as they stared in disbelief at Hua Wudao, who had been pushed back. They were not shocked by Hua Wudao's defeat. They were shocked by Lu Zhou's Thunderblast. Thunderblast was a move unleashed by condensing qi into a cluster of energy so dense that it could release a force as powerful as a lightning strike. It was an extremely rare and terrifying skill. Thunderblast had been considered a lost skill for a long time and only existed in history books. Nobody had seen the technique before, let alone mastered it. Tth. Thunderblast. Hua Wudao could not endure it anymore. He fell to one knee and had to support his weight with his hands. He spoke with great reluctance, clearly not able to accept his defeat. Who knew he would be defeated by Thunderblast? If he had known Ji Tiandao had mastered such a technique, he would not have come to the Evil Sky Pavilion and humiliate himself. The irony! Master! Hua Wudao's disciples rushed to him, intending to support him. However, Hua Wudao waved his hand, signaling his disciple not to come. A person like him was not afraid of losing but of losing without dignity. One would have to pay to gamble. Lu Zhou shook his head helplessly. If you want to call that Thunderblast, then so be it. Since nothing much was known about Thunderblast and no one had seen it before, perhaps that was why everyone was convinced Lu Zhou had unleashed Thunderblast. Hua Wudao began to cough as he rose to his feet with great difficulty. He cupped his fists together and shook his head before he said, I thought I'd be able to withstand 3 moves from you after painstakingly cultivating this skill for 20 years. Alas, I was mistaken. I was greatly mistaken. He laughed. It was a kind of self-mocking laugh. My shield was shattered with just a strike. To think I thought I would be able to withstand 3 strikes. Hua Wudao chuckled bitterly before he spat out another mouthful of blood. Master! I'm all right. However, Hua Wudao was clearly not all right. His expressions clearly told the others that the knot in his heart had only grown more complicated. After a while, he cupped his fists together and said, I accept defeat. Lu Zhou nodded. He climbed the stairs again and sat down slowly. Hua Wudao continued to say, So long as it doesn't involve Yun's sect, I'll agree to any request. I see that you're a frank person, Lu Zhou said. I have a question for you, and all you have to do is answer honestly. I'm all ears. Who's the mastermind behind the Fish Dragon Village incident? Lu Zhou asked directly without beating around the bush. When Hua Dao heard the question, his heart skipped a beat and his eyes widened. He stammered, seemingly reluctant to reply. What? You're unwilling to answer my question? Hua Wudao looked troubled. He said, It's not that I'm unwilling. It's just that the answer will implicate numerous parties. What's wrong with you? Since you've lost, you should just obediently pay up, Little Yuaner said indignantly as she pointed at Hua Wudao. Hua Wudao, you're a Yun sect elder. Even if your words aren't the golden rule, every single one of them should be worth 9 sacred tripods, right? You're trying to go back on your own words, and yet, you claim to be a member of the Noble Path. Mingshi Yin said contemptuously. Zhou Jifeng took the gentler approach. He cupped his fists and said, Senior Hua, I have a proposal. I can tell the answer to this question is very important to you. In that case, you only need to give the answer to the Pavilion Master alone. He's right. Or are you trying to tell me that the world will be plunged into chaos if the Pavilion Master learns about this? You know about this, so why isn't the world in chaos right now? Little Yuaner said heatedly. Hua Wudao felt as though he was caught between a rock and a hard place. Stop being a fucking coward, and say what you must. If you're not willing to say it, you can leave your life right here. Duan Mushang raised his overlord spear and a cold aura instantly surged out of his body. His dissatisfaction over his defeat earlier made him sullen and fueled his anger. Everyone in the Great Hall seemed to be looking down on Hua Wudao at this moment. Hua Wudao took a step back and sincerely said, I made a promise to keep this a secret and not breathe a word about this to anyone. If it's possible, I implore you to make another request, Pavilion Master. Everyone else exchanged a look. Mingshi Yin spat. Bullshit. You can't even honor your agreement with my master, and you have the audacity to ask for this. Mingshi Yin made a valid point. If he could disregard a promise he made with the greatest villain under the heavens, he had no right to use this as an excuse. His expression turned unsightly. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, It doesn't matter. The others were taken aback. They looked at Lu Zhou with surprised expressions. I'll give you two choices. First, you can tell me who the mastermind behind the Fish Dragon Village is. Second, join the Evil Sky Pavilion as an elder. Lu Zhou said as he thought to himself at the same time. He's able to withstand Duanmushang and Mingshi Yin's attacks. His level of mastery of the 6 compatible seal is clearly high. Although it's a tortoise technique, if it's used well, it can be used as an offense and defense. From the beginning until the end, Hua Wudao did not use his 100 Tribulations Insight avatar. He wanted to conserve some of his strength to face Lu Zhou's second and third strikes. However, he had lost after the first strike and got himself injured. More importantly, this man did not seem to distinguish between the noble and fiend paths in his heart. When he heard these two choices, Hua Wudao's eyes widened. His body trembled. He was from the Yun sect. If he joined the fiend path, he did not care if it would ruin his reputation, but he was worried it would turn the Yun sect into a laughingstock. On the other hand, he could not bring himself to divulge the secret. He was truly tormented by this dilemma. This is the greatest compromise I can make, Lu Zhou said calmly. Hua Wudao's expression soured. You've already left the Yun sect. What's there to be apprehensive about? Mingshi Yin asked. Hua Wudao stammered. He was in a tight bind. This was worse than taking his life. Lu Zhou was in no hurry. He waited silently for Hua Wudao to make a decision. Regardless of the choice Hua Wudao made, it would be beneficial to the Evil Sky Pavilion anyway. Although Duanmushang and Mingshi Yin disdained this tortoise technique, they would not dispute their master's words. Moreover, the Evil Sky Pavilion was waning. With the injection of new blood, it might be restored to its former glory. Mingshi Yin turned and looked at his master furtively. He doesn't look like his life is nearing its limit at all. In fact, he looks livelier day by day and is filled with vitality. Hua Wudao pondered about this but still could not make up his mind. Lu Zhou said in a deep voice, You have two choices, and you can only pick one. You're the first person under the heavens to be given such a treatment by the Evil Sky Pavilion. My patience is limited. I want an answer after a count of 10. And if I don't have an answer? Hua Wudao's heart raced. Before Lu Zhou could reply, Mingshi Yin said, Then you'll suffer the same fate as Fan Shuan. You'll be imprisoned in the Evil Sky Pavilion until you've thought things through. However, since you've seen through life and death, I'm sure this won't matter to you. Also, the Evil Sky Pavilion doesn't have much, but we have a lot of rooms for lodging. We have the north, south, east and west pavilions. We have many dilapidated residences halfway up the mountain. We have the Cave of Reflection behind the mountain as well. It's cold there. Also, don't think you'll be able to escape. Even if the 10 great elites show up together, they won't be able to break the Golden Court Mountain's barrier. Mingshi Yin prattled on with a smile on his face. His words made Zhou Jifeng and Pan Zhong's hearts race. Mr. Fourth's words are truly devastating. This is even more terrifying than killing a person. Hua Wudao was a distinguished and accomplished person, and he would never cling abjectly to life. Otherwise, he would not have shown up here. However, someone like him would care about his pride and dignity. At that time, I'll make sure every cultivator under the heavens knows that Yunsek's Hua Wudao is an untrustworthy person. He came to the Evil Sky Pavilion and lost a wager but would not pay up. Hua Wudao felt even more speechless. There were many who knew about his visit to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Otherwise, he would not have had to resign from his position as Yunsek's elder. Everything started and ended with this knot in his heart. He would not have any regrets. Little Yuaner giggled and said, "I'll start counting then." She was worried that Hua Wudao did not hear her, so she repeated, "I'll start counting. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. What's your decision?" Who counts this fast? Before Hua Wudao even had time to think, the countdown had ended. Everyone's eyes in the Evil Sky Pavilion's Great Hall, including Lu Zhou, were trained on Hua Wudao. Silence descended on the Great Hall again. Finally, Hua Wudao shook his head and heaved a long sigh. Forget it. Upon seeing this, Hua Wudao's disciples fell to his knees immediately. "Master, you shouldn't." Hua Wudao looked at his disciples, but he did not chide him like before. Instead, he said, "You should return to Yun's sect." "Ha! From this day onward, you're no longer my disciple. There are many elders in the Yun sect. I'm sure one of them will be willing to teach you. When you return, tell them that Hua Wudao is dead." "Master, get lost." The middle-aged man wanted to say something, but Hua Wudao raised his leg and kicked him. He reprimanded him. "I said, get lost." His shout created a sound wave that pushed the middle-aged man away. Helpless, the middle-aged man could only get to his feet and respectfully salute Hua Wudao. Mingshi said with a smile, "I'll see you down the mountain. However, if you want to stay, I'm sure my master won't object to it. After all, the Golden Court Mountain is huge. We don't mind having another person here." The middle-aged man shuddered. "I want to leave the mountain. I want to leave now." Mingshi clicked his tongue at the middle-aged man and motioned him over before leaving the Great Hall. The two of them left the Great Hall. Hua Wudao cupped his fists. "My disciple is slightly foolish. I hope you won't hold it against him, Pavilion Master, and spare his life." Lu Zhou stroked his beard as he sat down and said, "We choose to walk on different paths. Please sit." Lu Zhou said, "Please." This had never happened in the Evil Sky Pavilion. Could be seen that he valued Hua Wudao. Hua Wudao took a seat. Lu Zhou regarded him with a curious look before he said calmly, "You rather join the Evil Sky Pavilion than tell me who the mastermind behind the Fish Dragon Village incident is? Please forgive me, Pavilion Master. Aren't you afraid that I'll use torture to interrogate you in the future?" Lu Zhou asked calmly. This was the Evil Sky Pavilion, after all. They were all great villains. No matter how evil an act was, it would not be surprising to see it here. Hua Wudao shook his head and sighed. "If it comes to that, I can only ask for death. You're different from Fan Shouwen. He was controlled and doesn't fear death. You're much luckier than him," Lu Zhou said. Hua Wudao remained silent. At this point, Hua Wudao's choice was clear. Ding! Recruited a subordinate. Nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm Cultivator, Hua Wudao. Loyalty, 5%. Zhou Jifeng and Pan Zhong were courteous. They cupped their fists toward Hua Wudao and said, "Greetings, Elder Hua." Hua Wudao's old face flushed red. He did not know if he should respond to the greeting or not. He felt awkward. At this moment, Mingshi had returned from the foot of the mountain. When he saw the extremely awkward Hua Wudao, he said, "You're just worried about the ridicule from the world. That's an easy problem to solve. You should change your name. The old Hua Wudao has died in the Evil Sky Pavilion." The others nodded. Mingshi had a point. "How about the name Huawu or Wuhua?" Mingshi said teasingly. Hua Wudao's name slightly conflicted with Ji Tiandao's name, after all. It's but a name. I won't mind being called anything. Hua Wudao's mind was a mess right now. All he wanted now was to be left alone in a corner. He was not in the mood to fret upon such matters at the moment. Little Yuan walked over and said, "Master, a letter from Zhang Aijian. Bring it here." Lu Zhou had a feeling that this letter contained important messages that should not be read out loud. Little Yuan passed him the letter respectfully. Lu Zhou opened it casually. He read the letter. The mastermind behind the Fish Dragon Village incident is the second prince. The main culprit of the battle at Measure Heaven River is General Wei Zhuoyan of Chongning. His accomplice is the leader of the Black Knights, Fan Shuan. Old Senior, I've paid a huge price to obtain this piece of information. To be honest, if you don't compensate me with a nice sword, I'll be very sad. With this information, everything was clear now. However, nary a ripple could be seen on Lu Zhou's face. In truth, he had his guesses about the matters which Fan Shuan and Hua Wudao would not talk about. Zhang Aijian's letter merely confirmed his suspicions. He waved his hand. The letter was reduced to dust immediately. "Master, what did it say?" Little Yuan inquired. "The mastermind behind the battle at Measure Heaven River." Lu Zhou answered honestly. When he heard this, Hua Wudao fell from his seat. His face was ghastly pale, and his eyes were wide open. Lu Zhou said indifferently, "Bring Elder Hua away, and let him rest." "Understood." Little Yuan was puzzled. "It's only the mastermind. Why are you so nervous? Aren't you being too dramatic?" Lu Zhou nodded. If it had been Immortal or a great cultivator, things would have been simple. He could just deal with it according to the Cultivation world's rules. However, he did not expect that a prince was involved in this. The prince's disputes should not have involved the civilians. Lu Zhou would not underestimate the imperial family's power. After all, the imperial family was what kept Great Yen stable all these years. The soldiers and officers who guarded the corners of the empire and the great cultivators who operated in the open and in the dark formed the foundation of Great Yan's stability. It was no wonder Hua Wudao was reluctant to divulge that information. Lu Zhou finally said, "Tell Zhang Aijian that I've prepared a nice sword for him. He's to come here and collect it." When the nice sword was mentioned, Little Yuan felt wronged. She mumbled, "Master, you're giving him a good weapon just because he gave you 2 pieces of worthless information, and I, your disciple, have nothing." "Impudent!" Lu Zhou deliberately raised his voice. This was not the first time he had said this. "This disciple knows that she's wrong." Little Yuan immediately lowered her head. "That weapon belongs to the imperial family in the first place. There's no use for me in keeping it," Lu Zhou said. "Oh!" Little Yuan nodded. Lu Zhou stood up slowly and headed to the hidden chamber. "Rest well, master." After Lu Zhou disappeared from sight, Mingxirin said, "Little junior sister, why are you so anxious about this? You know master loves you the most. Even I was given a weapon, so there's no way that he'll forget about you. My separation hook and scabbard is a fine weapon, so I'm sure that he'll give you a nice weapon as well. Old Fourth has a point. Moreover, with your talent, entering the nascent divinity tribulation realm is only a matter of time. When that time comes, master will surely give you a weapon that's even better than my overlord spear." "Humph. Goodbye." Little Yuan turned around and left in a huff. Mingxirin and Duanmu Shang exchanged glances. Pan Zhong cupped his fists and said, "I think Miss Ninth is angered by the sight of the separation hook and scabbard and the overlord spear. Mr. Third, Mr. Fourth, I suddenly remember that my Xianxia technique isn't initiated yet. I'll be taking my leave now." When he sensed the unusual looks Mingxirin and Duanmu Shang were giving him, he simply came up with an excuse and left the great hall in a hurry. Zhou Jifeng, who had brought Hua Wudao to his lodge to rest, was saved from this situation. "Old Fourth, let's go." Lu Zhou went into the hidden chamber and looked at the mysterious box. Then he shook his head. "This thing can even withstand a blow from unnamed. Clearly, heaven-grade weapons are useless against it. I think this box can only be opened with a special key." He nodded calmly. "Old Fourth has many ideas. Maybe I should leave this box to him." Since Lu Zhou had purchased this box from the systems shop, he was not worried about others coveting it. After a while, his attention drifted to his remaining merit points on the system dashboard. 4,762 points. Lu Zhou had obtained the 5 Energies Universe avatar through the lucky draw. The 6 recombinant trigram lines was sold at 12,000. He could not afford it now. If he earned merit points through conventional means, he did not think he would be able to afford it anytime soon. Several ideas appeared in Lu Zhou's mind and he nodded in satisfaction. Then, he called up the Heavenly Writings interface and began to comprehend it. 6 hours later, Lu Zhou finally stopped comprehending the heavenly writing. Compared to his previous sessions, currently, it felt as though he had entered a state of immersive emptiness. The unfamiliar scripts were now embedded in his mind. With a simple thought, the scripts would appear. It's all right for me to not understand them so long as the feeling's right. At this moment, little Yuaner's voice rang from outside the hidden chamber. Master, there's a reply from Jiang Aijian. What did he say? He said he won't be coming. He said the Evil Sky Pavilion is too dangerous of a place to visit, and it would be great if the nice sword could be delivered to him, little Yuaner replied. Lu Zhou nodded calmly. He had expected this. Little Yuaner grumbled. He doesn't know how to appreciate favors. Should I go to Runan and drag him here? There's no need for that. Lu Zhou walked out of the hidden chamber with his hands on his back. He loves his life very much. It's only natural that he doesn't want to come here. He thinks too highly of himself. Little Yuaner scoffed. Jiang Aijian isn't an ordinary person. When little Yuaner heard this, a curious expression appeared on her face as she asked, Not an ordinary person? Since he's capable of accessing the palace archives, he can't be an ordinary person, Lu Zhou said in an even-keeled tone. Who is he then? One who follows his heart is not an ordinary person. Lu Zhou smiled faintly. With a wave of sleeves, he left the grate and made his way to the north pavilion where the prisoners were held. Little Yuaner, naturally, followed her master when she saw him leaving. In no time at all, Lu Zhou arrived outside the room where Fan Shouwen was being imprisoned. 2 female cultivators were guarding the door. Although their cultivation bases were nothing to boast of, they managed to look intimidating. Pavilion Master. The 2 female cultivators bowed. Open the door. Understood. The door opened. Lu Zhou walked into the gloomy room. There were miscellaneous objects strewn everywhere he looked. This room had been the Evil Sky Pavilion storeroom before this. It had been hastily converted into a lockup, and it suited the purpose quite well. Fan Shouwen was bound in the center of the room. His hair was disheveled. He no longer looked like the majestic leader of the Black Knights. When the door was opened, the faint light from outside shone on his face, so he could only see Lu Zhou's silhouette. He chuckled weakly and struggled to get words out of his mouth. Is this all there is to the Evil Sky Pavilion? I'm afraid it's not enough to make me talk. Lu Zhou stood with his hands on his back as he nodded. I know the truth. Fan Shouwen was visibly shocked. All his listlessness seemed to have disappeared at this moment. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, Impossible! Great General of Chongning, Lu Zhou said. He did not mention the second prince. Fan Shouwen shuddered when he heard these words. These words proved that this mighty old man had discovered the truth. After a moment of silence, he said calmly, I'm impressed. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, Wei Zhuyan isn't enough to make you bow. Apart from that, there's no way the second prince is capable of receiving your unwavering loyalty. There must be someone else who's strong enough to manipulate the grand leader of the Black Knights. You? Fan Shouwen, who had calmed down, began to shake again. He was so agitated that his face and ears were red. His voice was subdued as he asked, How did you manage this? Even as the leader of the Black Knights, he had no choice but to lower his pride. Do I need to tell my prisoner how I managed to accomplish such a feat? Lu Zhou placed his hands on his back as he stared at Fan Shouwen. I'd like to know whose orders you are following. I don't know, Fan Shouwen replied. Do you think I won't be able to find out just because you refuse to tell me? Lu Zhou stroked his beard calmly and continued. Regardless of who it is, they must be a trusted aide of the second prince. Fan Shouwen's eyes widened. Lu Zhou continued slowly. It's a woman, isn't it? Only. A woman who's skilled in witchcraft, Lu Zhou added. Enough. Fan Shouwen's mental defenses crumbled completely. A furious and stubborn expression flitted across his face for a moment. However, in the next moment, it seemed as though he had wilted as he pleaded, "Please spare her, I beg you." Lu Zhou regarded Fan Shouen with a complicated expression on his face. Who would have thought that the former #1 person on the blacklist, the current watchdog of the imperial family, who did not fear death nor torture, was doing this all for the sake of a woman? Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "Fan Shouen, tell me, who is she?" Fan Shouen shook his head desperately. He had a fierce and determined expression on his face. "I can't tell you. I won't tell you. I won't say anything even if I have to die." Lu Zhou found this strange. In truth, the target's identity was clear now. It would not make much of a difference even if Fan Shouen revealed her name. Why was Fan Shouen doggedly protecting this secret with his life? It did not escape his notice that Fan Shouwen's eyes suddenly shone with faint blue light for a moment before it quickly returned to normal. Suddenly, the voice of the derived Moon Palace's female cultivators could be heard from outside. "Pavilion Master. Something's happening to Miss Fifth.